This young man used to be a talented chef, who had won many major and minor awards in his career. However, an unfortunate accident happened when he went to the UK. He encountered a serious accident. The consequence of the accident was quite heartbreaking. He lost his sense of taste and smell. Losing two important senses for a chef is a tragedy, because it's no different than a death sentence for their career. Initially he hoped that these were just temporary injuries, just the aftermath of the collision, so he still tried to get through each day, patiently waiting for a miracle. Whenever he stood in front of the stove, he nurtured the hope that his senses could recover. However, the reality was always bleak. Every time he tried to taste food, he clearly felt the paralysis of his taste buds and the silent tears flowing from his lifeless eyes. Disappointment gradually took over his soul, to the point where he threw the food on the ground and screamed in desperation, "There is no change. It's been a year and everything is still bland. The damn bland taste." He collapsed on the floor and tortured himself in despair, then finally fell asleep without knowing anything. Suddenly the doorbell rang, waking him from his stupor. Although his body still smelled of alcohol, he still dragged himself to the door. A delivery man had brought him a package from a company called Rio. Inside the package was a virtual reality gaming device that he had ordered a few days earlier after seeing a TV commercial. This device was advertised to be able to recreate sensations for all five senses as if living in the real world. Although not completely believing the ad claims but feeling bored and curious, he decided to try the device. He put on the device, drank a bottle of liquid that came with the instructions, and logged into the virtual world. Virtual images began to appear and he was immediately transported into a game world that simulated real life exactly. When Hung put on the virtual reality device, the character design screen appeared before his eyes. He chose a quite unique nickname for himself, Riss, but for the appearance, he wasn't sure, so he decided to press the random button to let the system automatically generate the look. After just a few seconds of waiting, the character's new appearance was complete. Riss now had the looks of a scholarly youth with white hair. Right after that, the system transported him to the starting area for new players. This place was bustling with other players busy fighting hen monsters to accumulate experience. A NPC, meaning a character controlled by the computer, appeared to guide new players, but Hung suddenly realized he couldn't hear what she was saying. He was immersed in boundless joy, the joy that had been lost for a year. Indeed, he could smell the fragrance from the vast grassy field around him. In surprise and excitement, Hung sat down on the ground and leaned back. With confused thoughts and skeptical questions, could he really sense taste again? Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of grass and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing furiously. The players around looked at him with curious eyes, but Hung shed tears again, this time tears of joy and happiness. "So bitter, I can feel it again. How long has it been since I tasted this bitterness?" he whispered to himself. While Hung was engrossed in rediscovering his senses, a horned chicken suddenly rushed to attack, and the chicken's beak was just a few centimeters from Hayoung's face. It was suddenly blocked by another character with red hair using a decisive stick hit, knocking the chicken down on the spot. The redhead, after defeating the chicken, turned to look at the bewildered Hung and reminded, "Hey, don't daydream anymore, this place is for hunting. Are you a new player?" The red-haired player was very friendly, and after chatting for a while, he left the chicken carcass and 2 eggs behind and walked away. Hung tried to call him back, but it was too late. The other player had disappeared into the game space. In front of him now there were only 2 strange eggs from the horned chicken. Not only were they bigger than normal eggs, but they also had many small horns growing on the outside. When seeing the 2 eggs in front of him, Hung suddenly had the idea of cooking them. He quickly arranged a simple bonfire, using a rock as a pan, and started cooking fried eggs. In just a few short minutes, he had completed a plate of golden fried eggs, looking very appealing facing the dish he had cooked himself. Hung couldn't help wondering if he could fully sense its taste and flavor. Not hesitating anymore, he took a small bite with his fork and shakily brought it to his mouth. As soon as the egg touched his tongue, a sense of ecstasy spread through Hayoung's body. The joy was evident on his face as the delicious taste and aroma of the fried egg flooded his mouth. Amazing. Its great taste has returned thousands of times better than in memory. The creamy egg yolk melts, permeating the entire mouth. The joy of regaining the taste of food rekindled hope in him, which was almost in despair. Lighting it up once again, although knowing everything was just an illusion in the game for Hung, it was more than enough for someone who had lost the ability to sense taste. These moments were truly happiness. While Hung was immersed in that happiness, the system suddenly announced eating one egg gives the player 10 satiety points. He was unaware that a girl was calling him, until she came up close. The girl seemed shy when she said your food looks really delicious. Then she asked Hung to cook one of the horned chicken's eggs and promised to pay him fairly along with a suitable reward. Hung was still astonished that someone asked him to cook when the system announced again Mary proposes a transaction for one fried egg. Do you want to accept? Hung wondered about the price and the girl suggested 500 won. He happily accepted right away without bargaining, also not expecting that even in the game, he could sell food. When Hung finished cooking, 6 golden fried eggs were ready on the plate. The girl couldn't hide her excitement, and immediately started on the first bite. Meanwhile, Hung stood outside with tense anticipation, worrying about how his cooking would be rated by this first customer in the game. Despite the anxiety, the girl unhesitatingly scooped up a spoonful of egg and brought it to her mouth. At that moment, the expression on the girl's face turned unpleasant, making Hung so worried that he bit his own lip until it bled. However, after just a few seconds, the girl immediately changed her expression, becoming bright and joyful, leaving Hung bewildered and awkward, not knowing what to say. The girl spared no praise. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. It's even better than anything I've tried in real life. The way you cook is genius. It's like I am enjoying a dish in a fancy restaurant. The silky egg melts in the mouth, blending the rich creamy flavor perfectly. Not only that, it's nearly identical to real eggs in the real world too. The praise from his first customer made Hung feel extremely happy and proud that he was able to satisfy this person. After a year away from cooking, the girl paid Hung and bid him farewell before leaving, not forgetting to say that she would come back. After the girl left the restaurant, Hung once again returned to his thoughts. In this game called Rio, he wondered if he could achieve his cooking dreams without having to face the barriers of reality. For Hung, even if this was just a virtual world, if he couldn't fulfill his desires in real life, then at least he wanted to do it here. Real life with new experiences continued to await Hung when he paused the game and returned to reality. However, when exiting the virtual world and entering everyday life, he realized that although his sense of smell and taste was still intact, there were no scents or flavors mingling in the air or lingering on his tongue. Yet after the recent experience, it had shown him the meaning of life again. He decided to interview for a part-time job. At a restaurant, the sloppy guy from home now tidied himself up, transforming into a cheerful hunk for the interview. Faced with his enthusiasm and confidence, he was hired by the owner to work here. He would start working at this restaurant beginning tomorrow. The owner thought he was new, so reminded, don't be late tomorrow, okay? Try to learn and get familiar with the work here. Good luck. Inside the restaurant's kitchen, there was also a young man who seemed to be testing some kind of dish. Looking at his face, this guy seemed quite difficult and unapproachable. Goodbye, boss. Hung went home. On the way, the confident expression had returned to his face. Although I can't smell or taste anything anymore, it's all right now. Just take it slow, try different things gradually. Go back. The game was still the fighting area for newbies with chickens. Although unfamiliar, these newcomers still helped each other, and gradually, they began looking for members to form teams, ignoring the others enthusiastically hunting. Hung calmly sat there cooking chicken meat. His skills were truly adept, fitting for a top-class chef, who had won countless cooking competitions. In just a moment he had sliced the chicken, separating it into different parts. Next, Hung went to find seasoning ingredients for marinating. The more he experienced the game, the more he felt everything in it was more real than real life. After some testing, Hung also found rosemary to serve the chicken dish. This time he made grilled chicken skewers. With just a bit of preparation, Hung finished the juicy chicken skewers. Looking extremely appetizing, he started a fire and began grilling them on the stone slab. When the mouth-watering aroma from the grilled chicken skewers wafted up, the other gamers in the newbie meadow area began noticing Hung. They whispered among themselves about the origin of this strange fragrance. Hung was very pleased to have completed his favorite dish. The system notification appeared: grilled chicken skewer 15 satiety points. The rich fragrance of the grilled chicken spread everywhere with the wind, attracting the attention of more and more people. No one could resist that tempting aroma. They began approaching Hung, curious to find out the origin of the delicious food. Hung casually enjoyed his chicken skewer with a very satisfied expression. The girl who had bought eggs from Hung also appeared. She expressed her desire to buy this wonderfully fragrant grilled chicken. Hung agreed to sell for 1,500 won per skewer and got to work making more to serve everyone. After tasting, they all praised it as delicious and ate happily. Hung continued cooking dishes at a swift professional pace. Being able to cook, he also felt extremely happy and satisfied. Hung realized he had gradually gotten used to cooking again, regaining the old feelings and skills. The experiences forgotten during the long long depressing year were now skillfully executed by him. Hung was determined to start over in this virtual world. At this time the system announced, hit monsters over 1,000 times. Reward as unlock achievement. Get the title warrior. So Hung had also received his first quest. Additionally, he obtained a quite useful passive skill. A skill called weakness allowed seeing and attacking monsters' weak points. A hit on the weakness had a high chance of instantly killing the monster. Hung also gained the active skill concentrate strength. Focus power into the weapon to increase damage by 15, in exchange for consuming 30 satiety points. After acquiring the new skills, Hung was very curious to try them out. He saw other gamers enthusiastically fighting the horned chickens. Until now Hung had only wandered picking up others' leftovers without joining any fights. So he decided to participate in hunting but was also a bit worried due to inexperience. Hung approached 2 other players who were fighting. Asking to join them, they agreed on the condition that Hung had to defeat the horned chicken they were fighting. The chicken charged forward, making Hung a bit scared since he didn't know what to do. When the chicken came within attack range, the weakness skill activated. Hung saw a glowing spot appear on the chicken's head that was the weakness. He used concentrate strength, then rushed forward to deliver a decisive blow. But Hung was knocked flying by the chicken's charge and fell clumsily to the ground. The other 2 laughed at Hayoung's clumsiness. He struggled up, realizing fighting wasn't as easy as imagined. Hung was about to give up but remembered his master's teaching that he must practice many times and focus intensely to master it. So Hung came back, picked up a chicken horn, then charged into battle once more with newfound determination. Right then the system announced a boss appearing. A gigantic chicken materialized among the crowd. The 2 players were extremely surprised when the giant boss chicken appeared. Initially the 2 players still wanted to fight despite feeling something was off with its oversized dimensions. Upon entering the boss combat zone, they were immediately bombarded by fierce horn stabs. The boss power was truly tremendous. In an instant one of them was blasted away. At this time Hung also stepped in. He cautiously approached the boss from behind. The chicken was still focused on attacking the other person, forcing him to just hold up his shield against the lethal blows. When in range, the weakness skill activated. Hung realized the boss weak point was in quite a peculiar location. He hesitated for a bit, then used the chicken horn to attack that weak spot. But his strength wasn't enough. The horn couldn't penetrate deep into the giant chicken's body. Hayoung's stab not only failed to kill the boss but also angered it, making it go berserk and continuously unleash powerful pecks at the 3 of them. Hung mentally calmed himself that this was just a virtual game, not real, so there was no need to fear. The other 2, after fighting for a while, were still defeated again. One of them flew into a rage, charging at the boss but got stabbed through the chest by its horn. In the end both failed before the giant chicken's tremendous might. Seeing his teammates vanish after being killed, Hung felt terrified despite knowing this was just a virtual world. On the other side, the boss chicken was still attacking the remaining player, forcing him to barely defend. Hung regained composure, leapt into the air from behind the boss back. He focused power into the sharp horn, then dove straight at the glowing weak point on its body. A decisive lethal blow helped Hung successfully defeat the boss. After the glorious feat, Hung was rewarded by the system with the title Giant Horned Chicken and the passive skill Mightiest Chicken. The remaining teammate was overjoyed, the other gamers also amazed by Hayoung's achievement. A pink-haired girl introduced herself as Marina, saying she was a fan of Hung after reading his grilled chicken review. Marina wanted to partner with Hung to do business in the game with a very enthusiastic and sincere attitude. Hung was surprised that his post received so much attention. Marina's main purpose was to develop a business in the game with Hung, not just simply taste the grilled chicken. She ardently asked Hung to trust her and cooperate. At this time the publisher was advertising an event with a 100 billion won reward for the first person to defeat the Demon King in the newly launched VR game. The event with a huge money reward for defeating the Demon King attracted many players into this new game world. Meanwhile, in a forest corner, Hung, Marina and the friend who fought the boss chicken were preparing a meal. Although rejected by Hung, Marina still followed him, hoping she could persuade him. On the other side, Hung was testing new ingredients for his dishes. His expression showed that what he tasted was very sour. Marina curiously asked about the origin of Hayoung's name Riss. He revealed it was just a simple playful abbreviation of the word rice since he loved cooking so much. This was also the first online game Hung had played. Both Marina and the friend were surprised by this. They understood why Hung hunted so little, but after defeating the boss and posting the food review, he had become famous. Hung didn't care much about that. His purpose for joining the game was to regain the taste sensation, to satisfy his culinary passion. He was still enthusiastically testing new recipes. When he completed the delicious mushroom soup, Hung called the other two over to enjoy it. The rich aroma made everyone drool. Next he brought out a giant chicken leg still piping hot despite being cooked long ago. Finally, Ha-young's chicken snack combined with mushroom sauce was a success. Eating this dish increased 4 satisfaction points and 1 attack point. On the plate was a portion of roasted chicken thigh with a golden amber color from the crispy skin, along with tender and juicy meat. Underneath, the mushroom sauce poured over it formed a smooth glossy layer, giving off an alluring aroma stimulating the taste buds. Immediately all three enjoyed this delicious dish. As soon as it entered the mouth, the taste of the food instantly exploded. Its deliciousness made the diners feel as if immersed in another world. A bright, tempting world of chicken harmonizing with mushrooms bursting forth. That's right, this was the world of taste, and it was being relentlessly assaulted by the chicken and mushrooms. The chicken meat was so tender and juicy, not dry or burnt at all. The mushroom sauce evenly soaked into the chicken, creating an indescribable wonderful flavor, making diners want to swallow every morsel of chicken. After tasting it, you'd still feel the lingering deliciousness in your mouth and a truly satisfied sensation. Back to reality, the two were still spellbound by the taste. Seeing the two sitting there stupefied, Hung asked, "Did you two like this dish?" They answered in unison with utmost joyful moods, "Incredibly delicious. This is the finest food I've ever tasted." Hung was surprised by his two friends' slightly excessive reactions when the system appeared again, notifying he received another passive skill. The skill was called Chef's Luck. The description stated the chance of making gold or supreme grade dishes again was very low. He would receive either an Eclipse power-up move or an Eternal Endurance power-up move. They were all surprised that making delicious food could also gain skills for the character. At this time, Riss stats were Health 120, Attack Power 15, 45, Agility 15, Defense 15, Cooking 10, Satiety. Finally, it was getting late. Time to say goodbye before leaving. The friend suggested they all become friends with each other. He also guided and showed Hung how to get to the nearest town. There one could trade and exchange essential items. After the conversation, the three bid each other farewell. Each returned to their own home. Now only Hung was left alone. He was still enjoying the nighttime aroma here. Though just a virtual game, it made him feel genuinely content. He was satisfied with the chef occupation in the game. At this point in time, there were moments he had walked quite far but had to stop. Now he had the chance to restart everything from the beginning, back to the real world. It was almost 4 a.m. now. He needed rest so he could start his first part-time workday tomorrow. Before feeling drowsy, Hung took the time to read some articles about Rio. There it warned not to post game videos on other platforms. Violators would be permanently banned. But just storing without posting was fine. Thinking so, he watched his own videos again. He was also surprised and bemused seeing footage of himself fighting in the game. Thanks to that, Hung knew what his character looked like. Suddenly he felt proud. So this is what my character looks like, huh? Handsome as hell. I wonder if others see it that way. Absorbed in watching, Hung unknowingly had gradually fallen asleep. The next day in the game, a player was using the method Hung defeated the boss to go hunting, but he didn't know each monster would have a different weak point. Because of that, this guy was eaten alive by the giant chicken. In one corner of the chicken hunting map, Marina was selling grilled chicken skewers and fried eggs. But the players who came to eat weren't too satisfied, since it wasn't as delicious as Ha-young's cooking. Not only that, it was undercooked too. To salvage the situation, she gave the skewers for free to that guy. Though not yet able to cook as good as Hung, Marina still didn't give up. She continued shouting out her sales pitch. The system popped up announcing continuous advertising for 5 hours. Obtained F-grade speaker skill. Maximum power increased by size increased by 1. No speaker yet, but shouted for 5 whole hours. With a speaker shed, probably disturbed the neighborhood all day. Getting the skill made Marina even more excited, so her sales shouts kept ringing out ceaselessly, giving the players headaches. Unbearable, so they had to buy stuff. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hung was now starting his part-time job. His job was kitchen assistant, preparing ingredients. Seeing Ha-young's knife slicing vegetables, the owner was also very impressed. Meanwhile, the head cook seemed displeased, saying in an annoyed tone, "Hey you, this isn't a competition here. "Who are you showing off to? Why cut so fast? That fast you can't cut evenly." Despite his irritation, Hung remained calm. "Am I bothering you? Sorry about that," but looking again at the cleanly sliced scallions he was left speechless. Unwilling to acknowledge another's talent, he ordered Hung to fry eggs for the omelette dish. "Fry the eggs golden on one side only. Don't break the yolks." "Okay, at least you should be able to do this much." Hung started frying eggs. Now he couldn't smell or taste test, so he could only rely on technique and experience. He recalled the experiences in the game, remembered the praises from everyone after tasting his cooking. Finally, the perfect omelette was completed. Bringing it up to customers, they immediately sensed something different about the dish. Initially just a feeling, but when tasting the fried egg yolk, he exclaimed in surprise, "Good heavens, so delicious. What is this that's so tasty?" "Assistant, have you tried the omelette yet? It's really delicious. The omelette here has never been this good before. These fried eggs are just amazing. Today's lunch exceeded my expectations." In the kitchen, Hung was still listening to the customers' sincere praises. "Ah, the egg white is soft too. Simply marvelous, manager. Look at how beautifully the yolk flows out. This restaurant will surely prosper for a long time." Each word of praise from the customer made Hung unconsciously smile. Fortunately, he thought, although he lost his sense of taste, his experience was still intact. Although he could only taste food in the game in real life, he believed he could still restart from zero. Try again. He would rely on the skills and experience he had gained to continue giving his all for this passion. It was almost 3 p.m. Ha-young's first workday after a year had gone successfully well. Though not yet accustomed to the job, he didn't make any mistakes. After cleaning up, he went to bid the owner farewell, then picked up his bag ready to leave. The cute, playful waitress ran over. "From now on we're co-workers. You have to say bye to me too. Call me Nuna, okay? You did great today. I can't even believe this was your first day. Get home safely. See you tomorrow." Hung was also cheered by her carefree, innocent attitude. He happily bid everyone farewell, then headed home. The owner also couldn't stop praising Hung, but the fussy head chef still didn't feel comfortable with this new assistant. That evening, customers still came for the omelette, but no one spoke praises like at lunch, making the owner puzzled. He suddenly recalled that all the omelettes made by Hung received highly enthusiastic compliments from guests. Ever since Hung left, those praises also disappeared. He figured Hung must have some secret family recipe for this dish. Arriving home, Hung immediately tried recreating dishes he had made in the game. Just a while later, the omelette, grilled chicken skewers and sautéed mushrooms were ready. They looked truly appetizing and visually appealing. Hung sat down to eat, putting the food into his mouth. He started chewing and tried recalling the taste of these dishes, but reality was still very difficult. Everything was still tasteless. Hung mentally encouraged himself not to feel disappointed. There was nothing to be discouraged about. The fact that he could taste and cook in the game was already a miracle. With an optimistic attitude, Hung still slowly ate and recalled those flavors, the happiness he had felt in the game. Though not actually tasting anything, he still finished all 3 plates. This was the first time since losing his sense of taste that he could eat his fill of a meal he cooked himself. Stomach full, Hung drank a glass of water, then went back to continue the exciting adventure in the game. Returning to the game today, Hung decided to take initiative hunting to make new dishes. Since entering the game until now, he had only cooked light snacks. Just as he was wondering what to make, a pack of lizards appeared, so he decided today he would try making a dish from these lizards. Without hesitation, he charged at the lizards and attacked them. He used the boss chicken's horn as a weapon. His attack power increased significantly. With just one blow, the lizard was smashed to bits. "Ah, if I hit too hard, the meat won't be tasty. Hope they don't fight back much, but I'll have to chop them up small." Thinking so, Hung kept charging into the lizards to hunt. Now some players had noticed Hung. They didn't understand why he was catching those lizards. The blonde friend looked at Hung, his expression a bit envious. Why doesn't he catch spiders? Doesn't he know spider silk sells for a lot? In fact, Hung disliked spiders, so ignored them, just focused on the lizards. Finally, he felt it was enough and stopped. From the defeated lizards, some small purple orb-shaped stones dropped, including both attack and defense types. Not knowing their use yet, but they were items, so Hung stored them in his pouch. Suddenly, from behind, a monster shaped like a giant spider appeared. The system popped up announcing an achievement, so this person was an ally. Condition met: when in the spider forest, only defeat lizards instead of red spiders. The reward was a chance to receive the Red Spider Queen's secret quest. Not understanding what was happening, Hung sensed someone behind him and turned around. He was startled that it wasn't a player, but a huge spider with colorful markings. Moreover, this spider could talk. "You there? In the name of the queen of this forest, I have a request. You will listen?" "Yes." Seeing a question mark above the Spider Queen's head, Hung guessed it was a quest, and playing games he had to do them, so he stood still thinking just standing there was enough. After a moment with no reaction, the Spider Queen asked again, "You intend to just stand silently like that? Are you an ally of ours?" Due to little gaming experience, Hung still didn't know how to handle this. It was very surprising to get a secret quest. Not many players got quests like this, because the system required completing a specific condition. In order to receive it, a random player just saw Hung staring at the strange spider, so approached curiously. He drew his weapon intending to attack but was kicked away by the Spider Queen before he could do anything. In a flash, a pair of shoes made from lizard skin and spider silk dropped down. Startling Hung, he picked them up and tried them on. Hung didn't know this was looting items. He just thought if he met that guy again, he would return them. The Spider Queen spoke again. "You there? I asked for the last time, are you an ally?" Faced with the Spider Queen's question, Hung nodded without hesitation. "That's right." The Spider Queen began recounting the past. This forest was a peaceful place, but then one day, the digging lizard pack appeared, seizing territory and eating red spiders. Under the command of the Lizard Queen, unable to conquer the forest on the other side, they came here. The Queen's request was to defeat the Lizard Queen and restore peace to the forest. Hung also unhesitatingly accepted the quest to defeat the digging Lizard Queen. The reward for completion would be a new skill and a secret achievement. After the discussion, the Spider Queen also left, leaving the hungry Hung behind. He immediately started making grilled lizard skewers. In the past in Vietnam he had tried eating this dish before. While grilling the meat, Young's hand suddenly shone. The system appeared again, announcing passive skill: chef's luck. Whenever you make a delicious dish, you have a small chance of obtaining a power-up move. For now, Hung thought this was surely the skill he got from continuous cooking. It made him even more enthusiastic about cooking more. The grilled lizard skewers were completed. Eating this would gain 20 satiety points and 1 defense point. Each dish he made upon eating increased his character's stats. If he kept eating well continuously, had surely become extremely strong. Without thinking much, Hung picked up the grilled lizard skewer and put it in his mouth, taking a big bite as soon as the meat touched his tongue. Its distinctive flavor completely overwhelmed his taste buds. The lizard meat had a crisp, chewy texture, quite similar to chicken, yet with a more special and intense flavor. It combined chicken's fluffiness and frog meat's chewiness. The deliciousness made Hung shed tears. That's right, this was the taste of lizard meat, along with the distinctive fish sauce of Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Indeed, it was tasty until the very last bite. Right after eating, his character's stats increased by 2 defense points and 5 endurance points. Hung began having ambitions. Just by preparing and enjoying food, his strength would also increase. After feeling full, he began thinking of going to complete the quest, finding the lizard's dwelling. Hung started slaying the wandering lizards, in order to attract attention so the boss would appear. Thanks to eating lots of delicious food, Young's stats had increased significantly. Combined with the giant chicken boss horn, Hung easily defeated the wandering lizards. Each swing of the horn sent a few lizards flying away. Despite eliminating so many, their numbers didn't seem to decrease at all. After being decimated considerably, the lizards began regrouping and counter-attacking. Hung didn't expect they could attack in groups. Though he didn't intend to hunt this way, there was no other choice. He had to destroy the giant lizards. After defeating the lizards, Hung was happy, feeling he had gradually gotten used to hunting. Later he could go find ingredients himself to cook. Hung was unaware he was being watched by a blonde girl. From her tone, it seemed she knew about Hung already. She smiled, intrigued. "You're doing very well, head chef. I am looking forward to it." Hung had fought the lizards for quite a while, making him hungry quickly, but no problem. He used the food from the box to replenish himself. The more he ate, the more delicious the lizard meat tasted. Irresistible, Hung looked at the incoming lizards with greedy eyes. After just a moment, a whole pack of lizards was cleanly taken care of by him. While resting, a red spider came over, spitting out a roll of silk to gift him. This seemed to be a thank you present. Not knowing its use yet, Hung stored it in his pouch. Fighting for a while made him hungry again, so he kept cooking the lizards into delicious food to enjoy. Thanks to destroying a whole lizard nest, Hung also gathered quite a lot of items like magic stones. He also received more titles like Lizard Slayer. This title was achieved after eliminating 20 of them, fighting while enjoying lizard meat. Additionally, he got the Voracious Appetite title. This title was obtained from eating the same dish over 100 times. The Weakness skill also leveled up, adding 25 attack power to the lethal move. While While eating, the guy who got kicked by the Spider Queen came looking for him again. Hung immediately recognized the guy from before. He thought the guy came to take his shoes back, but the guy held his face looking dejected, because the shoes were a one-of-a-kind item. Whoever entered first would be the sole owner. The youth said resentfully, "Only I can craft this item. I'll have to hunt some more to remake it now." Saying so, he left in low spirits. Seeing that, Hung felt guilty and called him back. "Hey, wait up, I can give you some stuff if you need." Saying so, Hung took out a stack of lizard skins, along with a silk roll. Seeing the shimmering silk, his eyes lit up. "Oh my, isn't this the best grade spider silk? You didn't know? I didn't expect this was it." Saying so unceremoniously, he just took the silk roll. He sat down intending to craft right there. Seeing Hung just focusing on hunting lizards, he curiously asked, "You're doing the Lizard Queen quest, right?" "That's right, I am exploring what lizard meat tastes like. Actually, my main goal is just to find delicious food." On the other side, the youth started working. His name was Arthur. His occupation in the game was crafter. He took out a needle, threading it with the spider silk. His nimble hands stitched and mended with skilled familiarity. Watching the youth concentrate on his work, Hung also couldn't just stand watching forever. From his storage box, Hung started taking out ingredients. He had reserved lizard meat and began grilling. Then he enthusiastically started cooking. On the other side, the youth was also highly motivated, his smooth hands working ceaselessly. Nearby players saw the two working as if competing. After a while, the work was also completed. Arthur had finished 2 pairs of shoes with a net. The shoes were made from good materials, so the stats were quite high: agility +10, power +5, defense +5. As for the net, he gifted it back to Hung, as a reciprocation for his generosity. The net had a strong effect, able to stun monsters under 2 stars for 10 seconds. Hung was very happy with this new equipment. It would surely be useful for him during hunts. Finished, Arthur bid Hung farewell, then logged off. So our lone chef made another new friend. Parting with the new friend, Hung continued seeking the Lizard Queen to complete the quest. Finally, he found it deeply sleeping in a forest corner. Indeed, this queen was unlike the others. It was larger, with glossy black skin, and fiery scales running all over its body. Hung calmly approached step by step. It immediately awoke, growling. Suddenly, 2 lizards larger than the previous ones leapt out, attacking by surprise. But Hung wasn't frightened at all. Perhaps fighting the lizards for an extended time earlier helped him gain more experience, along with eating well, making Young's character stats now not simple at all. With a confident gaze, he swung his weapon, striking a lethal blow. But the lizard still didn't die. Also surprising Hung, the level of these 2 was completely different from the lizards he had destroyed before. Though not bosses, they were already very strong. Their attacks made it more ferocious. It swung its tail, bashing Hung forcefully, sending him flying far into a rocky wall. Hung realized in this situation, it would be very hard to win. Just when in mortal danger, he thought again they were just cooking ingredients, and his spirit immediately recovered. Taking out the stored magic stones from his pouch, Hung used them. His power increased significantly in an instant. He continued holding his weapon, fighting on. After fiercely exchanging blows for a while, he succeeded in destroying the 2 lizards guarding the queen. Right when her 2 limbs were killed, the queen made a move. Her eyes clearly showed vicious, vengeful intent. She stood up, roaring deafeningly. The roar made the fur of the 2 dead lizards peel off, exposing their pale bodies. They revived, rushing to attack. After fiercely fighting 1 against 3 for a while, Hung had officially taken down the 2 disciples, but his condition now was also very bad. His health could only endure a few more hits. Moreover, the Lizard Queen had entered a frenzied state. The situation became increasingly dangerous. At this time, Hung remembered the net woven by Arthur. He took advantage when the pack charged over, throwing out the net, tightly binding it. Right after, he focused his strength into the weapon, rushing forward, stabbing straight at the queen's head. But that lethal blow didn't take down the queen. Instead, Hung was gifted a slap, sending him flying 10 meters away. His health dropped down to barely double digits. However, the queen was also affected by the net, temporarily unable to move for 10 seconds. Hung just remembered the skill he obtained after defeating the chicken boss. Exerting all his remaining strength, he reached for his weapon, crawling up with fiery eyes. Once more, Hung focused all his power, landing another lethal blow on the queen's crown. Fortunately, Young's final efforts succeeded in destroying the Lizard Queen. Right after, he immediately obtained the passive skill Lizard's Power. This skill allowed the player to climb up to 20 meters high. Young's feat was witnessed by other players. From the start, everyone admired his ability. Until now, they thought he only knew how to cook. Hung intended to bring the queen's corpse to meet the Spider Queen and report the quest completion. But the Spider Queen had appeared. "You there? No need to look anymore, I have come here. The Lizard Queen is dead, their forces have weakened." The queen ordered her brood to charge and drive them away. To thank Hung, she bestowed him precious rewards. All stats increase by 10 points. New skill rank F, poison pouch, and an extra sub-occupation called pioneer. Oh, my amazing risk congratulates you. How could you defeat that monster alone? The players' lively congratulations also made Hung shy, but in the end they came here mainly to eat his cooking. To celebrate today, Hung generously discounted all dishes by 50. The food stall was quickly set up again. After just a moment, the customers gradually increased. No one could resist the deliciousness of his dishes. They even fought to line up for seats. Doing all the cooking and selling alone was truly exhausting. When tired, a small hand handed him a towel to wipe his sweat. It was Marina. She had used the friend search function to find where he was. She congratulated him on completing the big quest. She offered to help him sell. Taking a deep breath, Marina shouted, "Everyone please line up." Her voice, amplified by the speaker's skill, rang out deafeningly. Marina's voice made all the jostling customers quiet down and listen, then obediently line up to buy food. Finally, the lizard meat was sold out completely. Only one piece remained that Hung wanted to save for Marina. Just then one more female customer approached. The guy wanted to buy the last piece of lizard meat. However, only one piece was left for Marina. So Hung had to refuse, but he kept insisting on buying more. Not letting the guy say any more, Marina skewered the meat and started eating it. Though it was still piping hot to not let him leave empty-handed, Hung gave him the last chicken skewer, smiling on the surface but scheming something in his mind. Turned out he was also a chef. Today he came to see if Ha-young's cooking was truly delicious as rumored. Before eating he seemed disdainful, but after the first bite, his attitude completely changed. The grilled chicken was so delicious that he couldn't restrain shouting, "Oh my! What is this dish? It's so tasty, simply amazing." The chicken flavor exploded in his mouth, completely defeating him. His face now showed an expression of surprise and utmost happiness and satisfaction. The next day at the restaurant, the head chef thought, it's over. Who is that guy? He can't be ordinary. Turned out it was the blonde guy from the game, who was conquered by the delicious grilled chicken. What a small world it was. He was still wondering how the Risk character could turn a simple dish into such an amazing meal. He thought it must be some experienced chef. His guess was very accurate, because Hung had previously won so many titles thanks to his cooking talent. Recalling when he ate the grilled chicken in the game, the guy's reaction made Hung and Marina a bit embarrassed. The image of him indulging in the taste was like a shy girl, stimulated by something very arousing. That chicken skewer was so delicious it nearly made him lose all virtue. Finally he said, "Riz, actually in real life I am a chef at a restaurant. You've seen my name, right? Han Shik Wong. My restaurant is quite famous online. Anyway, you also work at a restaurant. We're fellow chefs, so should share secrets, right? Tell me your secret recipe." Heavens, this guy asks for others' secrets so easily. With your intelligence, how can you ask such silly things? But Hung very honestly shared that he didn't have any secret recipe at all, just followed simple cooking instructions. But the other guy didn't believe it one bit, even though Hung asserted he was completely serious. "Ha ha, alright, if you insist then I understand. You don't want to reveal the secret to anyone because you're afraid of losing exclusivity, right?" So he probed, "I see your food has a salty taste. You marinated with salt, right?" "That's right, I used a little salt." Hung replied. He asked again, "But coming here from the forest, there's no place that sells salt, right? You used money to buy it." Hung answered vaguely, "It's not like that. You should broaden your views, you'll definitely find it. If you observe carefully you'll find what you need." Hung meant he should pay attention to the game guides, but he misunderstood as searching the forest. This guy was really arrogant. Despite not getting anything, he still acted alright. "After all, this is our first meeting. If you don't want to say it straight, I'll try to understand. Luckily for you I am very tolerant." Marina, standing outside, only saw him acting arrogant, so got hot-headed. She shouted straight at his smug face, "Hey, as an outsider even I think you've gone too far. If curious then figure it out yourself. Just randomly asking when you know nothing. Who are you to demand everything for free?" This guy was really shameless, not at all embarrassed from the scolding. In fact, he was captivated by Marina's cuteness. "Oh, so cute. Even if just a character in real life, she must be very pretty too. Too bad I already have a girlfriend. My imagination is quite powerful, huh?" He cheerfully tried to friend Marina, but she was angry at his attitude, so didn't agree. Amidst their arguing, Hung didn't mind the other's rudeness, just focused on cleaning up. Done. Hung bid Marina farewell, then logged off. Seeing Hung log out, Marina also stopped. Seeing them about to leave, the guy hurriedly called, "Wait, you two close friends in real life. Let me join, friend me." But Hung and Marina ignored him, logging off together, leaving the guy feeling vexed. Recalling the in-game events, the fussy guy held his head, groaning, "They just logged off like that. It'll be hard to meet that guy and girl again." Why is that I didn't do anything wrong? Till now he still didn't know where he went wrong. Perhaps pretending or truly oblivious. The waitress saw him just sitting there groaning and got quite annoyed. Just then an elderly customer walked in. He requested to eat stuffed squid. Glancing around he commented, "I've been here before." He said the owner isn't here today, while that rude head chef is just sitting around over there. "I came back because I heard the stuffed squid here is very famous. Couldn't miss it, but I still don't like this place much." He turned to the waitress, "Please cook the egg yolks well done in my stuffed squid." The girl called the customer's request to the kitchen. The head chef sounded annoyed again, sighing, "So fussy, eat what you're given. Must make requests." Then he yelled at Hung, "Hey assistant, you make the stuffed squid." He acted superior again, "So lazy. In this kitchen my word is law. This is to test your skills. Don't argue, just do it. How could you survive the military with that lazy attitude?" His arrogant attitude made everyone very annoyed, but Hung stayed calm because he only cared about cooking. "If it were me, I'd have punched him a few times already." Very quickly, after an appealing plate of stuffed squid with colorful vegetables, mushrooms and a perfectly fried egg was brought out. He looked at the plate of stuffed squid with an indifferent expression. "I traveled all over Korea for months just to find delicious stuffed squid. Now just looking I know what the taste will be like. This plate looks very ordinary, but still have to try a little." He mixed everything, then scooped up a spoonful with all the flavors, slowly brought it to his mouth to savor. This texture, this temperature, this flavor. The egg yolk perfectly cooked, the rice just right. The amount of sesame oil and vegetables also ideal. Everything in this plate of stuffed squid was wonderful. The flawless bursting flavor in his mouth completely changed his attitude. The blended flavors made him indulgent, his hand continuously scooping up mouthfuls, chewing the constantly attacking sublime tastes, satisfying his palate. This was truly a feast for the palate. Too delicious, too wonderful, truly blissful to enjoy. After the meal he asked the waitress, "Miss, the head chef here changed?" She replied, "No sir, still the same sir." "Any issue with the food sir?" He cheerfully said, "Oh no. The food was very delicious, I really liked it. I've been here before, but the taste of this dish is totally different from before." The girl also excitedly said, "You noticed too? Recently many have praised this dish." Then she whispered to him, "Actually this stuffed squid was made by the new assistant chef." Her words made him extremely surprised. Unable to believe it, such a delicious dish was made by an assistant chef. He was impressed by the balance, the perfection of every ingredient. To make this it had to be a professional chef, very experienced, but he didn't understand why someone like this was an assistant at a small restaurant. When paying he kept being surprised about the earlier meal. It was the first time he tasted such a flawless stuffed squid dish. He couldn't stop wondering why such an amazing chef was an assistant at a small restaurant. Unable to let it go, he requested to speak with Hung. Hung cheerfully met the interesting customer. "Yes, I am listening sir, what can I do for you?" He gently said, "It's nothing important really. I am just a bit curious. I heard from the girl you made the stuffed squid right. I am very surprised by your skills. The dish today you made was truly the most delicious I've ever had. Previously I had been here, but back then it was just an ordinary dish. But today it's completely different. The deliciousness exceeded the previous times. It's truly amazing to the point it can be called perfectly cooked food now." Saying so he took out his business card and gave it to Hung. Before the uncle's praises, Hung also couldn't believe the dish he cooked could be so delicious. He even left his business card saying, "With your skills you should be an assistant chef. But I think you have your own reasons. That said, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to call me. I'll give you a position suitable for your current abilities." From his way of speaking and food knowledge, it was clear he was no simple man. After the customer left, the two waitresses congratulated him. "Check the business card. He invited you, seeing he's the director of Jungbyung restaurant. It seems a big famous restaurant." While daydreaming, the annoying voice of the head chef sounded again, "Hey assistant, without my permission how dare you leave the kitchen on your own?" Hung just replied, "Oh head chef, the customer called me so I went out for a bit." And then Hung started getting scolded by him as if being slapped in the face. He used quite vulgar language, along with anger, perhaps frustrated from not venting his suppressed feelings from in-game. Before his rude, uncivilized attitude, Hung still politely bowed, apologizing. Seeing that, he got even more reason to noisily yell louder, but Hung still didn't show any opposition whatsoever. Meanwhile, the waitress standing nearby listening was already very annoyed at his excessiveness. Not only that, he even threatened, "In this kitchen I am the king. If I tell the owner you'll be fired immediately." Got it? Unable to endure it, the girl spoke up, "Head chef, Mr. Lee Jim didn't leave on his own. The customer really called him, but he didn't listen at all. Just kept kept yelling so an argument broke out. To not damage the unity, Hung tried to reconcile. Younger brother sincerely apologizes. Head chef, this time it's my fault. I'll correct it from now on. I won't leave the kitchen arbitrarily. Please forgive me. Faced with Ha-young's sincere attitude, he had no reason to argue further, so went silent. That evening after the shift ended, Hung went home feeling a bit gloomy. He thought again about losing his sense of smell and taste. He had waited so long but they still hadn't returned. He once dreamed of opening a restaurant, where no one had to wait, but now it was just a distant dream. Sitting drinking alone, Hung recalled being scolded today and receiving the business card. Normally he would have accepted right away, but now with his own complex, he didn't dare think about it. Sighing as if to dispel the sadness, he returned to the game to find the happiness of being able to smell and taste food. The atmosphere in the game, the sense of grass and trees, were indeed better than real life, and of course also better than soju liquor. Remembering the new skill obtained, Hung used it to climb a coconut tree. Oh my, so amazing! Climbing a tree has never been so easy. He didn't even need his hands. He could still walk on the tree as if on the ground. Hung felt extremely thrilled. With this wonderful skill he quickly climbed up, squeezing through the leaves, reaching the treetop. A gorgeous scenery appeared before his eyes. The coconut forest beneath the sunset formed a vivid mystical painting. The warm golden sunshine spread from the western sky, creating a space full of vitality. The fresh, cool air along with the coconut scent made the atmosphere pleasant and relaxed. Truly wonderful. Even if just a game, it was more realistic than the real world. Hung just wanted to stay here forever. The scene changed to the next day. Hung again started his daily work of preparing ingredients, ready to serve the customers. Today the owner came early in a very good mood. He asked the head chef to make him a serving of stuffed squid. Still with a sullen face he grumbled, "Can't do that, sir. Don't you see we're preparing ingredients?" However, the owner didn't care and approached. "You can have Sunny on help." "No way, I still have to supervise. It's only okay if I am in charge." Hearing that, the owner jokingly teased, "Supervise what? I see you playing on your phone there." While the two were arguing, Hung still focused on his work. Annoyed by the owner, he got angry. "I am the head chef. I manage this kitchen. I won't let you waste ingredients." He asked back, "Letting me eat is wasting." "Oh no, I was joking." Seeing he couldn't convince him, the owner asked Hung, and Hung happily prepared a delicious serving of stuffed squid. Ha-young's enthusiastic attitude made the other guy turn red with anger. Very quickly after, the fragrant, delicious stuffed squid was brought out to the owner. Just looking, the owner had to admire it for appearing so appealing. Right from the first taste, his face clearly showed astonishment. Left speechless, he just looked at the assistant chef, then the plate again, but his eyes said it all. It was truly amazing. During the workday, he called the head chef behind the restaurant, saying to one, "Let that assistant chef make the stuffed squid, okay?" He thought he misheard, and asked, "What did you say? Just the stuffed squid?" But he shook his head, "No, the other dishes too. You should teach him everything. I don't think he's mediocre. Although I am not an expert, I am still the owner. He has won many awards. He's truly very talented. Moreover, his cooking is very delicious. Having him as just an assistant is wasteful. You understand too, if this keeps up, the restaurant will have trouble growing. I think he can be deputy chef." Hearing the owner praise someone else, he trembled with anger, violently flicking away his cigarette. Now he yelled angrily, "Deputy chef, huh? No way, just trying one dish and you want to put him above me? How unreasonable!" Angrily he went into the kitchen, and threw the gloves forcefully at Hung, deliberately causing trouble. "I said to put the gloves away carefully. Leaving them in the sink makes them dirty and moldy." Despite Ha-young's explanation, he still found reasons to argue. Looking at Hung disdainfully, he mocked, "Now you'll probably win another award, right? You should thank me for training you." Facing those words, Hung still stayed calm, not minding it. Seeing Hung not reacting, he pushed further, spouting harsh words, "Damn bastard. Do you know what a chef can do with just skills? This is a whole career. Have to learn to manage time and experience. Skills worthless in this field." Sensing he was going too far, Hung reacted, "Head chef, aren't you going overboard?" This protest from Hung annoyed him. "Are you in your right mind?" Hung calmly replied, "I am very clear-headed. Please be more polite." Can't believe a head chef looks down on skills. That's the most fundamental thing in the trade. If you're a chef, you should understand that. Called out on his mistake, he yelled to cover up his own shortcoming, "What did you say? Insolent bastard, are you done talking? Basic skills? You think you're so great? You think you know everything, huh? Brat." This time Hung didn't let him spout nonsense. He fiercely retorted, "Listen, head chef, I've endured you enough. No matter what you say, I can't respect your skills or personality." Sensing the tension, the waitress tried to mediate, but with his contemptuous nature, it wasn't easy at all. Unable unable to argue back. He said, I am the head chef of this restaurant. No matter who you are or how good you are, the kitchen is still mine. This isn't a place for you to run wild. At this point Hung thought he really is shameless scum. He continued denigrating Hung mercilessly, the weak like oppressing others, not using their skills to earn respect. At this point Hung had decided he couldn't stay in a place with someone who looked down on cooking. No need to say more, head chef. You stay where you want. Now I don't want to be here another second. Saying so, Hung forcefully took off his apron, decisively leaving amidst his and the waitress' shock. Ha-young's actions made him feel even more disrespected. He lost his calm and yelled, you bastard. Get back here now, go ahead and leave. We four can still handle it here. You were never welcomed here from the start. Useless punk, get lost. By the time the owner arrived, things were practically beyond saving. Hung no longer wanted to stay where a chef didn't respect cooking. Hung wandered off, his heart swirling with thoughts. I promised myself, no matter what, to try enduring. I was determined, but no matter losing taste and smell, even relationships, must never lose cooking pride. Saddened by those thoughts, Hung wandered aimlessly, then stopped at a park bench and sat there with turmoil in his heart. No matter how hard life was, he could never abandon this fragile, painful sense of pride. Sitting spaced out alone, the man from yesterday suddenly appeared, patting his shoulder. Hey young man, remember me? I am the one who gave you my business card last time. Turned out he had followed him from the restaurant all the way here. Since that meeting he couldn't forget the impression left on him. In his mind Hung seemed to not be in good spirits. So he asked, are you alright? Yes uncle. Thank you, I am fine. Then Hung told him what had happened. He sympathized with Hung, since he had witnessed that difficult chef's insensitive behavior. Putting his hand on Ha-young's shoulder, he gently proposed, I want you to work at my restaurant as a real chef. Surprised at his offer, Hung was at a loss for words. He smiled, that's my restaurant. Since I want to hire you, I really want to test your skills. Faced with the sincere request, Hung was saddened again. He still felt insecure, having lost a chef's soul. That was his sense of smell and taste. He confessed, my skills aren't the issue uncle. He consoled, why do you think that? Don't you know your technique is extremely good? You're too modest. Then why did you argue with that head chef? Hung sadly said, no uncle, we didn't argue. Just some unresolved issues. That was also my fault. I am diligent, but that doesn't mean everyone will like me. He kept encouraging, lacking ambition you want to achieve anything. Youth should be like this. Let bygones be bygones. Now you must plan for the future. I've lived 75 years suddenly realizing what I truly wanted was to open a restaurant. And I just accomplished that dream. However, the restaurant is too empty. That's why I need passionate youths like you. Seeing his trust, Hung also didn't hide it. I was a head chef, but an accident took away my sense of taste and smell. I am very grateful for this opportunity, but my condition will be difficult for you. I can't do it. Hung choked up, unable to say more, but he still put his hand on the youth's shoulder, smiling gently. So what if you're disabled? Let's try an interview first. Okay. I can't let a talented chef like you slip by. I mean, this is the official hiring interview. Before his sincere attitude, Hung was bashful. He couldn't believe someone trusted him so much. Shaking his hand, Hung was moved and thanked him. I'll do great on this interview, sir. He brought Hung to his restaurant, a traditional, classy yet luxurious place. Arriving, Hung realized it was just a 5-minute walk from his place. How convenient. The interior was neat and tidy, making Hung very excited. Seeing the cooking tools, he wanted to get started immediately. After checking his skills, he asked Hung to cook any signature Korean dish, including the stuffed squid he had made for him before. Hung hesitated, unsure what to choose, since it would test all his skills and judgment. He started checking the available ingredients. There was meat, kimchi, basic seasonings. In the cupboard there was ramen, sweet potato noodles. After thinking for a bit, Hung smiled confidently. It seemed he had chosen a dish. Hung asked, uncle, would you like noodles? He started making the noodle salad dish. Though simple, it required very high skills to make delicious. Just sitting outside smelling the aroma from the kitchen was enough to make him hungry. Finally the dish was finished and presented attractively, stimulating the appetite. It was noodle stuffed squid eaten with radish kimchi. He picked up the first bite with his chopsticks and tasted it. The moment it entered his mouth, his eyes clearly showed astonishment. Just then another man came in. He seemed to know the owner. He called out, Director Lim, give me something to eat. I am starving. Seeing the elder, Hung also politely greeted him. He was also surprised to see a young man here. Who are you, his son, grandson? Hung smiled, replying, no sir. I am just here for an interview. My name's Lee Jim Hung. Nice to meet you, sir. On the other side, Mr. Lim was so absorbed in the food he didn't notice the arrival. The other had to call loudly to get his attention. But Mr. Lim sounded annoyed. "Can't you see I am eating?" Startled, the man asked Hung to make him a serving like Mr. Lim's. Hung swiftly served him. Seeing the noodles, he exclaimed, "Oh, I used to eat this a lot when I was young. Older folks often make it better than youngsters." But that notion was wrong when he tasted the first bite. He stared wide-eyed in surprise. "Wow. The noodles wrap my tongue tightly like rope, soft like being caressed by a beauty's hand. The radish is so fresh and delicious. The spicy sour sweetness excites me like bathing in the ocean. Ah, this refreshing feeling is like becoming young again." Utterly satisfying after they both finished. Of course, with this result, you definitely passed the test. Back in the game in high spirits, Ha Young's morale was truly lifted by the owner's kindness. "Ah, so comfortable. This grassy scent seems to dispel all fatigue." While breathing the fresh air, a voice called out, "Hello, Riss. I thought I'd find you here, so I came. And I was right, it was the friend who fought the boss chicken together. Haven't seen you in-game for a while. I heard you defeated that lizard queen or something, right?" "Yeah, word got around about that, huh? News sure travels fast." "Oh no, I didn't intend for many people to know." "No need to hide it, don't you know you're awesome?" Hung was surprised and asked, "Why do you say that?" He laughed, "It's funny, you just play to cook, right? Not many are as into it as you. Everyone wants Ryo's big rewards. But you're stronger than them and cook deliciously too. You're really talented. Later can I be your ally?" Hung happily agreed, "But where should we go now?" "Now let's go to the integration server." "What's that? Haha, you're so innocent. You know nothing, this area is for newbies only. You really are very gentle. Being oppressed yet not angry at all. And innocent too. How did you complete character creation?" "I remember having to choose a server. Oh, I just clicked randomly. Luckily got a male character, female would have been bad." After walking for a bit, they reached the integration server. His friend excitedly yelled, "Hurry up. This is the truly new Korean server." He dashed ahead. Hung also felt the atmosphere here was different from the newbie zone. Over there the atmosphere was cleaner and more peaceful. But here people were actively battling. On the other side his friend kept yelling excitedly, "Yeah, we're not newbies anymore." So he suggested going hunting to experience the new land. The monsters here were much more diverse and vicious. Hung didn't like fighting, so they temporarily parted there. Before leaving he sang melodiously, putting Hung at ease. He introduced it as his skill, since his in-game job was street singer. After saying goodbye he went ahead while Hung started looking for cooking ingredients. He briskly walked into a small town nearby. Though small, the town had quite a few shops. Stepping in he immediately heard NPCs hawking wares. There were stalls with all kinds of strange items Hung had never seen. But he felt uneasy here. The town was big yet sparsely populated. He thought there might be some quest going on. After wandering for a bit, Hung found an eatery. Stepping inside, a middle-aged woman already waited. Seeing her curt way of speaking, she didn't seem very friendly. "What would you like? We only have bread and soup here." Hung was also surprised that a decent-sized eatery only had these two simple dishes. But nothing could be done now, so he had no choice but to accept it. Looking at the two dishes before him, Hung doubted how tasty they were. But he reassured himself it probably won't be that bad. "The food I cook here is pretty delicious too. It should be fine," but reality was far worse than he imagined. Just a small sip of the soup and he had to spit it out due to the awful taste. It was the terrible quality of the food that kept the place so empty. This was Ha Young's worst experience since entering the game. And from the very first eatery he visited, it really was unswallowable. But Hung didn't leave since food was always precious. As a chef he could never waste it. So he added some chicken to the soup to mask the taste. Next he sandwiched the egg and bread, transforming the bland dishes into a more appealing, tempting meal. Finally he sprinkled some salt. With just small tweaks the poor dishes became delicious. Full of charm, eating soup gained 7 experience points. Eating bread gained 5 experience points. Hung enjoyed the meal happily. The chicken soup was rich and fatty, the chicken tenderly dissolved. The bread was a bit hard but the egg compensated. Nothing happier than enjoying delicious food. Seeing Hung eat with relish, the owner approached him. "Are you a chef? Please help my restaurant." A question mark appeared above the NPC's head indicating a new quest. System notification: you have received a new quest. At her question Hung confirmed he was a chef. She continued asking, "You seem very experienced. Do you cook as a hobby or are you a professional chef?" As Hung turned to reply she had disappeared somehow. But actually she still sat next to him trying the soup Hung had remade. After tasting it she bluntly said, "I know my food isn't delicious. But tell me your honest thoughts about the food here." After her question the system system displayed two choices, leaving Hung conflicted: praise dishonestly, or truthfully but possibly offend. But as a chef, Hung couldn't lie. He chose the honest reply that it wasn't very tasty. Hearing that, she immediately got very upset. "I knew it. It's not delicious, right? You think I don't have the right to sell this kind of food, right?" Seeing that, Hung hurried to console her. Finally she calmed down. She asked Hung to teach her to cook chicken soup. After thinking for a bit, Hung agreed to help. He got the ingredients and started instructing. System notification of new quest: Rojalin's worry. Completion condition: cook for Rojalin and get over 70 satisfaction points. Reward: increased favor. Connection to next quest. Very quickly after Hung finished cooking and placed it before Rojalin to try. First was the chicken soup he was very confident about, but after tasting it the NPC was only 32 satisfied. The reason was she didn't like eating chicken. It was hard to understand when just before she had praised it as delicious. Next was the egg sandwich Hung was also very assured of, but when eating it she didn't seem very happy. Suddenly the satisfaction bar shot up, startling Hung. She yelled excitedly, "So delicious!" Seeing her relish and praise the tasty food, Hung breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly she murmured, "Your cooking skill is like the foreigner from Spider Forest." She started recounting an old tale in the past. Takeo village was bustling with visitors and merchants. The population was dense with many shops. But one day a blood-red gate appeared in the sky, created by Demon King Raiden. From then on countless monsters flew out. Attacking the village, they captured the strong and took the villagers' knowledge, leaving behind only empty shells. I also completely lost my cooking abilities, only knowing how to make this terrible bread and soup. Hung curiously asked, "Why do you call me foreigner?" She explained, "Anyone who enters this world to save it is called a foreigner." Suddenly she said she wanted to teach Hung cooking. Hung was a bit surprised but agreed. The spices he could use were all natural. A new quest notification appeared: cooking teacher quest Rojalin. Condition: cook 2 dishes according to Rojalin's recipes. Ingredients can be found around town. Reward: increased favor and obtained recipes. Dish: royal jam, obtained hidden achievement. Reward: cooking recipes. This made Hung very excited, so he accepted right away. He said he'd go find more ingredients. So Hung wandered the village searching. Suddenly in the distance he saw 3 people caring for an animal. Out of curiosity Hung went closer to look. It was a very weak little kitten, shaking unceasingly, ignoring the young men arguing. Hung stared intently at the cat. This is the first cat in the game. Surely not an NPC. When it saw Hung, a question mark appeared above the cat's head indicating a quest. Hung thought this was part of a quest, so went closer. He used 2 fingers to gently pet the cat, getting acquainted. "Lie still. You must be starving, right?" It seemed the cat understood, letting out a faint meow when Hung asked. Seeing that Hung asked again, "There's food but you're not eating." Because it's not tasty, the cat closed its eyes smiling, then meowed twice, agreeing with Hung. Really, it's not tasty. So cute. The 3 were surprised the cat could understand and respond to the questions. How interesting. Hung was still captivated by the cat's cuteness, so adorable. That's why everyone loves cats. Suddenly the question mark above the cat's head disappeared, replaced by 2 dialogue boxes. "Can you help me? I want to eat royal jam." The box below was to accept the quest. Without hesitation Hung pressed accept. He knew royal jam was a rare ingredient, not easy to obtain. He remembered outside the forest was a nest of ferocious bees. To get royal jam Hung had to hunt bees for their honey. He wondered if it was possible to complete both quests at once, but the cat's cuteness made him unable to refuse. Chef profession quest: feed the cat royal jam. Reward: unknown. Petting the cat, Hung gently told it, "Wait for me a bit. I'll come back and feed you right away." Lie still. Got it, but the cat clung to Hyung's pants with its paws, not wanting him to leave before such cuteness. Hung knew he couldn't abandon it. He kept wandering looking for ingredients. Now the town was busier and livelier than when he first arrived. Everywhere resounded the non-stop hawking of the vendors. The scene was like a bustling marketplace. The game world really had many strange things. This one sold eyeballs, that one sold comically shaped bouncy rocks. Suddenly in a small corner Hung discovered someone selling grilled chicken skewers for 5,000 won, while he only sold them for 1,500 won each. Turned out it was the person who regularly bought from Hung to resell at a profit, but Hung didn't intervene, and continued looking for ingredients. While walking someone called from behind. It was Arthur, the item crafter. Seeing Hung again he cheerfully greeted him. Hung also cheerfully greeted back. He also thanked Arthur for the spider web that helped him defeat the queen. Arthur was quite surprised Hung could beat the queen alone, with just basic equipment. From Arthur's words, Hung learned going hunting alone was very dangerous, so having teammates would be safer. Hung was startled since until now he had always worked alone without needing anyone. Arthur laughed, "You're amazing. Truly awesome, Hung humbly said. Just lucky. Hung asked, you still make shoes, right? Arthur advertised, not just shoes. I make anything customers order. Hung took out the queen's leather, startling Arthur since it was his first time seeing high-end material. Hung wanted to order a set of armor. Arthur agreed but was still missing some materials, so asked Hung to gather more. After getting the full materials, they met in a garden corner. Arthur immediately took his tools and started working. When focused on work, Arthur's demeanor became extremely serious and concentrated. His skilled hands moved as quick as a machine. Before Ha-young's amazed eyes, in just a few hours a set of gorgeous armor was completed. Wow, so beautiful thanks to the premium material. Arthur gained a skill point increase of 10 craftsmanship. Hung really liked the new armor. Arthur said no payment was needed since thanks to Hung he got to work with premium materials and gain skill points. Finishing the job, Arthur said thanks to Hung he learned the valuable lesson to take chances when they come. The two temporarily parted to work separately. Scene changes to outside the speckled boar hunting area. Two players were hiding behind a rock to ambush prey. The huge boar was their target. The one with the hammer worried, can we catch that one? The other replied, the merchant said we could catch it alone. He caught it for one simple reason: the main character's halo. When the hammer wielder raised it, the boar sensed killing intent and charged at the two. One threw a shield but the boar batted it away. Then it rammed them both. At that time Hung also came to the hunting ground to catch boars for samosa, a traditional Korean dish with grilled pork belly. Without hesitation Hung charged. With one strike he felled the massive boar. Thanks to Hung the other survived while his friend fainted from weak defenses. The remaining man thanked Hung. Looking at the carcass he said, now I'll skin it. Help me get the meat. Hearing that Hung smiled and said, how about we have a samosa feast here? Samosa is my favorite dish. Before losing my sense of taste, my last meal was also this traditional dish. That day was so fun with my friends and colleagues. After losing my taste I isolated myself and forgot the taste of my favorite dish. Today, thanks to my chef skills, I can feel that taste again. Hung knew how to get samosa ingredients without using a knife. He borrowed the other's sword. Wielding the sword, Hung confidently made precise cuts to butcher the boar. In just a moment the boar was perfectly carved up. The other was impressed. He's so skilled. Does he work at a pig slaughterhouse? The meat looks perfect like at restaurants. Next, to get perfect samosa slices, Hung removed excess bones. By this point, the other was scared of Ha-young's expert techniques. Next he chopped the pig head off. Now just a small knife was needed to finish. He carefully skinned, trimmed the fat, then separated the tenderloin from the bones. After much effort each part of the pig was perfectly separated. The finest meats were set aside for the samosa main dish. The ingredient preparation was done. Next Hung prepared a grill using the other's shield. The grilled pork feast officially began. Hung excitedly placed 3 pork belly slices on the grill. Let's start grilling. Wonder what in-game samosa will taste like. Can't wait to try it. The fat is dripping. Just looking makes me salivate already. The aroma and sizzling fat made Ha-young's mouth water non-stop. The fragrant grilling meat attracted players around to watch. They gossiped excitedly, wow, he's making samosa for real. The smell so hungry, gotta eat before playing. Looks so tasty. When the meat turned brown, signaling doneness, Hung sliced it in half. Everyone around drooled, good heavens, he's about to eat the whole slice. A girl couldn't resist. Hey, can I have a bite? The meat looks so good. Holding the juicy cooked meat in his hand, Ha-young's face lit up with joy. Looks so delicious. Can't wait any longer. He took a big bite and chewed slowly. That's it. The sweet juicy flavor, the aroma crispy outside, tender inside. The fatty meat melted in my mouth. The sweet flavor seduced my tongue. That's right, my beloved samosa. Now I remember. Hung kept savoring each bite with happiness on his face. He was like reuniting with a long-forgotten favorite taste. Seeing Hung relish the food, the other couldn't resist either. Wow, I must try it like that. He took a huge bite. Immediately he exclaimed, good heavens, what incredible flavor is this? Too delicious. How does this dish exist? The amazing taste makes me weak-kneed. Suddenly Hung grabbed his weapon and stood up, eyes shining. Can't wait any longer. I'll make samosa for this quest. First I must catch a few dozen more boars. No, I need 100 to have enough. Game boars will go extinct now. From today, mourn with the speckled boar clan. Hung eagerly grabbed his weapon and charged at the boars. The ferocious boars now only fled at the sight of him. Someone recognized its risk. The grilled chicken seller. No way. Scene changes to a secret place. It was the blonde girl still following Hung. It was unclear what she was plotting, but she didn't seem to have bad intentions, rather wanted to find something in him. Turned out she wasn't alone here but had a whole team. Could they be the game publishers? And the pretty girl was the team leader. Hearing everyone chat about going to eat, the girl got a bit annoyed and said, pay attention. Tonight our team will have dinner together. The menu is samosa, everyone must attend. It seemed watching Hung happily savor the dish also made her unable to restrain herself. In the game Hung kept grilling meat to eat while butchering more pigs. This was the 389th pig he slaughtered today. Truly disastrous for the boars. Extinction day was nearing. He did it so much now he could do it eyes closed. Hung kept working diligently, surrounded by piles of pigs waiting for the butcher block. At number 400 he had to rest his tired hands. Just then the system notified killed 400 pigs. Gained butcher skill level F. This skill reduces meat wastage. Very useful for Chef Hung. With spare time Hung went back to enjoying. Looking at the meat he contemplated, should I use this for the quest? If for quest should make it a bit more delicious. He sprinkled salt on the grilled meat. Some perilla leaves, garlic, chili pepper and rice would be perfect. Eating with cold noodles would be pure bliss. After a while only 20 pork belly skewers and 19 samosa slices remained. Just then the salt ran out. Hung recalled he had the chef skill, lucky head chef. He activated it and requested from the system salt. I need salt right away. The system generated 2 salt shakers for Hung. He went back to grilling the meat. Wow, so hot his whole body was drenched in sweat from sitting by the fire too long. He might be the first to grill pork in this game. With only 19 samosa slices left, Hung was tired so saved them for later. He thought about wandering to find more veggies. On the way he had to find something to eat. After searching he got carrots and cucumbers. Now just needed to find honey and royal jam. Recalling the honey, suddenly a giant bee charged at Hung. Luckily he dodged its venomous stinger in time. The monsters here were more vicious, always attacking players first. Hung became alert, taking out his weapon and shield. He activated weakness detection to observe the bee, but it was too fast, diving down, forcing Hung to roll away. Through repeated hunts Hung had become more experienced. He stood up observing the bee's weakness. As it charged again Hung was ready. He used concentrate strength skill, stabbing right at the bee's abdomen with one strike at the weak spot. Hung defeated it and obtained honey. Right after a swarm of bees rushed over, preparing to attack him, but Hung was unafraid, standing firm ready for battle. He used his shield to block their attack. Then with weakness detection, he found their weak points. Finally he unleashed concentrate strength for a fatal blow, swiftly defeating them all. After 30 minutes the entire bee swarm was annihilated by Hung. He took out a jar of honey and tasted it, just a little lick on his fingertip. The sweetness turned Hung into a honey-addicted bear. Unable to restrain himself he drank a whole jar. His face twisted grotesquely. Can't control it, must find the bee nest now. Must find it no matter what. Suddenly a scream was heard from afar. Oh my god. He's gone mad. The 3 players over there were paralyzed, unable to move due to the venom of a giant vicious bee more dangerous than the ones Hung defeated. This seemed to be the queen bee. They overestimated themselves and now would become prey. Seeing its size even Hung was horrified. System warning: killer queen bee is enraged. Sees you as an enemy. The other 3 blamed each other, just feeling 30 pain, but her sting means certain death. It's your fault, not mine. You thought 3 low levels teaming up could climb a mountain. This is a game, not real. The queen bee began her attack. She grabbed the first player, who was helpless as she stabbed him fatally with her giant stinger. The other 2 hurriedly fled, but paralysis from her venom prevented them from getting far. Another was dispatched to his friend. Before dying he warned, don't take my stuff. Finally only the buff Macho King remained. Knowing he couldn't escape, he bravely fought the boss, but like the others, he was powerless as he was about to be captured. Luckily Hung suddenly appeared, stabbing her abdomen and saving him. By now Hung was disoriented by the honey. He only thought if he defeated the queen bee, he was certain to obtain royal jam from the nest, so he was determined to defeat her. The queen bee attacked fiercely, forcing Hung to continuously block with his shield. Thanks to experience Hung could cope. He took advantage of her pauses to counterattack. The 2 sides battled intensely. Though struck many times the queen bee still lived. Hung activated weakness detection again, aimed at her weak spot, then used concentrate strength for a lethal blow. A bright golden light and loud bang rang out. The queen bee shrieked, then flopped to the ground. Hung had completely defeated her. He obtained her wings and most importantly a jar of royal jam. Hung was overjoyed seeing the jam, but he was so focused on winning and the reward that he forgot someone was still there. Macho King thanked him and wanted to become Hyung's assistant to repay him, but Hung felt strange so declined. However, the guy still begged, if not assistant then let me be your servant. After escaping his clinginess, Hung returned to town. Recalling the clingy scene, he shuddered. While walking he noticed a tall thick tree. What kind of tree is this? Never seen it before. There must be special fruit at the top for cooking. His mind was only on cooking. He climbed up using his lizard lizard climb skill. At the treetop was a bird's nest with some eggs. These were grade A ultra-fresh mayonnaise eggs. Candy could be made by mixing them with sugar and salt. Hung didn't expect such things could exist in the game. The game was becoming more fun with many mysteries left to discover. Back in town, those three guys still surrounded the kitten. Look, it's so weak now it can't even move. Must be because it hasn't eaten all day. Where's the one who accepted the quest to feed it? While they chatted, Ha-young's voice sounded behind. I've brought food for you, little cat. His demeanor now was very gentle. Though exhausted, the kitten was still overjoyed, shakily lifting its head and meowing happily. I am sorry to make you wait so long. I discovered mayo candy, so wandered until nightfall before returning. Luckily just in time, otherwise you may have collapsed already. After that, the touching heroic scene of saving the kitten unfolded. Hung took out the royal jam jar, bringing it before the cat. My dear, I've found your favorite food. The cat slowly approached, using its little nose to sniff and confirm it was its favorite. The three around now realized Hung had accepted the quest from this kitten. After eating the jam, the kitten immediately regained strength. Its adorable face was now more lovable than ever. Quest complete. Hung obtained a cat pet, to explore new lands and cuisine together. Since it meowed, he named it Meow. Cat pet level A with all 10 stats. Has massage skill, converting 50 satiety to health for owner. With him it would never go hungry again. A man and his pet left after completing the quest, leaving many questions for others. What kind of pet is that cat? There's even a pet system in this game. Suddenly the blonde girl appeared, explaining the system. If you complete certain quests, you can obtain pets. Of course you can also buy with money, but that's not the only way. In the game it's important players transcend normal rules, leading the path they chose. That difference is the game experience. Players should break old rules. The game isn't a place you'll succeed by following the same old RPG path. From her explanation, they finally understood the game system was totally different. It wasn't level-based. You could gain many rewards from countless random quests. The key was to explore in an abnormal way. The girl was very curious about what Hung had done and was doing. Raisa, wherever you go, that place changes. You're special. I really want to know more about you. Finally Hung returned to the restaurant in town. The owner had fallen asleep at the table. Hung woke her. Did I keep you waiting long? If you're not busy, shall we start? Still sleepy, she replied. Start what? Oh right, cooking. Oh my, I forgot to wash the dishes. Her actions also surprised Hung. He wondered if she was a pre-programmed NPC. Entering the kitchen, Hung laid out all ingredients gathered after wandering town. I'll make samosa as the main dish. Vegetables for sauce and sandwiches. She was amazed. Hung hunted speckled boars himself. If she knew he killed 400, she'd have fainted. Hung advised hiring others for meat. Chefs should just focus on cooking. He started preparing the meat, then asked Rojula to help grill some slices. While instructing her, use direct charcoal grill. When oil coats the meat, flip to retain juiciness. To focus on cooking, Hung asked her to wash and prep veggies. He began sautéing carrots. Seeing Hung diligent, she exclaimed, head chef, I can't use any skills. Hung smiled, taking out soy sauce and showing her this is boiled soybean water. Vegetables can be found outside town. Sauté them, then pour this over. Toss well and done. Noticing she forgot the meat, flip. He reminded her again under Ha-young's guidance. The grilled meat was completed, aromatic before her eyes. Hung kept sautéing veggies and added samosa, creating bulgogi pork rice. Then he whisked mayo eggs with sugar and salt into a bowl of aromatic candy, mixing candy with honey, spreading on bread, sandwiching bulgogi and cucumbers. After a while, 3 appetizing dishes were ready. Just the vivid, tempting colors strongly stimulated the appetite. The owner gazed at the perfectly presented dishes. She exclaimed, that's right, delicious food must also look good. It will exponentially increase the enjoyment. Captivated by the dish's beauty, she couldn't resist. Let me try a taste. Go ahead, please do, Hung happily replied. Seeing the dishes before her, Rojulan's happiness showed on her face. Thanks to Ha-young's talent, her cooking memories gradually returned. The townspeople no longer had to eat bland bread and flavorless soup. With his recipes, he left a deep mark in the town's history. Quest complete. Rewards gained Rojulan's favor. Royal jam recipe unlocked. Hidden achievement. You have attracted the attention of Michelin God of Chefs. Hung was extremely surprised by this notification. Who's the Michelin God of Chefs in the newbie zone? Someone was on a queen hunt quest. He was a buff, mysterious-looking, muscular guy. Alone he easily defeated the boss. After winning, the system displayed Riss' most recent kill. Seemingly annoyed and curious, he said, Riss again. Who exactly is he? He approached the queen's corpse and heartily ate the raw meat. clearly used to doing this. With an ominous smile and cold eyes, he muttered, "Why are there no chefs in this game? Cooking is so troublesome." It seemed a domineering and arrogant character that would cause shocks had appeared in Yo's game. Mysterious name, mysterious level, occupation gourmet. Seeing the name, it was clear he only had a passion for eating and drinking. Back at the restaurant, Hung was still pondering being noticed by the god of chefs. He felt the game was becoming more fun. To thank Hung, the owner gifted him a cooking set. This was just what he needed instead of using rocks as utensils before. Before parting, Rojulin asked if Hung planned to defeat the ridden demon like other outsiders. Hung immediately replied, "I just want to cook and try lots of dishes." Saying so, he waved goodbye to continue his adventure. Thanks to Hung, Rojulin's restaurant became the most famous in town. Hundreds came to eat daily. It was so crowded people had to take queue numbers, but they happily waited to enjoy the tastiest dishes. Anyone who came could never forget and always returned when free. Seeing people flocking there, Hung was very happy while cooking. He thought up a new recipe and planned to try it in real life. Now on his adventure, Hung was no longer alone. Hung was no longer alone but had his cute friend Meow always by his side. He was very happy and looking for fun when a panicked man ran over. Seeming very rushed, he shouted, "Hey silver hair, you're Riss right?" Seeing his worried look, it was clear something serious happened. He sought Hung because Rojulin told him about Hung. He introduced himself as Ferguson and asked Hung for important help. He said his father was once a great soldier but now retired. But oddly, his father gradually lost his sense of taste and now totally couldn't sense flavors. Maybe he had COVID. His father said he no longer felt alive like in battle days. Sad, he only drank alcohol now, which worried Ferguson. New quest, lost taste. Objective, make a dish to please Ferguson's father. Reward, treasure from Ferguson's father. Increased favor from Ferguson. Failure, decreased favor from Ferguson's father and son. Hung was surprised there was penalty for failure this time. Ferguson pleaded, "Can you help my father?" Due to the vague quest, Hung hesitated too. "I am sorry, I don't think I can help you." His reply made the man dejectedly leave. "I understand it was my fault to ask too much, but if you change your mind, find me at the blacksmith." Hung also felt bad, but cooking for the tasteless was truly difficult. Having experienced it himself, he knew it was impossible. In a slightly annoyed mood, Hung went to an equipment shop. He realized a pair of gloves and cloak displayed here were Arter's products. Excited, Hung picked them up saying he'd buy both. "Ah, wearing this looks so cool, just like an adventurer in a game now." The system displayed congratulations on gaining attribute status. It explained this was a mutual generation destruction system like the 5 elements. Attacking the destroyed element would deal more damage. In fact, Hung didn't really care about these things. His brain only contained cooking recipes and ingredients. Having it was good, but lacking it was also fine. Rojulin's restaurant Marina also came to dine. Just about to eat when a male voice said, "Miss, let me sit here." It was the Gourmet King. Seeing him, Marina looked annoyed. "Why are you here?" He explained he just happened to pass by. He also ordered bulgogi like Marina. Making her more annoyed, he kept talking non-stop, forcing diners to yell loudly. But the shameless guy still ignored them and chattered like a machine gun. He even said food in-game is good by default, not because Hung cooks well. The NPC also cooks tasty bulgogi that you're eating. Hearing his blabbering really irritated Marina. Marina spoke up, "What nonsense are you saying? Look closely at the food info you're eating." After checking, everything was Young's special recipes, shocking him speechless. Dazed, he couldn't stand steady. How can this be? I am just a no-name newbie, yet Riss is already famous everywhere. Too excited, he shrieked, maybe once again hell faint before Riss' wonderful dish. The next morning, logging out, Hung realized it was already morning. Too absorbed in the game, he lost track of time. His hunger made him unwilling to sleep, though he ate a lot in-game. After all this was real life, suddenly he felt melancholic. That's right, it was all just fantasy. All in-game relations were unreal. He should view it as just fantasy. Stop thinking, let's just eat. So Hung cooked bulgogi rice for breakfast. While cooking, negative thoughts flooded back. In-game he smelled many scents, even the air, but in real life, he couldn't smell anything from the food he cooked. Reality felt bleaker than game, happiness like hell versus heaven. But no matter what, this was still his real life. It was all just fantasy. He had still lost taste, smell, though now in-game he could feel them, making life better, but at present, even a little, could he feel anything. Every meal, Hung still hoped to regain the flavors. He scooped a spoonful of bulgogi into his mouth, nurturing a fragile wish, but reality was still reality, still bland and disappointing. All his hopes were just illusions. That was the cruel truth, though his spirit remained. Reality was too unfair. He had put in so much effort pursuing his chef dream. If he was his past self, had surely have fallen into hopeless despair. Luckily, the in-game sensations had somewhat eased his gloom, though he would keep imagining. At least when eating, he wanted to imagine the flavors, the rice aroma dishes blending together. Thinking so, Hung regained his spirit. Continuously scooping rice into his mouth, he imagined the spreading food aromas. Truly difficult, but he couldn't give up. Because he was a chef, despite resting, Hung still wanted to go to the restaurant and try the new recipe thought up in-game. At the old shop, they were overloaded due to understaffing, not lack of customers. Constant nagging from impatient customers tired little Mira. It was the irritable head chef's temper that prevented hiring more staff. Just then Mira recalled Hung. If he was here, things would be very different. Back to Hung, he was in the restaurant kitchen. Prepping ingredients, only the familiar kitchen feeling returned his passionate self. Losing taste and smell didn't hinder his chef passion. While absorbed, the owner came too. He was surprised Hung came on his day off. Hung explained he wanted to get used to the new kitchen. The owner helped organize this as new sesame oil. Put it in the fridge, head chef. Head chef, it's been so long since called that. Just the words head chef immediately lifted Hayoung's spirit. Just standing in the kitchen beside ingredients and recipes, he would not abandon hope. Hung eagerly prepared for the new recipe. While working, the owner called him outside. He introduced Hung to his friend Mr. Soon-ri. Since they hadn't eaten breakfast, the owner wanted to dine together. Mr. Soon-ri was also eager. I haven't eaten either. At this restaurant I should order a specialty dish. Head chef, can I order a specialty now? The owner and Hung were a bit surprised, but he still happily agreed. Mr. Soon-ri began sharing his sadness. Being old, he no longer felt anything when eating. Old age had made him nearly lose his sense of taste. Lately he only sensed saltiness when eating, but now even eating salt directly, he didn't taste it. Hung asked in surprise, Uncle can't sense any flavors? He replied, not exactly. Maybe a little remains, I can still smell food. But when eating it I don't sense the taste. Hard to understand, right? It's not normal with old age. He got this only because he's very old. Knowing he lost taste would make him much sadder. He continued sharing. He wanted to eat mak kotsu, a Korean cold noodle dish. His wife used to cook it. He wanted to regain that dish's flavors. He described his wife's dish didn't use sauce, had a slightly bland but aromatic crispy taste. But over 40 years had passed, so he didn't recall the flavors well, or ingredients used. When asked Hayoung's age, his eyes flashed sadness. Hung said he was nearing 30. He continued about his life. He married at 20 and had children early. Back then, while eating his wife's noodles, he promised to keep the family happy. But that happiness left when his wife passed early. The pain made him completely devastated. But for his child he had to live on. Now I no longer recall its taste. Even when I asked my son, he also forgot. Time is so cruel. Head chef, can you make that special mak kotsu for me once more? Hearing his request made Hung ponder how to create it without radish, kimchi or sauce. Seeing the unreasonable request, the owner said he's always like that. Just make some side dishes, don't worry. Don't bother with it. Hung still replied, yes, I understand. But entering the kitchen, Hung couldn't forget that mak kotsu dish. How to create it without radish or sauce? Must be cooked it before. Bland, crispy and aromatic, maybe this is it. Ingredients are all here too, should I try making it? Hayoung's joy was evident knowing how to make that special dish. After a while Hayoung's voice startled the uncles. The special is ready. Sesame oil mak kotsu done. The owner felt awkward that Hung still made it, but he said it wasn't too hard. Using the owner's own sesame oil. The uncles were curious about the simple yet odd-looking dish's taste. He thanked Hung, though still worried he wouldn't sense anything. To not trouble Hung, he started eating. Meanwhile, the owner also praised the unbelievable simple yet delicious food. The owner turned and saw his friend seemed annoyed. He assumed Hayoung's dish didn't suit his tastes, but actually his face had emotional tears. The dish's flavors evoked all the beautiful memories of his late wife. The warmth he thought had faded now returned. Now he felt the warmth from his beloved wife's hand. Before him appeared the true image of his once gentle wife. All the feelings for his wife were now unleashed. He just wanted to hug her and exclaim, I love you, most sincerely. The over 70-year-old man was now crying like a child, but full of joy. After so many cold, lonely years, in old age he again felt love from his wife. Thank you so much, this is the best dish ever. After the meal his face was full of life. Thank you. Today I had a special experience. I owe you a great favor. Me, this simple dish brought back forgotten memories. If you need help, look for me. Hung happily thanked him, going out. Only seeing his line of guards did Hung know he was very influential, so he gained another powerful backer. Oops, he thought the uncle was a farmer. Seeing him leave happily lifted Ha-young's spirit too. One day I can also recall memories, dreams like him on the game news page. The articles about Ha-young's food at Toko Town's restaurant got the most attention. From an empty restaurant now it became #1, with hundreds queuing long. Whoever knew of it rushed to enjoy the dishes. Even the game manager girl curiously visited, seeing people lining for just samosa. She wondered, just samosa, can it really be that delicious? After waiting, she was also served a skewer. Looking at the juicy fatty meat, she still doubted it was so tasty that people scrambled for it. Players' taste experiences were based on combinations of real flavors the game team designed. Among thousands of flavors, how could he create such a perfect dish? Was it just crowd mentality or truly a wonderful dish? No more thinking, have to try it myself. The moment she bit in, juices gushed out. The crisp, sweet taste spread. This was truly a gem in the vast ocean. Too delicious, even better than reality. How could such wonderful flavors exist? Though just a game, he was truly interesting with superb cooking skills. In real life, Reisa didn't know what he was like. Back in-game, Hung was also surprised at Rojalin's restaurant fame. Wow. I left for a while and things changed so fast. I am feeling a bit arrogant now. Accepting the chef occupation was so right. Feeling recognized by all felt so great. It made my heart thump. Though just in-game, but still amazing. This was also the start of his success. Seeing people love the dish he created, Hung felt that wonderful time as a chef before losing taste again. He found he also earned 10x revenue from the 2 dishes, so would soon be a billionaire in-game. Dazed Mio also came over, bringing gifts of chili powder, potatoes and oil. Seeing that, Hung hugged it, happily doting on the adorable Mio. How could there be such an adorable cat? Cats are so dangerous, trying to conquer both real and virtual worlds. Hung was happy, ready for the next adventure. While walking, Hung saw a dejected man sitting by the road. It was Ferguson, the old man with lost taste's son. Recalling what he did for Mr. Eon in real life, Hung decided to try this challenge. He went before the smithy and said, "Hi Ferguson. I'll help your father regain his taste." Ferguson was surprised, not understanding Ha-young's change of heart. Hung explained he just gained more experience, so wanted to see if he could help his father. He immediately led Hung home, where his father sat with a large bottle of alcohol. As Ferguson said, now he only drank to forget the sorrow. He wasn't very friendly with strangers, but his attitude changed knowing Hung was a foreign chef. Still, he didn't believe anyone could restore his taste. But Hung insisted he'd cook anything he wanted within ability. Surprisingly, he requested fried chicken, a common Korean dish. Though simple in-game, it was very hard without batter. Hung asked him to pick another dish, but he firmly refused change. Hung searched everywhere but no batter. Without ingredients, the dish couldn't be perfectly tasty. This seemed a tough challenge for him. Temporarily forgetting batter, Hung wanted to return to the newbie zone for chicken hunting. While walking, Mio suddenly noticed 2 large birds in the sky. It seemed to sense hostility from those birds. Hung assumed it was hungry on seeing it awake. Suddenly, Mio used its legs to knock Ha-young's head, making him duck and dodge the bird's surprise attack. They were harpy birds, smelling the egg scent in Ha-young's bag, so came to attack the egg thief. But this time Hung didn't flee. He took out weapons, ready to turn the birds into food. Using the pan to block long-range attacks, then activating weakness detection skill, Hung still used the old tactic. After knowing weaknesses, concentrating strength for a fatal blow. They attacked just as Hung was free falling, so he struggled to dodge, though he hit one but missed the weakness. Luckily, Hung dodged the rear attack, though still losing 2 HP. The 2 birds coordinated quite tacitly, posing many difficulties for Hung. Realizing their attack intent, Hung focused more, aimed at weaknesses, then used full strength for a piercing blow on both birds' weaknesses. For the system, these birds' meat was similar to chicken, but even tastier if well prepared. Hung realized he could use the bird meat to replace chicken to complete the lost taste quest without returning to the newbie zone. He immediately returned to Ferguson's and started preparing fried chicken. After slicing the meat, Hung made soy sauce and garlic sauce for marinating. Out of curiosity, Ferguson's father kept watching, so Ferguson had to follow to prevent trouble. After marinating the meat with both sauces, Hung wanted to step out a while, as the meat had to marinate for 2 hours. In fact, he quickly sold grilled samosa meat outside. People were drawn in by the taste identical to the dish at Rogeland's restaurant, just thinking the one before them was Riss. Arthur appeared calling his name. Knowing it was Riss, people flocked asking how to get on the restaurant menu. Seeing the obstruction, Arthur got annoyed, making them back off to let him talk to Hung. Arthur congratulated Hung on completing the occupation quest and noticed he wore clothes Arthur made. He promised to make better gear if he had materials. So Hung gave the assassin Queen Bee's wings. It seemed Arthur knew what to do with it but still lacked materials. Arthur requested needing 4 pairs of wings and 400 grams excellent honey to craft the desired item. After talking, they parted to work individually. After selling out 79 skewers, Hung stopped for skill upgrade, but it still didn't change. One last skewer left, a player bought it. It was the guy who defeated the Lizard Queen then ate her raw meat before. Hung sold out, then returned to Ferguson's to continue the quest. That guy found the skewer expensive, but when eating sensed a huge difference. The juicy, wonderfully tasty meat made his body feel light. The system notified gourmet skill activated. The inner monster's power increased by 3 after digesting the new food. It seemed he had a gluttonous monster inside him that just activated to level 3. After eating Hayoung's food, he grinned ambitiously, increased to 3 now. That's Riss. He aggressively asked a nearby player about the meat seller, scaring him away. Having just one of Riss' dishes increased power by 3. It seemed this guy would soon cling to Hung. Hung was searching for excellent honey. Though having 4 assassin queen wings and 4 royal jams, he still couldn't find it. Hives destroyed, but the item sought still not obtained. After much time still not finding it, Hung checked the homepage for excellent honey info, but no clues, leaving him more confused. He thought maybe it required crafting to obtain the ingredient. The scene switched to the mysterious blonde girl, the manager of Team Ohayon 3. In-game ID Leticia. Though young, she was highly regarded for design and system building skills. In just 3 years, all previous systems were modified and rebuilt by her. 4 years ago, after her parents died, she focused on work to forget the painful truth. Her life had completely changed. Her only desire was to forget the pain. That's why she chose Illusion Company. Here she was tasked with fully redesigning Rio. She spent a lot of time, but this was what she needed to forget the grief, though the truth still greatly affected her mentally. Logging off in real life, Ohayon looked haggard. Thin, lifeless, perhaps too focused on game and neglecting self-care. Waking up tired, she hugged her empty stomach, not eating all day but only taking a small bread. She had no interest in food at all. Perhaps she only ate perfunctorily, no longer caring for health. She looked at the bread worriedly. Though hungry, it seemed something made her become like this. Just a small bite brought back memories of parents, their care for her, advice to take care of herself. Flooding over her body trembled. She couldn't eat, couldn't swallow it. Clearly the trauma of losing parents impacted her psyche too greatly, making her lose life balance. The self-harm seemed deeply ingrained in her subconscious, making it uncontrollable. At her most desperate, she recalled Hayoung's happy face eating the samosa, calming her. She encouraged herself, just 1 spoonful. Why did she suddenly think of him? In-game, Hung ran to Arthur, happily said, "Found you. I have all the ingredients now. Turns out, excellent honey must be crafted from royal jam and honey." After many failures, Hung found the right ratio. Arthur was also very happy and admired Hayoung's creative talent. Having all ingredients, Arthur crafted a high-quality queen bee cloak for Hung. This was extremely mighty gear. Enamored wearing it, Hayoung's coolness and handsomeness increased 1000x. Suddenly Arthur yelled, "Watch out behind." Looking back, a herd of mad boars charged as Hung slaughtered 400 of their kind. The massive numbers pushed Hung back off a cliff. Arthur reminded Reyes to spread the cloak to use it parachute style. Following his words, the cloak became a parachute, keeping Hung safe. Seeing Hung okay, Arthur also felt relieved, but he forgot to teach how to land. Hung just flew towards town like that. Everyone was shocked seeing someone could fly. Hung found Ferguson's to land but panicked, not knowing how. He thought he could command stop flying. Immediately the system executed that thought. Stop flying command activated. The cloak reverted to normal, causing Hung to free fall and crash loudly into a wooden barrel, startling Mr. Teu. He was angry Hung took too long. Hearing the loud bang, Ferguson ran out and saw Hung crawling up. Only now did Hung know the meat had marinated 12 hours. He panicked since he only meant to go 2 hours. Ignoring the scolding, Hung hastily rolled the bird meat in flour, then deep fried in 175 degrees Celsius oil, the perfect temperature for beautiful golden fried chicken. Fragrant and tasty, the aroma from the kitchen made the Fergusons restless. After a while the crispy, juicy fried chicken was presented before Mr. Tae-woo. Everyone enjoyed it together. Just seeing Ha-young's satisfied expression showed the chicken was very delicious. Seeing Hung relishing it, the Fergusons finally started eating. The first bite Mr. Tae-woo slowly put in his mouth full of doubt. The crispy skin shattered. That moment the flavors burst forth. The rich juicy meat gushed out, overwhelming his mouth, combined with fried chicken's signature aroma, stimulating taste to the max. The tender juicy meat as if caressing from within. Even those who lost taste couldn't resist the irresistible deliciousness. Mr. Tae's forgotten memories gradually returned. In a daze he thought he was on an old battlefield, the final fight of his life. The enemy suddenly turned into harpy birds. He realized he was defeated by the chicken's tasty flavors. He started recalling lost memories of his kind wife and happy life. Seeing him silent, Hung worried if he liked the dish or not. Suddenly he thanked Hung for regaining forgotten memories through this meal. Hung was quite surprised. His quests all involved restoring memories. Mr. Tae-woo said after the Devil Raiden's deeds, many townspeople lost memories, not just knowledge but daily memories too. To regain them required a key. For him the key was this delicious fried chicken. Through his words Hung gradually understood the game's aim. The key to unlocking memories was the final product of occupation quests. Not just Mr. Tae-woo, Ferguson's face also overflowed with emotions. Dad remembered Mom often cooked this chicken. That devil stole Mom from our memories. Hung was happy his chicken succeeded. He asked about Mr. Tae's wife and learned she passed over a year ago. She used to cook delicious fried chicken for the two, but after passing, though he tried, Mr. Tae still couldn't recreate those flavors. Then the evil one came, stealing memories of the deceased wife. Suddenly he stood up seriously, told Ferguson, my son, it's time to take that out, our family heirloom. Ferguson was also surprised hearing his dad wanted that precious item. He said it was a companion, saving his life many times in wars. He told his son to quickly bring it out. Ferguson was a bit shocked since it was his war hero dad's keepsake. Mr. Tae still said seriously, I said it's fine. Memories aren't just in objects. Hearing his resolve, Ferguson immediately went in and brought out a warrior's item, a sword. This sword was forged from mysterious metal ore, very lightweight yet durable. Equipping it gave plus 50 attack and plus 10 agility. Hung was very shocked. He couldn't believe the uncle gave him such an important sword. For a warrior the sword is their soul. Mr. Tae told Hung to draw the sword. Hung emotionally said he's just a chef. He understood the sword's meaning to Mr. Tae. Seeing Hung hesitant, Mr. Tae came over, placed Ha-young's hand on the sword. Hung slowly drew it out. It really was a magnificent sword. Just drawing it out, the sharpness and polish were conveyed through the blinding light. Hung was surprised it looked heavy yet was so lightweight. Mr. Tae reminded to name it. Hung named it Boning, meaning penetrating to the marrow. Thanks to excellently completing the quest, Hung obtained the valuable item. He thanked, then bid the two farewell to continue his journey. Ferguson reminded to find him whenever the sword needed repairs. The three parted happily. With Ha-young's help the two overcame grief, deciding to reopen their old bar. Since Hung brought risk to Toko Town, he restored its long-lost joy. His contributions would be eternally remembered in the village's history. After completing exploring Toko Town, he got 10 contribution points. The residents recognized famous character twice was here, so Hung got discounted shopping plus 2 fame points. When about to leave, Mr. Tae gave him a special wine. After 5 minutes it increased attack 10 but lowered defense 10. Still, if used right, it'd be very helpful. Riss left happily wanting to do business. He went to Rojalin but was very shocked seeing the hugely expanded restaurant compared to before. Seeing the long queue waiting to eat, he knew the restaurant was doing great business. Hung was invited straight in, angering the queuing people. But if they knew this was Riss, they'd be very excited. Inside, all tables were full, everyone enjoying the food happily. Surprisingly, little Marina was working part-time here. She said it helped her save up and get some good gear. Suddenly a burly guy appeared from nowhere, hugged Hung tightly saying he loved him. Caught off guard, Hung panicked, quickly pushed him off and yelled cautiously, who are you? I don't know you. The guy also realized he went overboard and apologized. Then he introduced himself as Mang Ho, claiming to be Ha-young's fan. He bombarded Hung with questions, leaving him stunned, not knowing how to respond. Facing an overly zealous fan, Hung could only smile awkwardly, then subtly slip away. Engrossed with his idol, the guy was reminded by teammates of his unfinished warrior quest, to hunt some witch. He invited Hung along but was tactfully declined since it seemed suspicious. Rejected, he seemed dejected but quickly regained composure since this was the 4th rejection already. He told Hung, I almost quit because of the terrible food, but your dish made me stay. He was continuously rushed by teammates so had to hastily leave. Per the restaurant folks, Hung declining to join was right since more people made quests harder, yet completing didn't gain anything. Leaving the restaurant, Hung strolled on the green grass with Mio. He happily chatted with Mio, enjoying themselves. Suddenly a giant mole cricket appeared, startling Hung. This was a windhopper hunting site. A player was hunting the huge windhoppers but was quickly defeated. Busy observing, Hung didn't notice a harpy bird stealthily swooping in from behind. The harpy birds still pursued Hung for revenge over the stolen eggs. One dove down, opening its mouth to deal Hung a fatal blow. But it wouldn't be so easy. Lord Mio let out a meow, then jumped up, continuously slapping the bird's mouth. The lightning-quick blows left it panicking, unable to dodge and taking the sneak attack full on. Thanks to Mio's obstruction, Hung had time to react. He drew his sword and slashed down, turning the bird into cooking ingredient. Worried, Hung asked if Mio was okay. Only after ensuring the foe was downed did Mio happily meow after defeating the harpy bird. Hung felt hungry so stopped to grill meat with Mio. Look, Mio grilling perfectly like this. The grill marks must be even for perfection. Seeing the food, even Mio couldn't control himself. Drooling, the two enjoyed the lively meat snack happily. Before logging off, Hung wanted a full meal. While enjoying, Manhwa appeared, still looking for help to complete his quest, but still no one agreed. Though invited, Hung still declined, continuing his meal, but hearing of a crab-armored monster to defeat, his appetite stirred. Hung could only picture the tasty crab and lobster. I've forgotten their taste. So he abruptly turned, asking, "Can I join too?" Of course, Manhwa readily agreed, running to Hayoung's side happily like a child. And so Hung joined the warrior quest: defeat Marina, a witch kidnapping children for dark magic experiments. Conditions: defeat Marina. Rewards: ground smash skill and 500,000 won. Hung was very happy to join since he actually wanted food. Manhwa tried to pet Mio but immediately got a few slaps. His Highness wasn't just anyone you could casually touch. The group departed together for Marina's lair. The journey was quite smooth, no obstacles. Nearing it, some ferocious twin-horn chickens appeared. Hung requested stopping to try catching them for taste. The rest readily helped as warm-up before the lair. The strong guys easily subdued the vicious chickens. Hung just stood watching their fight. Chickens trying to get near Hung were ruthlessly slaughtered by Manhwa. He thought Hung couldn't fight, so very dutifully protected him. The group enthusiastically fought, in a moment obliterating the site. Not missing one, Hung just had to pick them up and store to later cook for profit. Finally they reached Marina's lair entrance. Before entering, the group suggested resting and eating something for strength, but they only had small pieces of dried beef. Manhwa asked Hung to cook them something before taking action. Too surprised, though just eaten, Hung reluctantly agreed under everyone's expectant gazes. At a loss, he discovered a small tree with red berries, ginseng. He excitedly yelled, "Awesome! With this I can make some dishes." Not just Hung but Mio and the group also eagerly awaited the upcoming meal. Without hesitation, Hung started cooking. First boiling chicken, then adding 10 apples, green onions, garlic and ginseng to simmer for 1 hour, blending the flavors. The incredibly fragrant aroma made everyone excited to immediately taste it. Finally the decisive moment came. After an hour, before everyone's hungry eyes, Hung opened the pot lid. The incredibly tasty chicken ginseng soup was done. Just looking at the fresh, vibrant colors, inhaling the incredibly aromatic fragrance made everyone unable to resist, wanting to grab it and eat immediately. Hung slowly ladled it out for everyone. Unable to wait longer, all immediately picked up chicken pieces and brought them to their mouths. The chicken was so tender it split apart before they could even bite down. The meat was incredibly tender yet not overwhelming. The vegetable and ginseng flavors blended with the chicken made everyone feel a surge of strength throughout their bodies. The rich fatty broth couldn't be denied. Just a small spoonful already overflowed the mouth. Happiness was just getting to enjoy such incredibly satisfying, flavorsome tastes already more than enough. Hung also started eating, wondering what this actually tasted like, fully made, since he previously lacked ingredients. Now with them all, he really looked forward to trying it. The tender chicken pieces melted in his mouth. The fatty broth with the ginseng's prominent flavor, apples and garlic made him cry out in delight. After eating, everyone was very satisfied. Just seeing people's joy eating his cooking, Hung felt happy. After eating, Hayoung's favorability reached 100. Mio leveled up to LV3. New skills: massage, Mio's paw strike and gathering upgraded to rank E. Additionally, Mio gained new skill growl, rank F, able to immobilize foes for 2 seconds. Hung was happy Mio leveled up. Seeing Hayoung's affection for Mio made Manhwa jealous, yelling, "Why don't I have a cat too? So unfair." Finally they proceeded deeper into Marina's cave lair. The deeper they went the more vigilant everyone became. Even Mio sensed the danger, seriously on guard. The blonde guy warned the upcoming area belonged to pincer crabs. Everyone should be cautious. While pondering, Mio on Hayoung's head meowed a warning. A crab leapt up from the water, brandishing two sharp pincers attacking Hung. Mang Ho reacted extremely quickly, stabbing his spear towards the crab, blocking its attack path. Using his focused strength skill, he easily took down the crab in an instant. But more crabs emerged, crawling atop the water seeking prey. Hung also drew out his weapon ready to fight. Behind him a crab approached for a sneak attack but was spotted by Mio, leaping to strike it, but its shell was too hard. Mio couldn't damage it and was knocked back instead. Seeing Mio hit, Hung was extremely worried. Mio lost consciousness from the heavy blow. Luckily Mio only fainted, not dead. Hung hurriedly picked Mio up. Seeing Mio get hit, Mang Ho went berserk, charging and easily destroying the blue crab. Hung couldn't just watch either, setting Mio aside, then wielding his weapon to fight. Since the crabs were 2-star grade, weak points didn't work. Hung could only fight normally, wanting to raise stats through basic skills, but their tough shells made defending exhausting. Just awakened, seeing his overwhelmed master, Mio rushed to assist. It used growl, becoming a frightening tiger, scaring the crab stiff. Motionless, Hung easily finished it off, thinking to eat it. Just then Mang Ho discovered a school of electric shrimp in water bubbles. Surrounded by electricity, they were lightning shrimp. They shot lightning, attacking Hayoung's group. Those who didn't dodge swiftly felt painful shocks. Their weakness was exhaustion after attacking once. Seizing that opening, Hung and Mang Ho cooperated, exterminating them very quickly after the shrimp were completely wiped out. Strangely, the shrimp shrank back to normal size after death. Though small, they still looked very delicious, so Hung had no complaints. Hung sat gathering all the crab and shrimp into his basket. After seeing Hung fight well, the warriors were surprised. He was very strong besides cooking. Of course, since Hung had been through many tough battles already. With seafood ingredients aplenty, Hung suggested everyone rest while he prepared the crab and shrimp dishes. The crab dish would be raw crab meat marinated. Seeing Hayoung's smooth cooking, Mang Ho asked if he was also a real-life chef. Hung admitted working in food but didn't want to reveal the restaurant name yet. He used his chef's luck skill to make 2 seasoning jars, chili and sesame, to sprinkle on the crab meat. Just looking made Mang Ho's mouth water from eagerness to eat it. The crab was done but lacking rice for full flavor. Hearing that, girl Karen gave Hung some rice to cook. Everyone eagerly awaited the rice to cook and eat the crab, but the blonde guy reacted quite harshly. I don't expect anything from your dish. Eating raw crab meat is too primitive. I don't like fishy stuff, plus the hygiene issues. He seemed very averse to raw food and thought the raw crab wouldn't be tasty. Mang Ho felt the other guy was being quite harsh, reacting quite annoyed. Hey, so then don't eat it. What are you saying, like we're different classes? Spicy crab is the best of the best. Such a crazy Min-fan indeed. Anyone touching Mang Ho's idol would incur his wrath. But blonde guy coolly answered, forget it. That dish won't impress me anyway. Mang Ho was enraged. Luckily Hung stopped him or a brawl would have occurred. While the two argued, the rice finished cooking. Seeing the pure white plump grains, very enticing, Hung mixed it to evenly cook the rice. Everyone was very excited seeing the fragrant pot. The spicy crab and rice dish was done. Seeing the thick crab, everyone eagerly awaited tasting it. Their faces screamed ravenous. Hung instructed, suck out the crab meat. When spicy and crab sweetness combine, it'll be amazing. He tasted the first crab piece. Immediately the freshness spread. The tastes of the ocean blended with crab's spicy sweetness, making him feel calm, relaxed, at ease. The incredibly fresh taste combined with white rice was a perfect pairing. Truly amazing. The endless sweet deliciousness left Hung unable to stop eating. He wanted more, not wasting a single grain of rice. This addictive feeling made him only want to indulge endlessly. Not just Hung, anyone eating the crab rice could only describe it with 2 words: satisfying and happiness. Seeing that even blonde guy outside couldn't endure, oh my, how can they enjoy it so much? Don't be like that or I'll have to admit I was wrong. Unable to withstand it, he approached Hung hesitantly. Hey Riss. Before he could finish, Hung already offered one to try some. There's plenty left. His words swept away the guy's irritation. He thanked Hung awkwardly. Everyone continued enjoying the fragrant crab. Luckily the guy came around. Otherwise he would have missed this lifetime delicacy. The 4 forgot everything, focused on savoring till the last bite. Hung even made a refreshing dessert and poured beer with snacks, delightfully surprising everyone. Thanks to the delicious food and thoughtful care, everyone's fondness for Hung greatly increased. Hung sipped the cool refreshing beer and exclaimed happily, "This is how to live." After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the group continued onward. Along the way they still had to battle the blue crabs and electric shrimp. Thanks to prior experience they could handle them more easily. Hung also fought but deliberately let himself get hit to increase defense. Seeing Hung get beat up badly, Jees rushed and struck down a crab. "What are you doing?" Trying to die, Jees felt confused by Hayoung's actions. Hayoung's face was swollen but he calmly said he just wanted to increase defense. Seeing his master get hit, Mio immediately ran over to massage him. In just a moment Hayoung's strength fully recovered. On the other side everyone still intensely fought on. The number of crabs and shrimp defeated kept rising. Suddenly Hung yelled, "Mio, I believe in your massage skill." Then he charged forward, taking the crabs and shrimp's full attacks. After enduring enough hits, Hayoung's defense increased by 1 point. The group felt confused by this strange behavior. How can he laugh after getting beat up so badly? Finally all the crabs and shrimp were completely annihilated. The first hurdle was passed. Thanks to his efforts Hayoung's defense increased by 1 point. After resting the group moved onward again. Going deeper in, Mang Ho saw strange drawings on the cave wall with the question "tasty." It seemed like they were being monitored by Marina. Seeing Mang Ho being noisy, Karen turned back, reminding from now on more vicious monsters. "Walk softly, don't make noise." But turning back she didn't notice the glowing eyes ahead. Mang Ho noticed too late to stop it. In a flash Karen was struck away by a strange teddy bear-like monster. Mang Ho immediately drew his weapon. Cautious, meanwhile another pair of eyes appeared behind Hung. They were surrounded. Looking back, Hung saw a bizarre stuffed rabbit. Their next foes were ferocious stuffed animals. Mang Ho stood before Hung. "Don't worry, I won't let you fight." Though silly, he was responsible. The rabbit charged at Hung and Mang Ho. It was very agile, just hopping instantly appeared before them. Its fast speed surprised Mang Ho, immediately eating a punch into the cave wall. After handling Mang Ho it turned to Hung. Though a bit uneasy thanks to combat experience, Hung quickly calmed down again. He used weak point skill to find the rabbit's weakness, but it was too fast, leaving Hung only able to dodge, unable to attack. As the other two tried to assist they were attacked from behind by the bear. Also getting hurt, Hung worried but couldn't help still battling the rabbit. Though he knew its weakness, it was too quick, making it hard for Hung to strike. Despite careful calculations it still easily dodged Hayoung's sword. Moreover, the rabbit immediately counterattacked, forcing Hung to barely dodge with difficulty. Thanks to continuously dodging in battle, Hayoung's agility increased by 1 point. After the heavy punch Mang Ho also stood up and angrily yelled, "That wretched rabbit thought one punch finished me. These shabby beasts are easier than the shrimp." Mang Ho charged, attacking non-stop, but the rabbit was too quick, easily evading his barrage. On the other side Jees and Karen were also cornered by the bear. Unable to move, luckily Karen awakened, rushing to assist, taking advantage while the bear was distracted. She went behind it, then focused power into her fist, punching the bear away. Hung called Mang Ho to coordinate pincer attacking the rabbit. Attacked from both sides it couldn't escape. Forced to endure, the rabbit exploded, becoming a stuffed toy. Perhaps these two were controlled by the witch Marina. After defeating them the group continued deeper into the cave to a wide open space with flat cave walls, hanging many crosses, likely Marina's hideout. Both Hung and Mang Ho felt chills entering this place. The game conveyed a very realistic feeling. On the cave wall appeared more strange drawings with the words, "I hope your home remains peaceful." Seeing that, Mang Ho angrily yelled, "She's crazy. Kidnaps children yet says those words." Suddenly the flames shifted from red to blue. The cave wall also gradually turned blood red, confusing Mang Ho. A female voice echoed, "You've come for the children, but I killed them long ago." From the large cross on the wall white-blue smoke started billowing out. The smoke condensed into a white female figure. With blood-red eyes, the witch's face was masked, only revealing her eyes smiling sinisterly. "I slaughtered them long ago." Hearing that, Mang Ho couldn't endure anymore, grabbing his spear and charging to attack her. But she just stood there scoffing, "You want to kill me? Those before you did the same." Mang Ho focused his power for a stab but realized he only hit air. Since she was like smoke she couldn't be harmed. She lowered her hand, then unleashed a move that shocked Mang Ho unconscious. Seeing Mang Ho collapse, the group charged but to no avail. No attacks could harm her. She entangled them with her platinum hair, then flung the warriors into the cave wall. Hung was calmer, not rushing to attack, but standing aside observing, using weak point to find a way to counter her magic. But Hung couldn't see any weaknesses on her. Perhaps she was currently a spirit, or maybe a 3-star monster or above, but Hung persisted, watching her intently, not looking away, hoping to find her weakness. On the other side, she was using her hair to strangle Jeez, slowly tightening it, seeing Jeez desperately struggling, his life now as fragile as a candle flame before wind. Just then Hung suddenly saw light from the monster's weak point appearing right in the center of the cross behind. He exclaimed excitedly, found Marina's weak point. But the difficult thing now was how to strike it. Hung still didn't understand why her weakness was on that cross. Anyway, he had to find a way to attack it. That might be the only way to defeat her. After restraining the warriors, she was elated. She turned her blood-red eyes to the warriors. Mocking, weren't you going to kill me? Then come and do it. At this time Hung was still very worried. He still hadn't thought of a way to reach that cross fastest. While racking his brain, the kitten reappeared with a bright face. Kitty wants to help you. Then massage Kitty. The kitten immediately massaged Hung with its skill. After just a moment he was fully recovered. Regaining his strength, Hung gripped his weapon and charged straight at the witch. But his aim was only the cross behind her. The kitten behind continued logistical work, leaping onto Manhwa and using its massage skill to heal him. Meanwhile, Hung was still trying to find a way to strike the cross. He didn't choose direct confrontation, only evading her hair attacks. Still, he couldn't completely avoid them, taking some minor wounds thanks to the other's distraction. Hung could pass through her hair barrier. He charged, startling her. Realizing Hayoung's intention to strike the cross, she panicked, immediately shifting to attack Hung. Just then Manhwa managed to come assist. Thanks to Mio's massage, Manhwa had fully recovered. Looking at Hung, he said, "Riss, you're calculating something right. Let me handle her. You do your thing last time." Due to carelessness, Manhwa was easily defeated by her. This time he was much more vigilant. All of Marina's attacks couldn't penetrate his defense. Thanks to Manhwa's sturdy defense, Hung finally reached the cross. He immediately focused power into his sword, then aimed straight for the cross center and stabbed. Boom! Not only did the cross shatter completely, it opened a path leading to a hidden room behind. Outside, Jeez and Karen gradually escaped her hair's restraint. Stepping into the hidden room, Hung was stunned by the sight before him. Lying on the bed was Marina's corpse, the motionless blonde woman, seemingly dead. This was Marina herself. Outside, the boss name had changed to Marina's spirit. It seemed to have entered a frenzied state. Now Marina's spirit face looked more terrifying than ever. In the secret room, Hung discovered the woman's body was protected by some magic barrier. Hung immediately thought this corpse must be related to the outside spirit. Outside, the battle still raged fiercely. The frenzied boss made it attack more violently than ever. Inside, Hung still didn't know what to do with the corpse. Sensing the others struggling hard against the boss outside, the team grievously wounded, he couldn't hesitate any longer. Though he racked his brain, no ideas came. Oh well, let's try this, Hung thought, then gripped his sword tightly, aiming straight for the corpse's left chest and stabbing down. Outside, Marina's spirit still attacked vigorously. Hold it, hold it. Karen had to flatten down, enduring it. But suddenly it halted and screamed in pain. Not understanding what happened, they thought it was game lag, so also stopped fighting. From inside, Hung shouted, "Warning, attack it. It's not lag, I just stabbed the corpse so it froze up." Manhwa took that chance to deal damage to Marina. Inside, Marina's corpse automatically pushed Hayoung's sword out. Turns out the corpse was protected by magic. With the sword removed, Marina's spirit reawakened. After taking many hits, it angrily yelled, "Die all of you." With murderous eyes, it charged at Manhwa, frightening him into pleading for help. Hung tried again when the sword pierced the corpse. Marina's spirit froze again. Manhwa happily attacked the boss again, but this time the sword was pushed out even faster. Marina's spirit became active again. It looked towards its lifeless body, startled and panicked seeing Hung pointing his sword at its corpse. In a flash, instantly it charged into the secret room. It roared bitterly, "Get out of here." It attacked Hung with sharp clawed hands. Hung calmly used poison, shooting at the boss. "You mocking me?" The female ghost immediately froze. Outside, Manhwa yelled loudly, warning Hung, "Marina's HP is almost empty. Just one more hit. Go all out once again." Hung stabbed his sword into Marina. A blinding light flashed, illuminating the entire cave. Marina's spirit screamed in pain. then gradually vanished into nothingness. System announced Marina's lair has been defeated. Hung still couldn't believe he had completed the quest. Suddenly Marina's crying could still be heard from behind. She still hadn't disappeared. Sob. That's right, after all I am still the one deserving death. She started recounting her reason for becoming a witch was a plague sweeping her homeland. Anyone could die, but losing a child was far worse. The village drowned in grief. Many chose death to follow their child or were disowned by family. Witnessing that scene, how could one not go mad? I chose to become a witch to save them. Hearing this, Hung and Manhwa were dumbfounded, not understanding how becoming a witch saved people. Marina had her reasons when desperate. Humans can still survive through hatred. That's why Marina chose to become a witch. Becoming a villain, she shouldered all the village's sins. Back then the hopeless villagers just wanted suicide. But if the village had a reason to keep living, that was hatred. That was the drive for them to survive, to find her for revenge. As Marina thought, the enraged villagers then had a reason to keep living once more. But I, who had become their enemy, had to flee from there. It's been so long now, I have truly died. Quest officially completed. Manhwa received the ground split skill. The reward was 500,000 XP and the Witch Hunter title. He happily thanked Hung. Thanks to your help, I was able to complete this challenge. Manhwa's teammates also congratulated him on finishing the quest. Everyone was very joyful outside. Hung still stood there lost in thought. He felt something was wrong. Usually after passing a hurdle or quest, it would disappear or the scene would change. But this time, why was Marina still crying there and the corpse remained? Had the quest really finished? Like this, was it really okay? He didn't think so. Zero isn't an easy game. Suddenly Hung noticed the ring on Marina's wrist. The system only displayed the word Alice. Hung pondered. Alice seemed related to Marina. Sounded like someone's name. There must be something. He suddenly absent-mindedly asked, do you guys know anyone named Alice? There's a name Alice here. Hearing Alice, Marina reacted. System announced hidden quest soothe Marina's wrath. Completion condition was consoling Marina's soul. Secret reward failure deducts 5 points in all stats. Not hearing Hung speak, Manhwa turned to call him. But before Hung, Marina seemed to be undergoing something strange. Her body gradually transformed as if turning into a ghost. Her old memories flooded back. She recalled her daughter Alice liked shrimp and crab, so the bear and rabbit were also Alice's toys. Alice was Marina's daughter. The little girl had also died in that pandemic. Suddenly the image of her daughter appeared, causing negative thoughts to continuously surface. I want to blame someone too. It was all just cruel fate. That's right, even if I am everyone's enemy, so what? I don't care if I met Alice once more, even if I had to really become a witch. I'd be willing. System displayed Marina became a witch after losing her daughter. A witch blaming herself day and night, missing her child due to hatred in her heart. Console Marina so she doesn't become a real witch. Time limit to complete quest is 60 minutes. Manhwa raised his weapon about to strike. Sad, so must live on. Just die. He immediately used his new ground split skill to attack Marina, but she had fully transformed into an evil spirit. With large wings, her power was now immense. With one hand she easily nullified Manhwa's attack, stunning him from his reaction. Hung realized he couldn't see this hidden quest. Perhaps the quest was only for one lucky discoverer. Realizing only 60 minutes remained, Hung was also very confused. Hung still wondered how to complete this bizarre quest. While lost in thought, suddenly system notified you found a quest item. Looking down to the right, Hung discovered a tomato plant bearing ripe red fruits. Next to it was a basil plant. On the cave wall was a strange drawing with the words I ate very deliciously. Now Hung seemed to have guessed how to complete the quest. On the other side, Manhwa and his team were still fiercely battling Marina. Looking back, Hung was startled seeing grandfather sitting there building a cooking fire. All four didn't understand why in this situation Hung was calmly cooking. Hung was cooking chicken first. He blanched the tomatoes. After 50 seconds took them out. Next, he added chicken, garlic, ginger, black pepper, then simmered for a fragrant soup. After that he peeled the cooled tomatoes to get the ripe red flesh inside. Seeing Hung engrossed in cooking, Manhwa said, you're just sitting here cooking. I think you should go fight. Looking at Manhwa gravely, Hung said, Manhwa, you don't realize. Hayoung's cryptic words made Manhwa hesitate. This guy saw something again. Under Hayoung's gaze, Manhwa didn't bother him further. Hung concentrated fully on cooking to make the time limit. Everyone kept Marina the evil spirit busy for Hung to cook. Time flew. Only 39 minutes 55 seconds left. Hung still focused on the shrimp crab veggie soup. 19 minutes 37 seconds remaining. Hung started seasoning. 15 minutes left. Those outside like Manhwa also felt increasing tension. Only 10 minutes left to complete the quest. Veins bulged on Marina's face. She seemed to be losing patience. 5 minutes 47 seconds left. Marina started stirring, slowly approaching Hung. 2 minutes 15 seconds left. She inhaled, preparing to attack. But at that moment the food was done. Hung scooped a bowl and placed it before Marina. He sincerely said, "Marina, I made this from the shrimp and crab Alice liked. I tried making it for the little girl." 1 minute 30 seconds. Marina, still in evil spirit state, seemingly had no intention of stopping. The fragrant seafood soup before her eyes. 58 seconds left. The scent from the bowl reminded her of Alice's happy smile. Coming before Hung, Marina's face seemed to have calmed. 20 seconds left. She took the first spoonful. 2 seconds left. Marina's body shook, tears falling on the evil spirit form. "So delicious, Alice, the soup is so good. The tomatoes' mild sourness, the shrimp and crab's sweet freshness blending, exploding in the mouth." 1 second left. The system stopped counting. Marina's happy memories with her daughter returned. Her daughter's happy smile while eating her cooking was so beautiful. She remembered everything with tears and apologies. "Alice, Mom is sorry. Mom forgot you. I am sorry, my beloved daughter, I truly apologize." Hung was overjoyed that Marina had returned to human form. That proved what Hung did was right. He had soothed her soul, preventing her from transforming into an evil spirit. Marina smiled brightly, thanking Hung. "Thank you. Thanks to you I got to see my daughter once more. The tomato seafood soup you made was delicious. It was exactly what Alice loved." Marina's form rose up high, then slowly brightened. She was about to reunite with her daughter. She was no longer a witch. After that, brilliant golden halos surrounded Marina, then turned into a pillar of light shooting straight to the heavens. Hidden quest. Marina's wrath succeeded. The reward was 500,000 XP and 100 mana. Watching Marina transcend, Hung was happy to have completed this difficult quest. Unlocked achievement. Marina's soul savior. Reward was +10 to all stats. Marina had vanished this time. It was truly quest completion. Manhwa congratulated Hung on finishing the hidden quest. Hung shared he seemed to have gotten a magic skill. He held out his palm, a small flame igniting in his hand. Got the title Fire Controller. And create small flames costing 10 mana each time. Not just creating, Hung could also control the flames. He tried spinning it into a fireball, then threw it at the cave wall. A loud boom sounded. Truly surprising, just a small flame, yet such tremendous power. Hung took out another newly acquired item. It was Frost Shield, +30 defense, +20 water affinity, had freezing skill. Really preferential treatment for the protagonist. He kept getting good stuff when using the shield skill. Could freeze a wide area. Despite some difficulties in the end, the team turned peril into safety, excellently completing the quest and obtaining many valuable skills and items. The team returned joyfully. The exciting journey had ended well. It was time to rest. Hung logged off the game at 2 a.m. Playing so long made him hungry. He wanted to eat something. A slight smile appeared, showing his mood was now much better. Thinking of food, he suddenly craved black bean noodles. After just a few minutes of ordering, he had a feast with dumplings, kimchi soup, pickled radish, and a spoonful of fragrant black bean noodles. As he started eating, he thought, "I can't taste anything, but it's fine. Been a while since having this. Just imagine the taste." With fun things happening continuously, Ha-young's mood was no longer gloomy. He was very excited for the meal, no longer irritated like before. He mixed the black bean paste well with the seasonings and veggies in the noodles. The black bean sauce shined, and in a moment the noodles were coated in a glossy dark brown. It looked very eye-catching looking at the shimmering magical noodles. The green of scallions and edamame accentuated it more, making the spoonful like a wonderful work of art. Picking up a forkful of noodles, Hung admired its beauty and started imagining the fragrant aroma. He began enjoying in his imagination the chewy noodles continuously hitting his teeth. The feeling in his mouth was wonderful. Adding a crunchy bite of pickled radish heightened the eating experience. This noodle dish felt very good, but they put too much scallion. Its sweetness was a bit strong. If they reduced it a little, it'd be perfect. Thinking so, Hung suddenly realized something. He was amazed, even a bit shocked. This noodle dish. This feeling, I seem to have smelled its flavor. A fleeting aroma, but I sensed it. I smelled it. Ha-young's chopstick holding hand trembled periodically. His astonished face, he still didn't believe what he just experienced. He was still doubtful because this sense had been lost for so long. Had it really returned? Previously he had tried every way to sense taste again, even biting raw garlic, but still nothing. All efforts were futile. But now, was the aroma from imagining too much that it was an illusion? Without thinking more, Hung decided to bring the noodles near his nose. He took a deep breath and sensed it. Ha-young's face lit up. That's right. It's not an illusion, the oily aroma. That's it, I really smelled the flavor. In his heart he kept thinking, my sense of smell has returned. Hung was overjoyed like a child receiving a gift. He continuously ate noodles to sense the real fragrance. It had been so long since he experienced this feeling. Ha-young's hope grew bigger and bigger. He believed one day his sense of taste would also return. Even if it was a faint chance, he would never give up, hoping to see grilled meat again. Tears seemed to stream from Ha-young's eyes. Oh, that sweet flavor, I really smelled it. Even just the sense of smell, he could easily recall food flavors. Memories once forgotten after painful times gradually returned. He smiled a happy smile. How long since he last smiled like this? Life always has miracles for those who keep trying. Keep overcoming. As long as one perseveres, true happiness will come. On social media, Ryo Manhwa was boasting of defeating the witch Marina quest. Everyone said it was an extremely difficult quest, almost impossible to complete, because no one could damage Marina. Manhwa explained that wasn't her real body. The real one was hidden in a secret cave behind the wall. Must attack the real body to defeat Marina. He openly shared, since it was a one-time quest. Once completed, no one could redo it. Manhwa excitedly told thanks to player Riss' help, he was able to finish it. Not only that, Riss also completed the hidden quest. Everyone curiously asked about Riss. Manhwa continued sharing. Riss was a chef. With keen eyes, Riss was the one who found Marina's real body. Riss was his savior. The story suddenly attracted interest revolving around the intriguing character Riss. Arthur also joined the conversation. Oh, Riss is my friend. I outfit him. People recognized Arthur, the famous gearcrafter. Arthur is Riss' friend, another player said. In games, experts should team with experts. A pop star's brother also joined. I played with him recently too. Partied with him since level 1. He's a bit strange but truly awesome. His fighting skills are also superhuman. Prince, who wanted to be Ha-young's servant, also jumped in praising. That's the Riss I know. He even slayed an assassin in one move, then claimed to be Riss' best friend. People on the forum excitedly discussed Riss. They even posted pictures of Ha-young's cooking. In her room, the servant girl Meyer was also reading about Riss, making her very excited as she read them talk about him. She also wanted to write that she was his friend too. A message from Marina. I know Mr. Riss since he sold grilled chicken skewers. His cooking is super delicious. Turns out, the servant girl was Marina in the game. No wonder their personalities were the same. I suspected it from the start. The girl liked Riss but didn't let anyone know. She wanted to explore with Riss but had only met when selling food. Thinking so, Meyer felt a bit sad. Outside the room, someone called Meyer. Can I come in? It was Grandpa's son Gi. Turns out he was the girl's grandpa. He asked her about the part-time job she was doing, but Meyer didn't seem enthusiastic, talking about the restaurant. Very few customers lately, Grandpa. It's so boring. Must be the food isn't tasty. The restaurant will close soon, Grandpa's son Gi. I told her about a special meal he enjoyed from a chef. The girl was surprised, asking a special dish. I thought you couldn't taste anything. He happily replied, I can't taste, but I can still enjoy with my nose and senses. Delicious food can evoke old memories too. This is what I told him. Hearing him talk about that chef, Meyer was truly excited. She kept asking who was that chef. Which restaurant? I really want to try that special dish too. Alright, next time I'll take you there. Are you working tomorrow? The girl replied, then tomorrow I'll help you out. The next day at Grandpa's son Gi's food art exhibit, Meyer was admiring the paintings, saying they look even tastier than real food. Inside, the guard reported an issue. The restaurant you booked got food poisoning from the buffet, so they had to close. Grandpa's son Gi didn't blame his subordinate. That was an unexpected thing, but today was opening day. There couldn't be troubles as a food art painter. He wanted the exhibit to satisfy both sight and taste. He wanted visitors to not just see paintings but also enjoy delicious food. Having no food would be a big issue, affecting success. While worrying, he got a call from his friend Jungmyeom. Grandpa's son Gi complained about the incident and got an unexpected offer. If that restaurant can't serve, my restaurant will replace them. He happily accepted right away. He told Meyer, you're lucky. That chef will cook for our exhibit. It's the young man I told you about. Just hearing that, Meyer's face was very excited. Meyer only hoped to soon meet that skilled chef. Grandpa's son Gi told the guard, Mr. Yung's restaurant needs 2 assistants. Meyer eagerly said, no need, Grandpa, let me help. She called her friend, voiced cheerful Sis Sunyeon. Are you free today? I need your help with something. Meyer ran while imagining the middle-aged chef's figure. Sturdy billed the one who made her grandpa praise the food delicious despite not tasting. She thought of Riss again, could a chef like him really exist in real life? Seeing the girl's excitement, Grandpa's son Gi also felt happy. It had been long since he saw her so thrilled. Mr. Yung and Hung had also arrived at the exhibit hall. Mr. Yung said excitedly, "This is a pre-opening event for the restaurant. Are you ready?" Chef Hung got out of the car, handsome and confidently replied, "Yes, I am ready. I'll try my best." Standing before the large exhibit building, Hung was a bit surprised. Mr. Yung encouraged, "Are you worried about anything? With your talent you must have been to big places like this before, right? In the past you did buffets at large venues, even went on TV, but that was the past." Hung was still confident. "It's all right, sir. I'll treat this as a pre-opening test for the restaurant. I'll do my best inside." Meyer was happy her colleague she called came to help. Meyer ran and hugged Ion tightly. Smiling brightly, Meyer introduced her colleague to Grandpa. While talking, the guard announced, "The chef and Mr. Yung are here." A while later, Mr. Yung and Hung entered the lounge. The meeting was very surprising. Meyer was still shocked that the amazing chef Grandpa told about was Hung. He also recognized the two former colleagues. He felt a bit awkward seeing them again. Meyer sulked, saying, "Why did you leave without a word? Didn't expect to meet here." Hung smiled awkwardly, "Sorry, Meyer. I should have told you after getting a new job. Why are you here today? Didn't expect the special chef to be you." After chatting, it turned out everyone was acquainted. Meyer still hadn't forgiven. "I was very disappointed." Hung apologetically, "Sorry. I should have told you after getting a new job." Meyer held out her pinky. "From now on don't call me miss. And when I visit your restaurant you must cook something delicious for me." Hung was amazed at Meyer's boldness but very happy to have another good friend. He waved to the girl. "Okay, I promise, help me today, Meyer." The girl smiled back. "You too." Head chef after preparing. The food was served: cold buckwheat noodles with sesame oil. Grandpa's son Gi's memorial dish made by Hung. Had guests praising non-stop. They only wanted to keep eating. The fussy chef was also at the exhibit. Holding the noodle spoon, the guy doubted its taste. Why choose cold noodles? Looks bland at first glance. Probably no flavor. How to eat this? This guy really liked looking down on others. Sighing, he tried the noodles. His unpleasant expression immediately changed after tasting. "Oh my. What is this? That's so delicious, so cold and refreshing. Thought it'd be bland, but how's it so flavorful? Too delicious, conquered by this flavor already. How can it be this tasty?" His arrogant attitude was gone, replaced by embarrassment before everyone. Captivated by the dish's delicious taste, Grandpa's son Gi's exhibit was pretty good, attracting even celebrity guests. That was musician Yung Ju. His appearance attracted many people's attention. He was eating noodles and kept praising them. After a spoonful, he excitedly said, "Oh my god, so delicious I could die. Almost made me compose a song right then. Haven't been out in so long." Yung Ju was a talented pop music composer. Though very influential lately, he was addicted to gaming. He told himself the cold noodles are tasty but not filling enough. Must go to the restaurant in the game. With his looks and music interest, he seemed to be the wandering singer Ha Young's friend in the game. Previously, the restaurant where Hung worked nights looked very gloomy. Inside, the owner was sitting alone drinking and watching a cooking show. On screen was famous Chef Thang. He had won 29 championships out of the 30 contests he entered, but there was one time he came in second. After that loss, he stopped competing. The owner sat drinking alone. As his restaurant was declining, revenue was down by half, due to the food being rated as not tasty. But now he couldn't find any good chefs who could save this small restaurant. Chef Kong on TV said the only time he lost was in the King of Korean Food contest. Immediately, this contest's name left an impression on the owner. He rummaged his memory and realized this was in Ha Young's resume. He was shocked, standing up. Only now he knew that. Finally, the buffet was very successful. After the tiring workday, the three made plans to eat pizza. Everyone was happy to have done the work well. While chatting, a server brought over a large pizza. The three excitedly looked at the beautiful pizza. It looked very appealing: the golden brown crust, crispy toppings of fresh shrimp, tomatoes, broccoli, mushrooms formed a pretty picture. Just looking stimulated the taste buds as if eating it already. Hung could sense the oil aroma, hot crust and ingredients on top. This wasn't a dream but reality. Seeing Hung lost in thought, Meyer urged him to eat the pizza. Hung took a slice. The gooey cheese, stretching long, looked very tempting. Taking a bite, Hung was conquered by the crispiness. The ingredients' aromas went straight to his nose, helping him easily imagine the spices comprising the delicious pizza. The smoked meat was perfectly done, very meaty flavor. The shrimp was chewy, looked simple but slightly salty. Broccoli would be slightly bitter but still very tasty. Yes, it seemed I am gradually sensing it again. It has returned. Hung focused on enjoying the food, barely noticing his surroundings. Besides cooking, eating was also a joy for him. Hi Young's sister wondered, you're so skilled, why apply as an assistant chef? He shared, actually I lost both my sense of smell and taste in an accident over a year ago. That's also why I closed my restaurant. Both were stunned hearing Hung. Meyer gently asked, then now how is it? Are all dishes tasteless? But lately it has improved. Even just a bit, but a few days ago he smelled something again. Hearing Hung, Ion was happy for him. Meyer seemed conflicted, but Hung was still optimistic, because he was determined to never despair. Even without taste, weak sense of smell, he wouldn't give up because he was a chef. Back in the game after finishing the quest in Toko, Hung explored the new land of Baran. After a long journey he arrived at Lubaton town. Just entering the gate an old man cheerfully recognized him. Look who's here. Isn't this Mr. Riss who defeated Marina? Hung was surprised to be known in this remote place. He asked the old man, you know me? The old man happily replied, of course. What you did in Marina's cave, everyone talks about it. But why is someone amazing like you here? Hung continued asking, this land also has a story, right? He started telling, this is barren land due to a demon lord's influence. Nothing can exist on this land. We only get food from the relief cave. Hung was curious about the relief cave. He opened the info panel and read up all negative reviews about this barren land. The old man told Hung, you can take a quest from the green-haired NPC. Hung immediately went where he pointed. There a green-haired young man was saying, you all want to enter the empty cave. There's nothing here. More and more are fooled by silly info. To enter you need at least 10 people. The NPC's talkativeness annoyed people. They just wanted to go in and find loot, under players' demands. The NPC cheerfully said, alright, your goal is the cave's end boss. I'll show the entrance now. Saying so he clapped once. The ground before him shook violently. Then collapsed, soil and rocks spewing everywhere. When the dust settled a human head-shaped cave appeared. System notified, cave exploration quest. Completion, defeat plant human boss. Reward goes to player who damages boss most. The gatekeeping NPC smiled meaningfully. Are you aiming for exclusive rewards or just potatoes? Instead of each nook, look at the big picture. Only then will rewards be found. Back in reality, Meyer was lying in her room texting with sis Sunyeon. The two were talking about Hung losing his senses of taste and smell. Didn't expect he would have such a tragic story. Ion praised, he's truly amazing. With that condition, yet his cooking skills are still top-notch. Meyer replied admiringly, that's right. If it were me I'd be depressed already. And quit cooking. Ion kept admiring Hung, he's really admirable. Lost 2 important senses yet still cooks excellently. The more they talked about Hung the happier Meyer was. She also non-stop praised him, he's truly amazing. Quiet usually but gives his all when cooking. He's really endearing, but Meyer actually thought Hung wasn't just endearing but very handsome too. Sunyeon's message arrived asking a question that made Meyer blush. Meyer girl, you like Lee Jim right? Haha. Meyer awkwardly replied, no I don't. What are you saying? I don't like him one bit. He's just a nice guy. Quiet and only knows cooking. Why would I like that boring old man? Sunyeon replied, gosh, why are you reacting so strongly? I just asked if you liked him or not. Hit right in the heart. Meyer pretended to be upset. Already likes him yet still shy. Right after the playful girl sent a message to Hung, should be fine asking this. The message wrote, Mr. Lee Jim, what do you think if me and you dated? In the game Hung was with everyone entering the quest cave. A cool looking guy, seemingly a warrior, warned everyone, don't lose vigilance and stay close to me. In case something jumps out we can still dodge. The gamers discussed the reward for dealing most damage to the boss. Everyone was confident they'd get the reward. Hung didn't care, just walked and focused on sensing the food's taste. After a while the group arrived at a place called the Mortar. Hung noticed only one place glowing oddly. The green-haired guy confidently said, seems we just need to beat the boss here. But just as they stepped forward the ground collapsed suddenly, dropping the whole group into a deep pit. Luckily below was a water pool so no casualties. After struggling to swim ashore, Hung saw before him an arugula plant. Hung immediately regained spirit and picked this veggie. The gamers were quite upset falling into the trap. While resting, a strange creature approached from behind. It ambushed, knocking a player unconscious. Taking advantage, when he woke up, it punched him 2 more times, sending him back to town. The gamers just discovered if they died, gear on them would enter shared storage, becoming the boss killer's reward. They started worrying if they died, gear would belong to someone else. The green-haired guy yelled, "Everyone get ready to fight. Die here and you're done for." On the side, the potato gang now had 2 more joining them. The green-haired guy confidently said, "Get ready. I'll take them, you guys handle the rest." I'll signal when to charge. Hung also drew his weapon, crouching into ready stance. The monsters charged, each punch very powerful, making it difficult to block. They were also very agile, easily dodging attacks. Hung used weak point skill to find their weaknesses. Soon as he found them, he charged to attack. One potato tried to sneak attack Hung from behind, but not easy doing that before His Majesty Mio. Soon as he appeared, Mio pounced and slapped the potato silly. While everyone wanted to quickly defeat them to pass the stage, Mio wanted to take some damage to increase defense points. Suddenly the green-haired guy said, "Everyone listen. There's a path above, fight while moving up there." He reminded Hung not to pick up randomly, since these freaks only drop potatoes. Hearing food, Hung couldn't ignore it. After defeating the potato gang, 2 more new monsters appeared, Carrot Witch and Broccoli Swordsman. Seeing the 2 freaks, the guy looked down on them. Suddenly he sensed danger, quickly raised his shield to block from the Carrot Witch's eyes. A red beam shot out, good thing he reacted fast enough, otherwise he'd be done for taking advantage while he was defending. The Broccoli Swordsman charged to attack with its sharp horns. The 2-sided attack annoyed him. He used quick fight skill to confront the broccoli. The broccoli's sword hit the shield and shattered. He continued using the shield to attack, scattering the broccoli's kernels everywhere. After winning, he looked down on them again, too weak. Seeing ingredients flying everywhere, Mio asked permission to gather them for cooking, as expected of a model chef, never wasting food. After defeating the veggie freaks, the group sat to rest, eat and regain strength. The gamers' food like bulgogi beef sandwiches, grilled skewers, samgyeopsal were all best sellers from Rojalin restaurant. While eating, they talked about the character Riss. Everyone felt admiration and thanked Riss for helping them avoid eating weird things in the game. Liking the praise, Mio pretended to ignore it. Seeing everyone excitedly discussing Riss, one member of the group seemed annoyed. He threw away the unfinished meat and continued on. After moving for a while, they reached the cave's end. On a high platform was some kind of item. System notified top fighter Manhwa. Seeing the name, Hung recognized this acquaintance. He must be past this challenge already. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Then the final boss, a giant tree man, appeared. The green-haired guy commanded everyone, get ready to fight. Ranged aim for limbs, close combat attack head and body. Saying so, he led the charge at the boss. Hung calmly took out food to eat, to increase strength and stats before fighting. After eating his fill, Hyung's strength increased 55 points. Attack power increased 193 points. On the other side, the battle had begun. With its giant body, the boss had total advantage. No one had found a way to counter it yet. The green-haired guy Agiz was quite strong too. He had unleashed some attacks on the boss, but still as weak as a mosquito bite on steel. He was quickly defeated and restrained by the boss. In a flash, Agiz lay motionless on the ground, unable to move. If hit once more by that giant hand, death was certain. But thankfully the savior had appeared. Hung used his ice shield to freeze half the boss. Next he focused power into the morning sword and stabbed continuously, forcing the boss back. Now the gamers were shocked, realizing this ignored guy was so strong. After the barrage, the boss was heavily wounded but not dead. Agiz lay flat, still yelling at everyone to attack, but no one dared to. As he crawled up, the boss grabbed him. The boss turned to attack Hung, but Hung was unafraid. He summoned the flame on his sword, then shot it at the boss hand holding Agiz, making the guy panic. A huge explosion went off, the smoke obscuring the boss vision. Hung took this chance to detect a weak point between the boss eyes. When the smoke cleared, Hung struck the weak point directly, easily defeating the boss. Quest completed. Hung obtained all items in storage, including many ingredients like potatoes, corn, carrots, etc. Hung beat the boss before everyone's shocked eyes. He went to check on and help Agiz up, but he didn't seem happy at all. The leaderboard changed to top fighter Reyes. Now everyone was shocked, realizing the participant was actually Reyes, whom they always wanted to meet. Hung earned another achievement, reducing boss HP by 40 with one hit. Reward was effective gear. A gamer mocked Agiz with another player. Those words hurt his pride, angering Agiz. Instead of apologizing, the the guy provoked more. What's wrong with you, psycho? I didn't say anything wrong. You're always arrogant yet accomplished nothing in the end. That's the truth. Those stinging words made Agiz lose control. He smashed his mace down, killing the guy before everyone's startled eyes. System notified, player killed. You have become a murderer. Seeing Iggy's frightening expression, he exclaimed, crap, more punishment again. From his words it seems Agiz had been penalized multiple times. He wasn't as good as his look suggested. Iggy's action not only surprised Hung, but also terrified the gamers. What's wrong with him? He's gone mad. With a frightening expression, Agiz grumbled, how annoying. I'll probably keep being monitored. That guy annoyed me from the start. Just cutting grass and shooting weak beams all day. I endured everything yet others got the attention. Hung was a kind man, so he didn't know his attention could harm others. After all, this bad outcome was due to the other guy's harsh words. Before logging off, Agiz looked at Hung with hostile eyes. He warned, let me tell you, next time we meet I'll kill you. See you again. Riss. Human jealousy was truly frightening. It could make them cruel. In the end the quest was completed. Hung returned to the NPC Fu Tai. Fu Tai was surprised seeing Hung survive the cave. Hung happily said, I completed the quest too. I even found your hoe. Fu Tai was delighted. That's right. Finally found it on the monster's head. Lucky you were the one who found it. Fu Tai smiled. Gollum. Nothing like that here. Seems anyone who enters thinks so. You're very skilled from now till journey's end. I'll cheer you on fully. Fu Tai reminded Hung to just focus on big monsters, not mind the small ones. Fu Tai took back the hoe and jumped down excitedly. He powerfully struck the ground with the hoe. A miraculous scene appeared. From the barren land thousands of lush trees suddenly sprouted. In a flash the wasteland transformed into a verdant forest. This place used to be fertile before the demon's influence. Thanks to Fu Tai finding the hoe back, this place regained its former lushness. Riss gained 30 contribution points. Fame increased 10 points. Unlocked achievement tampering with history. Completed 5 side stories in the history book. Title earned Pioneer Player. Reward all stats increase 5 points. Attribute stats increase 10 points. Riss history book has a new achievement. He completed 5 side stories. Perhaps an official quest is coming up. Mio appeared to share joy with Hung. Standing blankly a voice echoed, Mr. Riss, my love. I am King Shrimp. Will you attend my party? This was one of Ha-Young's crazed fans. His excessive attention always terrified Hung. Hung asked, you're going to Barana too? Yes, I followed you when I saw you leave. By the way, your job as farmhand, right? That's right. I think farmhands must be very strong and cool. What about you? Oh, I just like cooking. As they were going to eat they met a restaurant owner crying, welcome guests. Due to the demon's influence we only sell veggies. System notified, new quest combined profession quest. King Shrimp was happy to do a quest with his idol, but when Hung invited him he suddenly logged off. Hung was very confused, not understanding what happened. Back in reality, today was opening day for Ha-Young's workplace restaurant. As it was work hours there were no guests yet. Being opening day the owner was a bit worried, while Hung was calmer since he previously had a restaurant. Hung received a call from Meyer. She wanted to come eat a meal with friends to support the newly opened restaurant. Hung informed the owner Meyer and friends were coming. The owner was very happy to have the first guests, but Hung worried if the owner and other chef came too. That evening Meyer's group arrived. Just as Hung thought the owner and other chef were there too. Meyer's group wanted the cold noodles with sesame oil from the exhibit. At this time Hung was still in the kitchen, hadn't met them yet. After trying the dish, the owner couldn't believe just cold noodles and little seasoning could be this tasty. Meyer happily said, see owner, I told you so. Dwan made an understanding face. Common thing, just regular sesame oil. Just combine well and it's tasty. Hearing his arrogance Meyer mocked, our head chef really knows his stuff. Liking the praise Dwan became more arrogant. Of course, I have to know to do this job. After enjoying the meal, everyone praised its tastiness. Dwan even wanted this to become their group's go-to spot. The owner also liked making this their group's regular spot. Seeing them finish eating, Mr. Dung came to greet, asked for feedback and wanted to introduce the head chef. Dwan acted important. Oh right, I wanted to meet him since the exhibit. Talented people should socialize, like colleagues of the same caliber. His arrogance was terrible, daring to claim equality with other chefs. Then Ha-Young's appearance shut him up. The owner was also awkward meeting Hung again. Meyer said about Hung, he's head chef too. He used to be a famous chef before. Sis Ion added, that's right, he had his own restaurant. Contrary to the girl's excitement, that guy denied Hung any proof you were a famous chef, so skilled yet working part-time at a small shop, while having your own restaurant. Sounds ridiculous, he kept provoking Hung. In my opinion, assistant chef suits you more. You're too gentle. Before those cruel words, Hung still remained calm. He continued mocking, I am right. That's why this place lacks customers. The noodles are just right proportions. Even a part-timer can make it with the recipe. It's so easy, even dogs and cats can make it. Truly the weak are allowed to cover their incompetence. He was a prime example. Meyer felt he went too far and warned, are you drunk? Why are you behaving like this? But he kept going. He ran from my restaurant. Then luckily became head chef here, doing as he pleases. How pathetic. Hung was very calm. He seemed not to want to argue about anything but cooking. Though insulted, he remained composed. I've never worked carelessly or bragged about my past. I now and before are two different people. Think what you will. Ha Young's calm attitude angered that scumbag even more. He sneered, shut up. No matter what you say, you were just my servant. A weakling who ran then became head chef here. Hung was very angry but still restrained himself, since he couldn't hit a customer. I am 70 already, never met anyone like this. I'd have punched him good already. If I were you, I'd have punched him a few times. I am serious though. Very angry. Hung was still polite. I think you should stop. Truth is, people really liked the noodles. That's why you're trying to criticize me. Hung was right. The weak try bringing others down rather than improve themselves. Hearing that, he just sneered scornfully. Then he did something really awful, spat in a noodle bowl and criticized all artificial disgusting flavors. If not for accompanying the shop, I wouldn't have looked. Finally, this shameful act made Hung lose composure. A fist slammed the table, startling him. It was Mr. Dung. He also couldn't stand that scumbag's behavior. Instead of talking, he should have punched his mouth, but he was still polite. Please leave the premises. He still reacted. You treat customers like this. Mr. Dung stated clearly, we don't serve guests with foul words and actions like you. Daring to insult the head chef and spit in food. Get out this instant. Facing Mr. Dung's firm attitude, the scumbag had to leave the premises. The owner and Meyer could only apologize to Hung. Mr. Dung didn't reprimand, just gently let it go. After the unpleasant incident, everything was finally settled. Meyer and Ion bid Hung and Mr. Dung farewell and left. When everyone was gone, the two finally breathed out. Ha ha, uncle should have made them pay. Let it go, even if paid not enough for ingredients. By the way, is your hand okay, uncle? Mr. Dung patted Ha Young's shoulder. Uncle's hand is fine. That brought so young yet already arrogant. You endured him well, impressive. The encouragement invigorated Hung. Yes, uncle. I'll work harder. Mr. Dung happily said, let's work together long term. After work, Hung returned to the game. The wasteland was now lush and lively. He enjoyed strolling in the forest. Suddenly a player called him to hunt cows together, promising to give all loot. Hearing cow, Hung immediately agreed without thinking, but his kindness backfired on him. He was ambushed from behind. Falling flat on his face, the ambusher laughed gleefully. Perfect. Surprised? I told you I'd get revenge. Riss. Meeting Dwan in real life, then the vicious Agiz in game. Ha Young's luck was truly awful. The scumbag Agiz still held a grudge against Hung for taking his spotlight. Seeing Hung was gullible, he gleefully laughed at tricking the famous player. Agiz looked at Hung with vicious eyes. He intended to kill then rob him. Hung was still dazed but drew his sword to defend. Seeing they surrounded Hung, the scumbags laughed excitedly. They thought they'd strip and humiliate him today. While enjoying themselves, one suddenly got force logged off. Seeing his gang get taken out, the remaining one screamed in fear. The shout grabbed Agiz and Ha Young's attention. Hung recognized this eccentric guy who bought food from him before. After dealing with one, he turned to the rest. Looking at them, he sneered, aside from Whitey, you two are just as weak. He took out the last one, then walked towards Agiz. Seeing his gang defeated, Agiz raged, why interfere in others' business? You wanna kill too? The other stayed silent, angering Agiz more. He charged to attack but was easily deflected by his opponent. With a heavy throw, Agiz crashed to the ground. Too strong, he's too strong, Hung thought. The guy sat on Agiz, restrained, then punched hard, sending him back to town. Done? He asked. Your wrist right? Hung replied, yes, thank you for saving me. The guy gave Hung 2 pieces of delicious looking beef. He wanted Hung to cook as thanks for the rescue. Hung happily agreed, if it's cooking I am always ready. Right away Hung cooked the fragrant tasty beef ganbi dish. Eating this grants 50 satiety points, 2 attack and defense points. Seeing the beef dish, he said, how interesting. Eating raises stats too, your job's very beneficial. Saying so, they enjoyed the ganbi together. Ah, it's been so long since I had this. The beef was tender and sweet, soaked in seasoning. Combined with the creamy melting fat, the rich flavor lingered on the tongue. The delicious taste filled the mouth. Each bite was like bathing in ganbi flavor. Eating this, his absorbability increased by 3. Stats raised another point. The too delicious taste made him eat continuously. Soon he finished the whole bowl of ganbi. Broth left. Hung suggested eating rice. Hung scooped rice in, stirred to absorb the broth, then added egg. A perfect rice bowl was ready. So delicious, he exclaimed excitedly. I can taste the meat's richness, veggies' sweetness, rice's fluffiness, and scallion's aroma. What an amazing feeling. He was very fortunate to have helped him. After the meal, he kept praising Ha-young's cooking skills. So tasty. Even my high absorbability has been maximized. Simply amazing, he requested to friend Hung. Seeing he was kind and just helped him, Hung agreed. He took out an item called soul fruit, gifting it to Hung as a new friend present. It was a reward he got for achieving something. He gave it to Hung since it wasn't edible. Though not knowing the use yet, Hung still accepted. Whether usable or not can be decided later. Bidding Hung farewell, he reminded, next time we meet, feel free to chat with me. We're friends, so speak frankly. I am going now, see you again. Hung made a new friend. Though a bit eccentric, he was very strong. Afterwards, Hung returned to town and invited Atur and King Shrimp to do a quest together. The two quickly came to meet Hung. Meeting for the first time, King Shrimp introduced himself. Hi bros. I am Big Bro Riss Best Lil Bro. Quest required. Players will gather or hunt according to their profession. Reward increased favor with NPC. Recognizing this was the previous quest, King Shrimp explained why he logged off last time. They discussed and divided work by profession. King Shrimp wanted to go with Hung but was declined. Focusing on their own work would complete it faster. King Shrimp went to find Peacebloom. Atur received, then built fences. Hung went to catch 50 livestock. After dividing the work, everyone parted ways to find items. Hung chose Little Cowfield as the first hunting spot. With his current ability, he easily dealt with the cows quickly. The aggressive cows charged at Hung. If they knew who stood before them, they'd have fled already. Since Hung never catches just 1 or 2 but has to decimate the herd for it to be worth hunting. Sure enough, in just a moment Hung had taken down the whole herd with his skills. In the future they'll become delicious steaks. After eliminating over 1,000 monsters, Hung gained the butcher title and 2 new skills, slice and slaughter. Just as he finished, a cute little lamb appeared. Hung planned to catch it before logging off, but unexpectedly there were dozens more sheep. Chickens, pigs too, he exclaimed excitedly. Too many already. I just need 50. The issue now was how to catch and bring them back. Hung tried catching but his hands phased through the sheep. Couldn't use force to catch them. Activating Chef Vision System notified, just feed them tasty food and they'll follow. This was too easy for Hung. He immediately opened his ingredient box, deciding to use lettuce as the main component. Lettuce has lots of vitamins, minerals and antioxidants. When fresh, the taste is best. After washing the lettuce, Hung prepared other ingredients. Tomatoes and onions were diced. Garlic was finely minced. Next, onions and garlic were briefly stir-fried with salt. When the onions turned translucent, tomatoes were added and tossed together. Flour was mixed with yeast, sugar and water, then kneaded well for good elasticity and left to rest for 30 minutes. After rolling the dough, thin sauce was poured on and baked over a fire. Lettuce was added. A giant lettuce pizza was completed. Hung excitedly said, enjoy your meal. This guy even made pizza for the livestock to eat. This is just fiction. Don't try making pizza for livestock. After that, 2 guard NPCs sleeping at the town gates were woken by a commotion. Looking out, they only saw a dust cloud. Looking closer, they saw Hung running, with livestock running after him. It seemed like they were being chased by something terrifying. Turned out it was Boss Buffalo chasing and stabbing them with its huge horns. Coming closer, Hung yelled, quick, catch the livestock. Ill handle the boss. The guards panicked, not knowing what to do. Suddenly Atur and King Shrimp appeared. Rushing towards the boss, they probably finished work and came to help Hung. King Shrimp asked, right on time, huh bro Riss? You done with the two's help? Now Hung just had to herd the livestock into the pen. After defeating the boss, the 3 started herding the livestock into the pen and counting. When the count reached 45, they worried. Luckily, the last one made 50 exactly. They breathed out in relief. Phew, right, 50. Almost short by 1 quest completed successfully. Thanks everyone, let's go get the rewards. Back at the restaurant, Mr. Mux was overjoyed seeing the livestock returned. Under Mr. Mux thanks, the main quest was officially completed. Reward was starting profession quests. Right after, 2 men appeared. The short fat one asked who chopped the Peacebloom. King Shrimp raised his hand admitting it and was given a fence building quest. The tall slender slender man asked who built fences. Atur raised his hand and was also invited to share design knowledge. The two accepted the quests, then parted with Hung to start work. Afterwards, the restaurant owner asked Hung for menu suggestions. System assigned chef quest to teach the owner at least 2 meat dishes. Of course, Hung happily agreed right away. Elsewhere, the nasty chef was selling grilled chicken skewers. A girl suddenly said to her friend, "Hey, I got a message from my friend." The girl said, "I received a message asking about Ray's. Do you know him? He's really famous, right?" She replied, "Of course you haven't tried Riss cooking. I think it's 100 times tastier than normal chicken skewers." The girl's praise made the blonde guy very annoyed, but he couldn't do anything. Persuaded, the couple left the skewers they just bought, making the guy furious at Muk's restaurant. Under Ha-young's guidance, the 2 meat dishes, stewed beans and spicy fried chicken, were completed. Tasting them, the owner was captivated by their amazing flavors. Quest succeeded. Hung was rewarded a 100,000 won cooking set. The owner also gave the Seoul Ramjeon recipe, allowing Hung to make Seoul fruits. Thanks to Hung, people could enjoy meat again. They will include his name in songs to thank him. Ha-young's skill points increased by 5. Contribution points increased by 30. Fame increased by 10 points. Michelin God chef's attention points for him increased by 30. Now everyone knew of Riss and his talent. Just leaving Muk's restaurant, Hung was stopped by a group who wanted him to cook for them, but he refused, wanting to rest. The 4 were very disappointed that Hung declined. Suddenly a familiar voice said, "Don't act like you're skilled. Anyone can cook, don't listen to flattery. A chef must be humble." Hung replied, "You're the most humble one. Those who preach morals often live the worst." Bystanders were displeased. "Who are you?" Riss anti-Hung said, "Han Shik Wang. Is it true anyone can cook? Let's find the answer right here." Hung looked at him tiredly, then challenged him. Of course he readily agreed, not knowing he was harming himself. They chose grilled chicken skewers for the contest. Han Shik Wang was very confident with his 10 years of experience. After a while both had finished the skewers. It was time to taste and judge. Don Khan ate Han Shik Wang's chicken, then praised it tasty. Making him arrogant, he only knew this dish so was very confident. Next the other tried Ha-young's chicken. Just one small bite made him stunned by the amazing flavor. Of course Hung had won overwhelmingly. He didn't feel happy about this meaningless victory at all. Everyone buzzed in discussion that blonde guy overestimated himself. Their skill levels were too far apart. Han Shik Wang was very angry but still asked, "So what's your cooking secret? How do you blend seasoning?" Hung coldly smiled, "Simply that my hands move as I wish. Hope you can improve your skills." Ha-young's reply angered him more, but he couldn't do anything. Surely with his vicious personality, he would find ways to make things difficult for Hung later. At the control center, Ms. Oh Ha-yun was still working. A colleague asked why she hadn't gone home yet. She replied she wanted to watch player clips more. He asked, "You're watching the chef guy, right? The weakling you like?" She denied, "Today I am watching other players. Not him, ones with the highest quest completion ability, about to win the 10 billion prize." He said, "Just 1 month in, but the player gap is clear already. Most notable is the gourmet. He has a secret quest to absorb skills by eating monsters. He currently has the highest points, but the one completing the most quests is Oh Gachaga. A special name. This player is also very special." He continued, "He just focuses on completing quests and expanding the map. He even got the red flute in Spain already. He's also about to complete the legendary quest from the Demon King. So will you include that information in your report? Did you send a gift to your former restaurant teacher? I remember you said he was your respected teacher." "Oh no, I forgot to instruct him how to use the device." In-game, Ha-young's Riss character was now very famous. After completing the Muk's restaurant quest, everyone recognized him. People crowded around, some wanting food, some friending, others inviting for quests, some tried flattering Your Majesty Riss. What Hung wanted, peaceful play, was becoming difficult. System notified the entertainment god Oscar was interested in him. Then another notice, Michelin chef god felt that very annoying. System suggested Hung change jobs to entertainer but would lose his current job. Of course Hung declined. His determination made Michelin chef god care for him more. Increasing, Hung was enveloped in golden light. System notified chef god granted him the kitchen skill. Hung happily told Miak, "It seems we have a new skill. I think I'll be less clueless now. But there's still so much I don't know. I have to try more things." Rabatten Town, a group was looking for members to conquer the Millennium Castle. "Please join us conquering the castle." Only one spot left, though enthusiastic gamers weren't interested in this personal quest. Though the guy tried persuading hard, still no one paid attention. When in need due to lack of people, Hung volunteered, but knowing Hung was a chef not warrior, he didn't seem very pleased. However, since there was no one else, he reluctantly agreed. The foreman group entered the castle. Everyone looked down on the chef character Hung. One asked why Hung was brought along. The leader joked they could have Hung cook. After walking a bit, Hung noticed a trap wire across the floor. One warned Hung to be careful, but he was the one triggering the trap. Luckily, Hung pulled him away just in time from the huge falling axe. Next, a group of gremlin monsters appeared attacking. Hung quickly shielded, then counterattacked with fire. On the other side, the leader fought well. The other two members panicked, losing all composure. Hung also easily defeated the monsters. Seeing that the leader was surprised but still said, "You fight well. But now we need another of your abilities." He pointed at the two frightened members. "They're newbies, scared by the monster's power. Can you cook something to bolster their spirits?" Hung happily replied, "Of course. I was going to try this anyway." Saying so, Hung activated the kitchen skill. The surroundings shone and cooking tools appeared. A flash, of full kitchen with complete tools was summoned by him. Hung exclaimed, "This is truly a godly power. It can summon an entire kitchen." With this skill, Hung could prepare and cook faster. The first dish was fresh beef and eggs. Just looking, the meat's freshness was apparent. Next was stir-fried pork with onions, spreading an aromatic scent. Just smelling the aroma was enough to captivate everyone. The leader couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god. The meat smells so good, my mouth's watering already." Very quickly after that, the final dish was also done. Fresh beef with eggs and veggies. 40 satiety points. Spicy stir-fried pork with rice. 60 satiety points. 5 attack points and 3 defense points. The group rejoiced. "Thanks for the meal. Let's dig in together." Hung ate the beef, the other 3 ate the pork stir-fry. The leader held up a piece. "It looks so fragrant. I'll enjoy it first." When tasting it, his expression turned stunned. "Too delicious, this irresistible spicy sweetness. The silk-like soft meat blends with the sauce. The veggies are highlighted by the chili spice. Simply amazing." On the other side, Hung was enjoying the beef too. The meat's sweet richness, chewy texture drove him crazy. "Delicious, my precious beef." While enjoying, suddenly a loud thud sounded. A monster punched, surprising Hung, making the meat dish fall. The Remen monster laughed smugly after the sneak punch. The monster laughed, "I am surprised you dare eat and drink right in our territory. You all want to die, right?" Hung was enraged. This monster had violated the golden rule of not disturbing his meal. Kept charging to attack, unaware it was about to face Ha-Young's terrifying wrath. Ha-Young's cold eyes looked at it. Filled with killing intent, he wanted to rip it apart immediately. But before he could act, the two timid members already charged, attacking the monster. They punched and kicked its face continuously. The monster fell down. The leader appeared, stabbing a fatal blow, finishing it off. The leader told Hung, "Thanks to our chef, our strength has been restored." Hung also happily said, "That's right. Your power and skills have increased too." The leader laughed, "Tonight we'll have fun." Chef that night with high morale. The hero group charged straight into the castle. Along the way, they defeated many gremlin monsters thanks to everyone's strengthened power and coordination. The hero group went straight inside, eliminating any monster blocking the path. After sweeping the monsters, the final boss finally appeared. It roared a warning, "Don't look down on our power." But it was the one underestimating others. Without Hung and the leader, the two members quickly charged, slashing it dead. Before dying, it said, "You evil humans." Not understanding those words, but all monsters were eliminated. The leader asked if Hung was hurt. Hung smiled to assure him. He complimented, "You really are surprising." Hung said though a chef he didn't want to inconvenience others. But after defeating the final monster, Hung didn't get a quest completion notice. When daylight came, Hung suggested leaving. Suddenly the leader turned back, stabbing Hung. He laughed loudly, "Don't be surprised. It wasn't hard fighting those weak monsters. You came to defeat the evil forces, right? There's no such thing as an idle army." Saying so, he unsheathed his sword, kicking Hung down hard. The fake person showed his true form as an evil spirit. Looking at Hung, he sneered smugly, "Our quest is to eliminate Remlins to stop their territory expansion. I intended to kill all obstacles, but fortunately, thanks to you we leveled up. Haha, the poison on my sword is flowing inside you now. You can't survive it. Enjoy the pain." The three laughed gleefully, then left to find Remlins. Hung said, "I can't die yet. I should have checked earlier, really careless." Though injured, he still stood up. "My food didn't raise your stats. Because you're my enemies." Hung looked at the ghosts full of fury. The leader was shocked. How is he still alive? Fighter chicken skill activated. Damage increased. Hung looked at them murderously. System updated with a new quest. Ha-Young's eyes burned with fighting spirit. First time directly confronting boss since becoming head chef. Hung charged into battle against the three ghosts unafraid. The two sides clashed, sword clanging everywhere. Seeing Ha-young's weakening strength, the leader sneered arrogantly, "You can withstand scorpion toxin. How interesting, now I'll free you from this pain." Head chef, he laughed more, attacking fiercely, forcing Hung to barely block. Hung slashed forcefully, making the ghost retreat, but another approached from behind. They kept ambushing like that, luckily thanks to experience. Hung still managed to shield and anticipate their moves to counterattack. However, against their smooth coordination, Hung still made mistakes, just a slight carelessness, and he was blasted back tens of meters, crashing into the castle wall. Facing their power, Hung realized he would lose fighting like this, but his will didn't allow him to give up. He motivated himself to keep fighting. Ha-young's will raged like flames, resolutely standing up and charging into battle unafraid. Seeing Hung unrelenting, the leader was very excited, but this time he made a grave mistake and would pay with his life. Hung channeled all his magic into the sword, summoning kitchen fire and charging straight at the leader. A loud boom sounded, he was blasted back tens of meters. With the leader done, Hung turned to the other two. He used his sword to block and shot out ice shields attacking. The two were frozen, then shattered by Ha-young's sword strikes. Just then the leader returned. The powerful blow earlier hadn't finished him yet. He arrogantly said, "Just you and me left now. Your skills should belong to my master, Demon King Jordan." Hung coldly said, "A world without cuisine. How awful!" Angered by the taunt, he roared, "You only live to eat. Disgusting." Then he charged at Hung. Hung calmly said, "Animals live to eat. Humans too, that's why there are chefs. You are the inferior one." Hung summoned all his might, unleashing two lightning-fast sword strikes at the ghost. He couldn't dodge, only letting out a pathetic cry before collapsing. Thanks to a chef's perseverance, Hung had defeated the final ghost, completing the quest. He cheered happily, "I did it." System notified, reward of 100,000 won. 50 low-rank magic stones, 50 mid-rank attack magic stones, 50 mid-rank defense magic stones. Hung was surprised receiving so many rewards. Suddenly the stones floated up, merging into an antique jar. System notified this was the Millennium Jar, blessed by Michelin chef God. Hung was very happy to have this legendary fermenting jar. He immediately thought of dishes he could make with it. Truly, only cooking made him excited. System notified he had entered the main continent quest. Suddenly Hung felt a chill. He turned back and system notified Demon King Ridden had detected him. Back in reality, Hung met a crying boy on the street. The boy hugged his stomach, constantly whining hungry. As a kind man, Hung took him home and looked for food. Through chatting, the boy's name was Jae-young. Hung gave 2 sausages. He ate very deliciously, showing he was starving. He said before leaving, Dad said he'd be back soon, but it had been days with no sign of him. Mom left long ago. Since Dad left, he had lived alone at home for 5 days. Hung asked what he ate during that time. He sadly said just rice and soy sauce in the house. Then that ran out too. He hadn't eaten for days. Hung angrily blamed his parents for doing that to their child. He remembered his own abandoned childhood. He thought it unbelievable they left their child to starve to death. This poor kid wasn't at fault at all. Hung smiled at the boy. "I'll make spicy rice cakes for you." Then he went into the kitchen to prepare cooking. Hung recalled the spicy rice cake recipe he ate as a child, but he didn't know if he could make it right without tasting. He decided to try 2 spoonfuls of sugar first, unsure if 4 would be too much. Next, 2 spoonfuls oil, 1 chili powder, 1 soybean paste, mixing well over low heat. When boiling, add scallions for aroma, and sizzling again, it would be a perfect blend. Finally, add noodles and rice cakes, stir-frying together a few minutes. Hung invited the boy, "Please enjoy. Bon appetit." Seeing the tasty rice cakes, the boy eagerly dug in, but after eating, he coughed a few times from the spiciness. Since he didn't sample it, Hung had made it too spicy for a child. He quickly gave milk for the boy to drink. The boy still smiled, "Spicy but very delicious." Hearing that, Hung felt relieved. The boy kept eating deliciously, continuously praising it tasty. Seeing him enjoy the food, Hung also felt very happy. The boy happily said, "Almost gone." Then he picked up a scallion, fish cake and rice cake, but Hung snatched them. Seeing the boy eat so well, Hung couldn't control himself and ate the boy's portion. The two laughed merrily. "You're hungry too, right?" "That's right, wait a bit, I'll make more for us both to eat." "Yes, I'll wait." And so the 2 lonely brothers had a very fun night. The next morning at the old restaurant, De-won was still angry after the eating trip with Hung. He banged the table, growling, "Damn Yung Myung restaurant. Don't know what tricks Lee Jim used to attract customers." The owner tried calming him that Hung wasn't an employee here anymore, but he yelled he was humiliated by Hung in front of him. Then he continued worse that brat Meyer even likes him. Hearing his nasty attitude, Meyer was very annoyed. He asked if she still contacted Hung. Meyer replied without looking, "Look at that hateful face." He teased Meyer having a crush on Hung. Meyer stated clearly, "I don't like you. Just his cooking skills are too good." Seeing Meyer react strongly, the owner advised her to calm down. The owner advised him to calm down since he was drunk, but he drank more, saying he would sue Young Myung. He said the owner threatened him and he couldn't let it go. Everyone should witness seeing he was going overboard. Ion said he had mental issues. The owner also told him not to cause more trouble. Meyer stared at his face, criticizing, "You complain about stir-fried noodles with sesame oil. So we brought you to Chef Lee Jim's restaurant because he cooks it so well. You have to admit it was delicious, right? Reflect on your inferiority complex." Enraged, he threw his wine glass at Meyer, startling everyone. But Meyer continued angry. "What did I say wrong since Chef Lee shown? Your complex has worsened. You only look down on others, not self-improve." Furious, he yelled, "Shut up, brat. What do you know?" He aggressively charged to threaten killing Meyer if not for the owner stopping him. Just then Mr. Young Myung entered and said in a low voice, "What are you saying to my precious child? What are you trying to do?" Seeing him, he panicked in fear. "Mr. Lee Sun-dae, why are you here?" The man just said, "Catch him." Immediately the guards rushed over, grabbing and slamming him down hard. Mr. Sun-dae sighed, "I only came to check my granddaughter's workplace but witnessed everything." Lying on the ground, he trembled. "Granddaughter? What do you mean?" He asked Meyer how to handle it. Meyer demanded he apologize to her. Though very unwilling, he had to obey. Meyer said if they meet again, act like strangers. This was her last day working. Then Meyer left. He ordered releasing him and left too. Hung brought the boy to see Mr. Dung and asked him to help the child. He agreed for the boy to come eat every meal. The boy politely thanked him. Hung wanted to pay for his meals but Mr. Dung refused. Receiving the help, Hung happily went home. On the way he met Meyer, annoyed after the incident at the old restaurant. She recounted everything to Hung. Hung lightly laughed. "The owner will have difficulties probably. I feel like it's my fault." Meyer said it's totally that jerk Kim De-won's fault. Hung asked if she was unemployed. Meyer sadly nodded. Hung offered if Meyer wanted to work at his restaurant. "We're looking for a receptionist." Hearing that, Meyer joyfully agreed right away. She was very excited to work with Hung. She eagerly asked about opening and closing hours. Seeing Meyer so enthusiastic, Hung also happily went along. He said had asked the owner. Meyer exclaimed, "Awesome, lose job then immediately get a new one the same day." She said she'd work hard and hoped Hung would cook delicious food for her sometimes. Hung smiled at her. He thought it interesting. They used to work in unpleasant kitchen together, now could joyfully be together in another kitchen. He advised everyone not to give up, to keep trying back in the game. Hung returned to where he fought the ghosts. Thanks to touching the main quest, now he could use teleport points. With teleport points, Hung could quickly move to explored territories. Returning this time, the first thing Hung did was make soul fruits by recipe. He summoned the kitchen and started each step. First, scrub until the skin turned blue. The fragrance already wafting system notified water soul fused with the fruit. Next, sundry until the blue changed to sky blue. Now the wind soul had infused. Following, ferment with the millennium jar for earth soul to seep in. The aroma made Hung intoxicated. After fermenting, the fruit turned orange. Next, roast over fire for fire soul fusion. Bright light flashed, the fruit turned bright red. Fruit was ripe. Hung peeled its strange tasty scent, like apple but also pineapple. The scent kept changing into other fruits. Inside were seeds. Hung kept them for planting. He tasted the first bite, felt like being brought to a serene, beautiful place. His whole body immersed in the lush forest. System notified he could see spirits for 10 hours. Hai Young's shining eyes looked up at the mystical glittering sky. In the sky, elemental spirits frolicked playfully. Hung greeted them. The spirits surprised someone could see them. A female spirit flew over asking, "You can see me?" Hung happily replied, "That's right. I can see everyone." The female spirit yelled, "Oh my God, you see us!" Her yell attracted other spirits surrounding Hung. He felt this was incredible. The spirits discussed, "He can see us. He's pure. Should we ask him for a favor?" Hung realized he was about to get a quest from them. Secret quest activated, save jungle spirit free spirits. Hung immediately agreed to this new quest. The spirits were overjoyed someone could finally help free their friends. They guided Hung to follow. He had to try his utmost to keep up. Passing through countless forests while running, Mang Tiger called. He wanted to invite Hung to a chat group, but Hung was exhausted so he declined. He kept dashing after the spirits. Hung told Mang Tiger, "I'll think about it later. I'm busy tracking now." Mang Tiger understood and bid goodbye. "All right, have fun tracking." Hung kept dashing after the spirits. He had run very far and was exhausted. The spirits encouraged. "Almost there. Keep going." Hung gritted his teeth and ran. Mustn't fall behind. Finally they arrived. He was drained after the long distance. Before his eyes was serene lush scenery, beautiful like paradise garden. The female spirit introduced. This was Oodn village, homeland of the spirits. Entering, Hung was blocked by an invisible barrier. The girl explained the barrier was made by someone called Savior. She pointed at the big tree on a far hill, where the Savior was with a worried look. She said one day Savior appeared and trapped her friends in strange spheres. He used spirit power to create the separating barrier. Hung wondered why call him Savior when his actions were the opposite. The girl sadly said the reason was unclear, just knew he hadn't left the tree for days. Hung was very curious about this Savior character, didn't know how strong he was. 4 spirits pointed the way for Hung to get to where Savior was residing. The closer they got, the more fearful the female spirit became, her voice trembling. "We've arrived. Please save my friends." Before Hung, Savior had a human form but a deer head. He was meditating on the altar. Noticing someone come, his eyes widened, staring intently at Hung. Not knowing his power made Hung worried, but he still stepped forward ready to fight. Hung used weak point skill but couldn't find Savior's weakness. He was stronger than 3-star monsters. Facing such a high-level boss, Hung was struck by Savior's summoned lightning. Hung screamed painfully and fainted after that powerful blow. The attacker was a lightning spirit. The spirits outside worried as their friend was controlled to attack. Hung struggled up, but in this condition, it'd be very hard to face Savior. Savior kept controlling the lightning spirit to attack Hung. With its too fast speed, Hung couldn't dodge and was struck again. The second strike brought Hayoung's HP below 13. Mio appeared with teary face. It jumped on Hayoung's head and used its skill to heal him. At this point Hung was nearing death, but Savior suddenly spared Hung and warned him not to interfere. Since the enemy was too strong, Hung had to retreat into the forest to rest. "Think of a strategy." Hung told the spirits this was his first time facing such a strong foe. The spirit asked if Hung saw the black spheres, imprisoning their friends inside. The whole village was also trapped inside. Due to the barrier they couldn't leave the forest. They had to constantly offer tributes, so were very strained. Negative energy nourished the black spheres. When it absorbed enough, the villagers would become slaves. Info on village: 53 people, 1,200 square meters area. Safety index 13, happiness index 46, 531, very low indexes. Resting. Hung heard the villagers complaining after returning from offering tributes. They resented being forced but didn't have the strength to resist Savior. Hung realized after long oppression they had fallen into depression, generating negative energy. That was exactly what Savior wanted. Hung thought he needed to do something to lift their spirits. He asked Mio to bring over a depressed couple. With its cuteness, Mio quickly grabbed their attention. Mio led them to Hayoung's restaurant. Hung warmly welcomed them to Riss Diner. The two were surprised not knowing when this restaurant appeared. Hung said he opened it to help those in difficulties. Having gone through much, they were still wary, but with Hayoung's enthusiastic attitude, they relaxed and sat down. Hung said they could dine and drink for free here. The guy still felt uneasy and asked his girlfriend if they should eat here. The girl answered somewhat hesitantly but finally wanted Hung to cook something simple. Receiving the order, Hung promptly started cooking. "The food will be ready soon, please wait a moment." To attract customers he used beautiful meticulous cooking techniques. Under his skillful hands, the egg, scallion, shrimp and rice quickly became fried rice with seafood with golden fluffy rice emitting delicious aroma. Seeing the appetizing rice, the guy still couldn't believe this was free. Thanks to the cheerful, sincere attitude, the two guests began to feel assured and started eating. Taking the first bites, their gloomy mood gradually disappeared. Happiness index increased, the negativity on them had vanished. The guy eagerly suggested Hung introduce more dishes. Seeing their happiness return, Hung was more excited. He would cook more to bring the villagers happiness. Next was a delicious vegetarian soup. Eating another dish, the euphoria made their positive energy increase more. Just as Hung predicted, the more delicious food they ate, the better their mood became, gradually erasing the negative energy. Thanks to the first two guests, many other villagers came to Hayoung's diner. Here they were served free delicious food and cold beer. With all his sincere heart, Hung brought joy and happiness to the village. Smiles returned to everyone's faces. anxiety and annoyance had completely vanished, seeing happy customers. Hung was also very happy. A chef's joy comes when diners enjoy the delicious food he makes. At the altar, Savior also noticed the change in the villagers. At Ha-young's diner, everyone was very excited. Not only were they eating well but also attracted by Mio's cuteness. Mio helped Hung prep ingredients with its paws. Mio helped mince a green soup was served. Hung introduced it was made with Mio's help. The tasty food made happiness index spike. Negative energy weakened. A girl said she felt unwell. Her taste had changed, making her lose interest in eating. Previously she had tasted Ma Oten-sun's food, so her taste changed. Currently, no matter what she ate, she didn't feel completely satisfied. That reduced her tasting experience and interest in dining. Hearing that Hung was very curious about Ma Oten-sun, didn't know how tasty his food was to be able to change others' taste, Hung promptly cooked a special grilled pork dish. When tasting it, the girl smiled happily. She praised it tasty like Ma Oten-sun's dish. It had been long since she ate such a tasty meal. Hearing her, Hung wanted to meet Chef Ma Oten-sun more. He realized he wasn't the only chef in-game and felt happy about that. Hung thought the name Ma Oten-sun meant sun on the mountain, similar to Chef Kong Sun-hee, whom he defeated before. Thanks to the service, Ha-young's skills increased. After an amazing day, Hung temporarily left the diner for the spirits and logged off to rest before work in real life. At the restaurant Hung helped before, there was a red-haired man, seemingly a chef. The owner enthusiastically welcomed him. He only requested to be served the most popular dish. The owner promptly brought out their best-selling grilled pork dish. Seeing the food, the man curiously said this was made by a real person, so must be very delicious. He started eating, chewing slowly to savor it. He sliced the meat to examine it, praising it well grilled, maintaining softness and cleanly sliced. He was intrigued by the person who made this perfect dish, possibly a real professional chef. This man eating was Chef Ma Oten-sun, aka Kong San-hee in real life. Back in real life, Hung cooked stir-fried meat for his younger brother, making him very excited. The owner praised Ha-young's diligence. Looked like a big feast. Hung humbly said he was just practicing. He told the boy to eat quickly, then they'd enjoy his new dish together. Seeing them enjoy the food, Hung was happy to have successfully brought an in-game dish to reality. He was curious how the food he makes would be. Now he was curious again about the dishes he cooks. Hung really wanted to know how the food he makes tastes. Seeing Ha-young's expression, the owner guessed his thoughts. He encouraged Hung to eat with everyone. Lysine pulled Hung to sit down. Praising his cooking, their care and joy lifted Ha-young's mood. The three had a warm, cheerful breakfast together. A busy, energetic day began at Jungmyeong restaurant. Right at opening, many customers eagerly awaited a tasty meal. Wonderful morning with delicious food was the perfect spice for the new day. Bim Bim Bap was still the top seller. No one missed a bowl. In the kitchen, Hung was busy with the menu. Order calls continuously rang out. Mireille accepted the job offer and started working. Jungmyeong restaurant now had not just tasty food from Ha-young's hands, but also Mireille's friendly service. Beautiful face, bright smiles, friendly personality made diners feel warmly welcomed. Thanks to delicious food, enthusiastic attitude, friendly character, the restaurant attracted more customers daily. They came not just for the food but also to enjoy life. Seeing Mireille's passion, Mr. Dung smiled satisfied. He praised the sweet girl, friendly, kind-natured and quick to adapt. Looking at the clock, he was surprised it was already 3 p.m. Time flew by when focused on work. He said for everyone to go eat together. Mireille was surprised since it wasn't break time yet. Mr. Dung laughed and said there were no more customers now, and he changed break time to 5 p.m. Jiang was like a family member, very dear to Hung. The boy's presence made Ha-young's life more joyful. After a fun service, it was time to rest, eat and regain energy. Today's meal was kakugi, fried rice with beef and kimchi. Everyone eagerly awaited the colorful rice dish to be served. All three thanked Hung for the delicious meal. After the thanks, they started enjoying the food. A spoonful of aromatic golden fried rice wrapped in egg, with juicy beef and radish kimchi. Everyone's faces lit up when tasting the exquisite flavors. The perfectly cooked rice gave an amazing chewy sensation. The beef was sweet and tender, juices bursting on each bite. The kimchi was spicy, sour, sweet, balancing the salty taste, not overwhelming. All the flavors blended and exploded perfectly in the mouth, making one unable to stop. The three continuously praised Ha-young's talent and couldn't stop eating. Seeing everyone's happy faces, Hung also felt life was truly meaningful. He also started eating in a cheerful mood. Though not tasting it, yet that ability would eventually return. Hung told himself he put too much oil, so the spiciness of the kimchi bulgogi rice was overwhelmed. Maybe he should grill the meat a little less. Suddenly a thought flickered. For an instant Hung seemed to taste the dish. Could that be an illusion? Hung wondered. Hung told himself not to torture himself with expectations anymore. It was just an illusion, but it seemed his taste was gradually returning. He should get his hopes up too much. Thinking while eating, Hayoung's face was bright with joy. That attracted the attention of a diner at the next table. He thought Hung seemed to enjoy eating even more than mukbang live streamers. He wondered if he could eat like that. In fact, that guy was a mukbang VJ but could never make truly excited eating expressions. Viewers always complained he ate without emotion. Thus his views kept declining. He didn't know how to truly enjoy and didn't satisfy viewers. Seeing Hung eat so happily, he was attracted. He went up to Hung, bowed his head, asking Hung to teach him to eat so deliciously. Surprised by the sudden request, Hung asked who he was. He introduced himself as Dung Hakaseo, a VJ named Nempagil. He hoped to learn how to eat well from Hung. Mirai friendly asked if he did mukbang, a currently popular eating show genre. Hung didn't know what mukbang was. After an explanation he nodded. Mr. Dung praised Hayoung's very delicious eating style but would let Hung decide whether to accept. Before the sincere request, Hung agreed to eat together. The VJ happily offered 10,000 won per eating session. Everyone curiously asked about his job. He explained he live-streamed eating pre-prepared foods. Everyone was intrigued by that job. Mirai and Jiang promised to support him. Hung was very happy. His taste seemed to be returning gradually. Even if just a moment, he had felt it already. Back in Rio World, Hung received notice villager happiness was fully recovered. Black sphere disappeared. The spirits were freed. Hung rejoiced that his plan had wonderfully succeeded. The spirits flew around him, saying blissful words, showing their moods were stable again. The spirits told Hung it was thanks to him their friends were freed. But before they got captured again, they needed to quickly catch the savior. Going back to where the savior was, his black sphere had shattered without negative energy supply. He thought this related to Hung and was very angry. With the spirits escaped, the savior would weaken. This was a good chance to defeat him. Hung and the spirits went at top speed to the hill, but suddenly a lightning bolt struck. Luckily Hung dodged it. It was lightning spirit Electron blocking their way. Hung was surprised the spirit was still captive. The savior appeared and warned Hung not to interfere. He controlled Electron to attack Hung with lightning. This time Hung was better prepared. He summoned fire around the sword, then swung it, shooting fireballs to block the blow, creating a loud explosion after clashing. Hung realized despite losing Black Sphere's power, the savior was still very strong. He sensed the threat from him. Hung retreated behind warily, thinking of ways to deal as continuing like this he'd lose. On the other side, he ordered the lightning spirit to keep attacking. The spirits by Hung continuously encouraged him. They told Hung that the savior was much weaker than before, evidence that Hung could fight instead of being oppressed like before. They encouraged Hung to keep attacking since the Black Sphere was broken. The enemy was nearing death. Accepting their encouragement, Hung firmly grasped his weapon and planned an attack. He would block, then utilize the moment Electron ran out of power to counterattack. When Electron attacked, Hung used all his might to block with an ice shield. After the attack ended, as predicted, Electron took time to recover. Seizing the chance, Hung nimbly moved, dodged, and gradually closed in on the savior to strike. When exhausted, Electron stopped attacking. The savior realized the danger, but it was too late. Hung was right above his head. Plunging down like an arrow, Hung summoned a giant flame. Eyes blazing with battle spirit, he shouted loudly and slashed immense fiery power at the enemy. A loud explosion sounded, dust flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the savior had vanished. Electron escaped the control, turned into a cute round creature. It said it wouldn't attack Hung anymore and wanted to be his pet. Hung was happy to have a new pet, but Mio seemed unhappy about Electron's appearance. At the control center, Ohaeng was very surprised Hung defeated the Demon King's first minion. The savior was actually Ugataga, a strong player owning the legendary red flute. Ohaeng said it was unimaginable for Hung to win under disadvantage. She eagerly awaited to see if Hung could pass the next trial. Thanks to Hung, Udian village escaped the imposter's rule, regaining their free life. Now Hung was the true savior of the forest. System notified news of Hung had spread, making Demon King ridden upset. Now Hung had not just the goddess attention but also the Demon King stalking him. But Hung was no longer afraid. confidently said they'd meet again sooner or later anyway. After the recent battle, Hung was more self-assured, ready to face any challenge. Returning to Lauberton, the town had developed into a big busy city, more crowded and bustling. There was a wide square and guardian forces guarding security. Seeing the very quick growth afterwards, Hung was very impressed. He told himself not to fail again. Hung checked the money earned from the steakhouse shares. This time Hung received 625,000 won. In total he had saved 46 million now. Becoming an in-game tycoon, he decided to host a party. Invite friends only. C. King was in the city, so he called him. Surprisingly, C. King was standing behind Hung already. Not only that, C. King was with Arthur too. They became friends after recently doing a quest together, so there was one more for the party. Arthur asked Hung about the recent quest. Hung recalled the red flute obtained after defeating the imposter. That was a rare item. Seeing it, Arthur was very excited. He promptly sat down analyzing it. C. King was a bit surprised seeing this for the first time. Hung was already used to it. Hung said to leave Arthur be and start the party. He summoned the divine kitchen. Intriguing C. King, they decided to make Bossum. When starting cooking, both Hung and Arthur focused intensely on their beloved work. Seeing his two focused friends, C. King couldn't just sit still either. He took out a guitar and started strumming melodious tunes. Full of emotion, the trio immediately attracted attention of those around. Look, isn't that Riss and the famous singer C. King too? Even crafter Arthur was here as well. It seemed like all the creators had gathered here. Should we stay and watch them while waiting? A boy approached C. King asking him to compose an awesome song, but with C. King's attitude, it seemed he had encountered this situation many times before. And of course C. King politely declined right away. Sorry, my skills are still very lacking. Receiving the answer, the boy seemed unsatisfied. He went on to Arthur and said, sorry sir, could you make some awesome stuff for me? Of course, without hesitation, Arthur immediately replied, no can do kid. I am way too terrible. But the boy didn't give up, and went to Hung. Hey, could you make some yummy food for me? Hung realized the boy seemed to be a hidden quest. C. King spoke up, warning, this looks like a hidden quest, but just consumes energy. It's related to your profession. Quests get harder the further they go. No midway rewards and extremely difficult. Many have declined already. Hearing C. King say that, Hung also hesitated a bit since he disliked overly hard quests, but looking at the boy before him, he recalled Jiang, and of course he couldn't let the kid stay hungry. He cheerfully replied, wait a minute, I'll make you something to eat right away. Hung promptly prepared a snack for the boy. Elsewhere in the city, Marina had arrived too. Seeing that sullen face, it seemed Marina was in a bad mood. The reason was the annoying guy's appearance. She didn't know how he still managed to follow her. Marina only felt very irritated whenever seeing his hateful face. Marina noticed a large crowd gathering ahead. Going closer, she excitedly shouted, it's really you, Riss. It's so great to see you again. Marina's mood did a complete 180 flip. From sullen face she instantly became a cheerful, lively, lovely girl in a flash. Distracted by Riss, she didn't notice stepping on Arthur's head. The three were happy to reunite, but the joyful atmosphere was disrupted by Han Thuk Vong's appearance. Seeing Riss' kitchen, Marina was intrigued. Not only that, now he even had sous chef Royal Mio. Mio dear, could you slice some scallions for me? Nimbly Mio used its claws to slice the scallions into small pieces. Marina really liked Mio's ability. She wished she had such an adorable cat in real life too. Ha ha, real cats aren't like that. But after hearing you, I am thinking of adopting a stray cat in Juntrian. Arthur was surprised. You live in Juntrian? I live in Seoul here. After a while everyone was from Gangwon. C. King then suggested, Riss, what do you think, should we have a real-life meal in Juntrian? Marina was very happy because if that happened, she would get to meet idol Riss in real life. The nasty Han Thuk Vong cut in. Oh how delightful. I mean, I'd immediately agree. Who invited this guy acting all important? Everyone was excited about the real-life meetup. They started discussing when they could reunite. How about tomorrow? C. King suggested. I think it's best if it happens quickly. Arthur didn't object since that Wednesday he was free too. Marina was also excited. What a coincidence. Because I am also off tomorrow. How about you, Riss? Yeah, okay. I am free tomorrow too, Hung replied while focused on cooking. He took out an antique jar and put napa cabbage and kimchi salt inside. Ferment time would be 6 hours with this jar. The cabbage would quickly ferment. Hung felt cooking in-game was really fun. Back to the meetup plan. The time was set at 6 p.m. Si King suggested again the venue as a currently hot-hit restaurant. That was Jungmyeong, where Hung and Mireille worked. Marina was intrigued that Si King chose her workplace. She asked Jungmyeong restaurant, "What does everyone say about it?" Arthur shared, "I heard they serve good healthy food there." Si King continued introducing, "I heard the bibimbap, mixed rice and noodles there are very delicious. But unfortunately the restaurant has to close for renovations one day." Everyone was intrigued talking about the place. Except one nasty despicable guy he cut in that Jungmyeong restaurant. "I've been and it's not worth praising. Very ordinary." Seeing her workplace looked down on, Marina couldn't hold back yelling, "This annoying guy. Are you sure you've been there? If you eat and feel it's ordinary, I think it's due to your mediocre tongue." The quarrel intensified, everyone yelling loudly and unwilling to back down. Realizing this was a fierce, endless battle, Si King had to intervene, saying, "Let's not go then." Ignoring the three's heated argument, Arthur still focused on his research. Meanwhile, Hung was still engrossed with the kimchi. After the cabbage fermented, he put it in a wooden bowl, mixed in seasoning and chili powder. Just looking at the bright colors, you could tell it was a wonderful dish. Next, Hung moved on to slicing meat. To have tasty meat, slicing properly was also needed. The meat should be pressed then cut across the grain so less fat and thinner slices cook better boiled. Mio's eyes on Hayoung's head lit up brightly. It could barely restrain itself anymore. On the other side, Marina and Si King still endlessly argued to decide a meetup place. Meanwhile, Hung had completed the food for today's gathering. Rice Bossum was done. "Please enjoy." Everyone's eyes lit up looking at the bossum platter. Except the nasty guy. The boiled pork with fresh veggies and kimchi artfully plated looked like a painting. Truly captivating. Hung didn't forget to set aside a serving for the boy, making him very happy. Everyone started enjoying with satisfied faces. You could tell it was a wonderful, delicious dish. "This is so good. Eating with samyang is super good." Marina, "No, eating it with garlic and kimchi wrapped in lettuce is the best." Si King, "You're wrong. It has to be with perilla leaves and sesame leaf wrap to be sublime." Arthur, "That nasty guy either way." Couldn't resist the alluring bossum. He kept grabbing and eating but still grumbled, "Damn it. This is the best bossum I've ever tasted." House with royals, don't let your cat eat kimchi like this, owner. As for Hung, he still ate slowly, trying hard to sense the kimchi's sour spiciness. The delicious taste he hadn't experienced for so long. Ah, right, the strong sour spicy seasoning, aroma and cooling sweet cabbage. They blended together, heightening the senses. This was heavenly flavor indeed. It was unclear why the boy didn't finish the delicious bossum. He gave it back to Hung and requested something else. "There's an even more amazing taste." Hung realized this was why Si King warned that accepting this quest means endless work. But Hung was very confident. "Wait a minute, kid. I'll cook many dishes like you want." But 2 hours later that confidence was gone. He was drained after cooking 15 dishes in a row. Marina worried for Hung while the nasty guy ate up the boy's leftovers. Though tired, the boy still suggested Hung cook something else. "Riss, could you make the best dish from seafood?" Hung struggled to get up. "Seafood, huh, a bit hard now. But wait for me." "Okay," the boy replied. "Okay. Anytime is fine. This is an unlimited time quest, so can also take breaks. It allows resting and preparing ingredients. I am used to being overdemanded already." "Alright, this boring quest is almost over." Suddenly Arthur shouted excitedly, "Amazing. Finally I did it. Thank you so much, Riss. Thanks to you I gained a new skill. Lend me that shield you've been using recently." Arthur wanted to utilize the new fusion skill he obtained. Right away he used Hayoung's rare shield as an offering. Luckily the shield was upgraded, now even stronger than before. Attack increased by 50 points. Defense increased by 30 points. Water element increased by 2500. Chance to inflict heavenly strike causing 3 seconds stun. 100 chance to cause 20 seconds bleed. Freezing skill. Hung was very intrigued by the upgraded shield. "Thanks, Arthur. The shield is cooler now. Oh, it has some button here." Curious, Hung pressed the button and the shield shot ice shards, hitting a blonde guy. The two immediately acted innocent. After discussing, the group decided to meet at 6 p.m. offline, at the Gun Guksu restaurant in the industrial district. Everyone was excited, especially Han Thuk Vong. It was unknown how his attitude would be when meeting Hung and Marina again. Hung cheerfully bid everyone goodbye then logged off. He just remembered the restaurant renovation tomorrow, wondering if he could make the meetup. The next day Hung was helping the owner renovate the shop. Seeing Hayoung's enthusiasm, Mr. Dung said, "I told you don't need to come. Yet you still did this hot weather. Just leave the rest and I'll do it myself." You go rest, but Hung still wanted to stay and help until it was done. Mr. Dung was very adamant for his chef to rest and have the best health and mood on workdays. He shooed Hung away. "Go, stop working and go home. On rest days like this, you should go out and relax." Unable to refuse the owner's care, Hung had no choice but to rest. That evening at the Gun Guksu meetup spot, Mirai arrived very early. She was both excited and nervous since this was her first real-life offline meet. She wondered what they looked like in real life. Looking outside, a guy was standing waiting. He was tall and very handsome. Mirai approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you here for the Zero meetup?" He immediately replied, "Yes, I am Arter. My name is Ji Gong." Mirai also cheerfully introduced, "Nice to meet you. I am Marina. My name is Umair." Arter greeted back Mirai with the seriousness like in-game, "Nice to meet you. But let me check if everyone has arrived on time. I've been waiting 30 minutes already." Facing Arter's seriousness, Mirai felt somewhat intimidated. As they were talking, there was a shout from afar. A cute guy looking like an idol approached. Just seeing his scholarly appearance and sunny smile, the two easily recognized this guy as C King. He introduced himself as Dong Wook. So now there were 3 people at the offline meetup. Feeling awkward standing outside the restaurant, the 3 decided to go inside and wait. While waiting, the 3 chatted and got acquainted. Arai's eyes lit up looking at C King, praising non-stop, "Wow. Can't believe someone looks like an idol like this. You look very handsome, even better than the in-game character. Haha, you praise too much. Meyer and Ji Gong are also very pretty." C King: "Ji Gong, how old are you? You look around my age." Arter briefly replied, "That's Arter, alright. Serious both in and out game." The 3 chatted for a while, but the other 2 still hadn't arrived. Impatient, Meyer decided to send a message. She really looked forward to seeing Riss, while it was fine if Han Thuk Vong didn't come. The restaurant door opened, a voice rang out, "Hello. I am here for the offline meetup." Hearing the voice, Meyer turned in shock, seeing Kim Da-won. This was likely the person she least wanted to see. He also jumped seeing Meyer. The 2 immediately quarreled until Dong Wook had to intervene. Ji Gong still calmly asked, "Same scene as in-game. You 2 know each other?" Meyer replied unpleasantly, "HMPH. He's my former colleague." On the other side, the nasty guy mocked, "Haha. She used to be an employee I helped. Now receiving help from in-game to real life, huh? Shut your mouth. The only thing I got from you was high blood pressure. Whenever I see your hateful face." Dong Wook had to speak up again to calm them down. "Haha, look. You 2 are like actors in a drama." Arter also seriously said, "You 2 have good chemistry and an interesting story, right?" Meyer clearly showed irritation. "No. There's nothing good about this." Da-won guy to say. Da-won still arrogantly said, "Haha, Jungkook sure has good eyes. I look like an actor, right?" While the other's character is eerily realistic, he meant Mirai works in restaurants both in real life and in-game. While in-game, Jungkook is a wandering singer. In real life, he's a real singer with handsome idol-like looks. Arter still kept his difficult to approach serious style. After waiting so long yet Hung still hadn't arrived, everyone asked Da-won to contact him. Mirai felt sad not knowing if the person she looked forward to seeing would come. She thought about in-game Riss, a cool charismatic chef, wondering what he was like in real life. Just hoped he was like Lee Jim. The door opened, the one Mirai awaited finally arrived. Hung blankly walked in seeing Hung. Mirai asked, "Mr. Lee Jim, what brings you here?" "Today's my day off, but unexpectedly met you here." The 2 cheerfully chatted, ignoring Da-won, making him upset at being disregarded. As usual, he shouted, "Hey, you only see Meyer and not me. Am I invisible? We fought once." While everyone argued, Ji Gong's observational skills activated. In his speech were words about the meetup time, way of talking, polite style. "Surely that's him." Ji Gong stood and shook his hand, greeting, "Hello Riss. I am Arter, real name Ji Gong." Hung promptly shook his hand back in a friendly manner. Except Arter and Simon, Meyer and Da-won were surprised. Just different reactions. Knowing Hung was Riss, Mirai's smitten expression showed. The one she looked forward to finally appeared, and was someone she cherished. Hung introduced himself as Hung Lee Jim. Meyer still couldn't believe her eyes. Had to ask again, "Lee Jim, you're really Riss?" "That's right, so Meyer is Marina, right?" In Meyer's mind was only Hung the best cook and fighter in the game. And he was kind, sweet too. Now he said they were one. How could such a coincidence happen? The more Meyer thought, the happier she felt. She was unspeakably elated, heart racing with joy. She started daydreaming about family and children. Finally, the one she awaited daily appeared, and was someone she liked in real life too. Jong-gook laughed and said, "Ha ha, Meyer. I told you it's like a drama. If you keep getting into situations like this, it'll make a good comic story." "Lee Jim, what are you doing now?" Hung replied he was working at a restaurant. Mirai excitedly added, "That's right. Just looking you can tell he's very talented already." Everyone was happily chatting and getting acquainted. Only Da-won looked annoyed, sitting thinking about something. Then with his nasty personality, he spoke up, "Hey Lee Jim, why don't you tell them you used to work under me, but then fled when faced with difficulties. You guys know this fool used to work for me. Hearing that Meyer was irritated. You're still like that, always bringing that up to cause trouble. Why do you like doing that? Meyer and him quarreled again. He criticized Hung while Meyer defended him. Hung didn't care about those words, just gently said it's all in the past. I am fine. He never accepted others' talent. Always thought himself better. He thought Hung cooked well in-game due to good gear, not talent. He still thought Hung used to work under him so wasn't good. He condescendingly mocked come clean. It's just thanks to good items, right? Tell the truth. Without them what could you even cook? Arthur was annoyed at Dawon's words and said most of his gear is made by me, not even used for cooking. Still the nasty guy thought of ways to undermine Hung Ji-gong. Why did you make stuff for him? Did he mistreat you? Why would a master like you help someone like that? Hung still sat quietly, no reaction to his provocations. Arthur advised Kim Da-won, you should stop, your words are a bit much. But with his nasty personality, he said what he wanted to say fully. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I am just saying. Concerned for you, you're embarrassing me. I see Ji-gong as a younger brother, so as an older brother I'll give useful advice. Why are you so sensitive? Meyer also lost patience. Da-won, you need to stop right now. Why do you like fighting with everyone? He said in a condescending tone. Mirai, when you're my age this won't be scolding anymore. Arthur also felt the need to discipline him. Ji-gong, you call yourself his older brother, but do you want to be treated like this? He was still arrogant. If I am older then I should be respected. Then how old are you? Ji-gong stared into his eyes. Ji-gong serious, I am 34 years old. Everyone was shocked, couldn't believe their ears. Meyer was surprised. Wow, Mr. Ji-gong looks so young. I am surprised. Younggu also praised, right? How interesting, you look like an idol who takes care of his looks. Very young. Ji-gong asked Da-won, so you're younger than me? Then I am the adult, I can be rude to you, right? Facing that seriousness, Da-won could only stammer a right. Earlier he did say if I am older I should be respected. Now Ji-gong is the older brother. I have a request until we finish the crab noodle soup. I don't want to hear another word from you. Serves him right, always thinking himself the best, then yelling and cursing. Teaching others without expecting rebuttal. Taking advantage of kind Hung. If he had listened to advice, he wouldn't have embarrassed himself. Seeing the nasty guy shut up, Meyer secretly smiled, satisfied. Serves him right. Didn't expect this day would come so soon. Karma strikes real quick. Ji-gong continued, speaking frankly, I am nice to Lee Jim not for personal reasons, simply because he's my friend. I don't know what you did that made him leave, but if it was enough for Lee Jim to go then surely you were in the wrong. Scolded, he couldn't take it and left. Dong Gyun tried to stop him but Meyer held him back. Let him be. We should just stay together. Ignore Da-won. Everyone went back to eating, drinking and chatting. Hey Mira, you said you and Lee Jim work at the same restaurant. Which one is it? Mira smiled. We work at Jungmyeong. That's why your day off coincided with the day it closed. While everyone was happy, Da-won came back and pointed at Hung, challenging Lee Jim. Let's have a match, I mean a cooking match, fair and square. You won't decline, right? Hung was silent but his firm gaze showed he wanted to teach him a lesson. Approaching Da-won, he stared into his eyes. Alright, let's just do it now. Guys like him need to taste failure to cure arrogance. Right after Hung accepted the challenge, the crab noodle restaurant kitchen was rented. It would use ingredients available here. The rules were simple, no restrictions. Could choose ingredients freely. Display full skills, the tastier dish wins. The loser pays kitchen rental and ingredients. Mirai worried Ha-young's lack of taste would disadvantage him. Da-won was loud but not mediocre. Ji-gong silently trusted in Ha-young's skills. In-game he had tasted the wonderful flavor of Ha-young's cooking. C-king was also very excited and supported Hung. Not only friends but restaurant patrons also stayed to watch this one-of-a-kind match. Cooking time was 30 minutes. The whistle blew. Hung and Da-won immediately got to work. With experience, Da-won confidently chose ingredients including blue crab, pepper lobster, oyster, enoki mushrooms, celery scallions to make spicy seafood stew. He smiled arrogantly, very satisfied with the expensive ingredients chosen, confident the dish would make diners praise in awe. While cooking he muttered, I can be a street restaurant chef. Oh Lee Jim, I am not one to look down on. I'll show you through this contest. In contrast to Da-won's colorful appealing seafood stew, Hung was simply making an omelet. Da-won looked at Hung puzzled. He muttered, what's that? Why's he making fried egg here? Seeing Ha-young's cheap ingredients, he became more arrogant just looking at the ingredients. He had one. You think guests will like that? How foolish. Ha-young's calm actions also worried Meyer. Younggu asked Mirai, Da-won must be very skilled, right? You work together, how is he? Mirai worried, anyway he's an experienced chef. Ant looked down on him. But Ji-gong was still very calm. He trusted in Hayoung's skills. While both are chefs, you can see Lee Jim is much more diligent. The difference is in the effort. No matter what, he prioritizes cooking above all. Each time he finishes a tasty dish, he doesn't hesitate long. Even in-game, Rise only thinks about cooking. While Da-won has skill but looks down too much on Lee Jim, he needs to pay the price. It'll curb his arrogance. 30 minutes was almost up, both concentrated fully on their dishes. Da-won's seafood stew looked very eye-catching with many colors, stimulating the appetite on Hayoung's side. He quietly prepared his dish. The judge announced time's up. Both stopped and plated their dishes. Da-won's was spicy seafood stew. Hung chose Korean pancake, also called pa jun. Besides friends, patrons were also judges for the contest. Since Da-won's seafood stew looked appealing, it attracted diners to try first. Seeing people choose his dish, Da-won arrogantly laughed, "It's over. Everyone chose my seafood stew. Lee Jim, I win." Everyone enjoyed it and praised it tasty. The more praise, the more pleased Da-won felt, thinking, "Thank you, chef." But Ji Gong had a different opinion. The stew is tasty but uses expensive ingredients. That's why it must be tasty with ingredients like this. Even I could make it. Ji Gong turned to Hayoung's pancake. It looks so simple, wonder if it's tasty. But when tasting it, Ji Gong was shocked by the incredible deliciousness. Wow, so tasty, really surprising. The pancake is this crispy, the inside is soft and spicy. Doesn't get greasy from little oil. The egg white is crispy. The egg yolks smooth and sweet, perfect with soju. The sautéed squid is also amazing. Cooked the perfect time. Soft and chewy with a delightful bite, combined with the pancake's crispness. It's fantastic. Each ingredient in the pancake has a unique flavor. This dish really blew my mind. It's too good, I can't resist this allure. After the first bite, I just want to keep eating endlessly. In just moments, Hayoung's pancake plate was wiped clean. Meanwhile, Da-won's stew pot remained full. Seeing the reality before him, Da-won's mood was tangled. He couldn't accept it, didn't want to lose. Why, judging by just the ingredients, the seafood stew should be the tastiest. The restaurant chef patted his shoulder consolingly. "I think the decision is clear already. You don't see the issue. The main thing here is crab noodle soup. Guests have eaten much soup and seafood already. Now they'll choose something else like seafood pancake. You need to admit your opponent is very skilled. He's a professional chef. Just stop and admit it." Looking at Hung, Da-won realized he was being left behind. He knew the gap between them was huge. Clenching his fist, he unwillingly thought, "I lost. Lost in creativity, skills, everything." "That's right, admit it, Kim Da-won. Like the owner said, in this situation I wouldn't try anything new. Just used what's familiar." "That's right, I lost thoroughly." This time Da-won sincerely admitted defeat. That made his arrogant self accept the failure. Approaching Hung, Da-won bowed his head. "Lee Jim, I lost. Your cooking skill is really the best. All the fights before were my fault. I am sorry." Finally, all misunderstandings were smoothly resolved. That arrogant guy received a valuable lesson to become better. Everyone returned to the fun offline gathering. Thinking back, everything today was smoothly settled. Unexpectedly, Hung smiled relaxingly. Returning to the small restaurant, the owner was sitting alone drinking. Looking very sad, the business kept declining, but he didn't know how to save it. Staff also gradually left because he spoiled Chef Da-won too much. While sitting, suddenly Da-won's voice, "Owner, why are you still here now after the defeat?" He seemed to have changed. His face no longer had arrogance. The owner asked, "Why are you here so early? Owner, are you hiring new staff?" He sighed, "No, ill keep going, then close down later." Lee Jim and Meyer left. Guests can't forget the old taste, so they don't come anymore. Da-won asked, "So you plan to give up?" The owner drank a shot, sadly replied, "That's right. Maybe I don't have business sense. I thought I could succeed with this small restaurant, but now know it was just a dream." Hearing that, Da-won stood pondering. Recalling his own defeat, he wondered why, with superior skills, Hung came to be his assistant chef. Hung had told him over a year ago, "I was in a car accident. Though I survived, I lost smell and taste. My life fell into hell. My dream of opening a restaurant and living as a chef was shattered. I gave up everything. Though I sought treatment everywhere, there was no progress at all. But luckily I saw a glimmer of hope. I decided to start over from the beginning at Nare's snack shop." Hearing that, Da-won no longer envied Hung. He realized he was too arrogant, always thought himself the best. Now he knew he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. The defeat was very beneficial, showing Da-won his place and that he needed to change for the better, not be stuck in the dark well forever. Da-won asked, "You decided to close this restaurant?" The owner replied, "Resigned. What else can I do? I am very sorry, but talent like Lee Jim and Meyer is rare. one serious then I'll try even harder. I'll be diligent and never arrogant again. So don't give up. His words shocked the owner, who couldn't believe it. What's wrong with you? What happened? one awkwardly scratched his head. Nothing. I think I regained passion after refusing to give up. Owner laughed. Ha ha, let's work together. Until we hire new staff. I'll help in the kitchen. Hopefully after this failure he'll become a better person. Back in-game to keep cooking per the boy's request. Hung had to find the ocean for ingredients. But no matter how much he searched, he didn't know where the ocean was. Didn't even know if the game had an ocean. To ask around, he went to a large lake near the city. There 2 people were fishing. Hung greeted, have you caught anything yet? The guy in a hat replied, I caught a lot. Many different kinds. Hung looked in the basket, only seeing 2 quite big fish. Wow, these freshwater fish look so tasty. Using them for spicy fish stew must be amazing. Hung turned and asked the player beside, have you caught many fish? With a sad face he replied, I haven't caught any. The game says you can do anything, but fishing isn't fun at all. Hung consoled, maybe it's a bad fishing spot. Suddenly under the float there was strong movement. The guy jerked his rod. Unexpectedly a water demon jumped up, startling Hung. But Lee Chun still sat calmly, making Hung worry. Wow, how are you so calm? Thought you were super strong. But the demon punched him once, sending him flying far away. Hung blankly, wow, he's extremely weak. Thought he was strong from sitting so calmly. The demon turned, warning Hung, if you don't want that, you better scram right now. So scram this instant. Threatening the wrong guy. Seeing the demon, Hung summoned Pet Electron without hesitation. Pointing at the demon, Hung ordered, beat it up for me. It dared threaten me. Receiving the order, Electron fired an electric blast, instantly defeating the demon. Aha, you're so good, made it vanish in an instant. Seeing Lee Chun's rod fall down, Hung picked it up and tried fishing, but after sitting all day still no fish bit the bait. Mio yawned, long fishing requires patience. Hope we can catch some fish for cooking. Suddenly under the float there was continuous vibration. Hung and Mio were happy that fish were biting. He jerked hard, but instead of fish, it was a stone Harubang head sculpture. Hung didn't understand how the smooth round head got caught on the hook. System notified, Golem rock monster head. Someone broke it and threw it away. Collection speed, so it's a quest item. 6 more parts left. Wonder what will happen if all 7 parts are collected. Simon beside said, oh, you also caught one of those. Everyone here catches them. They're evenly distributed so newbies can also get some. You're not the only one. Meaning collecting all the golem monster parts will complete the quest. By the way, Hung asked, do you know how to get to the ocean? Hearing the word ocean, Simon med. He also didn't seem to know what an ocean was. After thinking for a while he finally just answered he didn't know. Hung used Rio's system to search again, but gamers all gave the same answer. But they had never seen an ocean in Rio. Hung asked Simon again, are you sure you don't remember what an ocean is? Hearing that, Simon seemed worried. When hearing the word ocean he stammered, I know but can't remember right now. Seeing that reaction, Hung guessed there was definitely something mysterious. Hung and Mio kept fishing, while getting ingredients and observing Simon for clues about the ocean. First time fishing, Hung felt delighted catching many fish. Got another one for first time fishing. This luck is more fun than expected. Simon praised, oh, you caught a fish, I should try harder too. Hung left the fish with Mio, worried it would steal some for a newbie. You're fishing very well already, but you must catch a big one like this to be called skilled. Simon showed off the big fish he just caught. Simon had a smug smile on his face. Hung was quite surprised an NPC had such realistic reactions. Hung said, you're going to eat it, then let me make sashimi. Hung offered with an eager face. Hearing the unfamiliar dish, Simon asked, what's sashimi? It's one of the most delicious ways to eat freshwater fish. Hung explained with a craving look. Seeing him enthusiastic talking about sashimi, Simon didn't refuse. Sounds like you really like it. Let's eat it together. Then receiving the fish, Hung summoned the kitchen and tools. Holding a chef's knife he started making sashimi. It's been so long, wonder if I can still do it. Let's start first as descaling and cleaning the fish. Hung focused hard, slowly scaling the fish without damaging the meat. Need to be quick and precise. Wash thoroughly to retain the freshness and taste. Gotta hurry, can't miss this rare chance for free sashimi. Next, Hung filleted the meat from the bones. Removed the skin. He focused so much he didn't notice his surroundings anymore. Mio helped wipe his sweat. After getting beautiful fish fillets, Hung thinly sliced them and artfully plated them. Finally, the freshwater fish sashimi was completed. Simon excitedly, "Wow, it looks really impressive. So this is sashimi, it looks very artistic. I can't wait to taste it. My mouth is watering already." Not just Simon, Hung was also eager. "Whoa. I am too excited, it's been so long since I had sashimi. Didn't expect I could eat some sashimi even in-game. Mio, you must be looking forward to it too, right? Now let's all enjoy. First dip it in soy sauce. Then quickly put it in your mouth. Chewy and crispy, the fish has a light sweetness. Combined with the salty soy sauce, the meat is firm yet tender. Truly the flavor of sashimi. Wow, I love sashimi so much. These amazing meat slices are like a bountiful sea of flavor. I can't stop. Must eat more this time. I'll try the fish fat." While eating, Simon asked, "I know I am shameless, but can I try some sashimi? It looks so good." So it was that guy who got punched away. At his request, Hung happily offered him to try some. But after chewing, he put down his chopsticks. Exclaimed, "What a pity this isn't seasonal sashimi. It's just decently timed. In other words, this isn't real sashimi, so I can't eat it." This was the first time someone rejected Hayoung's food, which quite shocked him. "What's wrong with the ingredients?" He gently replied, "Oh, the ingredients and skills are a bit disappointing. But I am very picky, don't mind me." Hung thought he should re-evaluate himself after the poor rating. He was right, sashimi isn't my expertise. I just learned some skills at a Japanese restaurant. I don't truly understand it deeply. Sashimi skills are really difficult. Just a 1mm shift of the knife can completely change the flavor. It's true, I still have many shortcomings. I don't want it to end like this. Hung said to him, "Sorry. Want to be friends with me? When I improve, I'll treat you to really delicious sashimi." It's just like Hung to listen to feedback to better himself. No one knows everything, you can only get better by learning endlessly. Back in the real world at Jungmyeong restaurant. From then on, Hung was determined to make sashimi that would amaze Lee Chun. In the kitchen, Hung was honing his fish slicing skills. Mr. Dung came in looking exhausted. He sighed, seemingly from sleepiness. "Lee Jim, what are you doing?" "I am practicing making sashimi, sir." He really hoped Hayoung's sashimi would make it on the menu. The streamer was also excited if there's sashimi on the menu. "I'll film all kinds of mukbangs." Mr. Dung laughed. "You plan to turn this into a sashimi restaurant? If there's sashimi, the restaurant will be very famous." Seeing them excited, Hung said, "Unfortunately, I am not practicing for a new menu item. It's just my honor was damaged." Remembering in-game, Hung wanted to friend that guy to treat him to sashimi later on. But he was quite arrogant. He refused to friend Hung, just said he fishes here often. Anytime Hung can find him here. That indifferent attitude hurt Hung a bit. He was determined to change that guy's view of him. That's why he spent time practicing more. Meyer also noticed Hung was more focused and diligent. She thought he was honing his skills to complete the cooking quest in-game. Meyer thought, interesting, if he's that diligent, then I can't lose either. She went to Hung and said, "Lee Jim, from now on I'll be your sous chef." Hung was surprised. "Will that be okay, Meyer?" "It's fine, I'll learn bit by bit and help with small tasks. So instruct me, okay? Let's work together." Meyer nodded. Hung smiled. "Okay then. Trust you, Meyer." Back in-game. After that failure, Hung kept fishing and making sashimi to improve his skills. Right at this lake, it had become a sashimi restaurant. Daily hundreds of players flocked for the fresh, tasty sashimi he made. Whenever there was newsrise logged in, they lined up waiting for their turn. But today they were disappointed already. Emerging from the house, Hung walked out, tiredly saying, "Sorry everyone. There's no sashimi today. I used the knife so much I am exhausted already. Oh no, I even postponed dinner to come to Rio." Yet everyone is disappointed for not having rice dish. Suddenly someone shouted, "Wow, it's Mao Tan Xuan." Everyone flocked to him instead, clamoring for him to make sashimi. Hung was also surprised by his appearance. Mao Tan Xuan said, "Everyone calm down. I'll make sashimi for 10,000 won per person." Then he requested ingredients and said, "I'll prepare right here. Time me and see how long I take." Immediately Mao Tan Xuan became a dual swordmaster. Holding two knives in both hands, he moved gracefully. Not a single wasted motion in just moments. From the big fish came 3 plates of superb sashimi. It only took 7 minutes. Hung was impressed by his skill level. Hung hoped he could meet him privately to learn real skills. "Hey Simon, I should prepare something for us too." Grilled fish perfection, satisfaction up 55 points. "It's cooked now here Simon. Let's eat." "Wow, so good. Warm in a wonderful way. The tender fish meat is rich yet light. Truly incredibly delicious." While enjoying, Simon cut in rise. "Remember you asked me about the ocean? Eating this helped me recall." Hearing that, Hung was very happy. "Awesome. Cooking is a great way to approach him. Wonder where the ocean could be. Hung was a bit skeptical hearing Simon explain. First go to the grasslands. Find the biggest tree, then go north 20 steps. Turn right 20 steps, continue 10 steps north. Finally 10 more and you'll reach the ocean. Simon said there's a hidden boundary in the forest unfindable normally. If he eats ocean fish, hell, remember more. Hey, can you cook me an ocean fish dish? New quest: cook a seafood dish for Simon. Reward: secret quest. Alright Mio, let's make a new ocean dish. Following Simon's guide, Hung set off to find the ocean. He walked through many lands. The name Riss deeply engraved in people's hearts. Finally he reached his destination, the green grasslands. So many memories here before meeting you. I was here before Mio. Here I met the red spider queen and even caught the lizard queen. Wonder if the red spider queen is doing well. Alright, we reached the biggest tree already. Now follow Simon's instructions. From the tree go 20 steps east, then 20 steps north, 5 steps west, and finally 10 steps north. The moment his last step landed, a magnificent scene unfolded before Hayoung's eyes. The ocean is so beautiful and shimmering. It really is the ocean. Hung took a deep breath, inhaling the ocean's fresh air. How long has it been since I last went to the ocean? Memories are coming back. Alright, let's go Mio. Fishing time started. Hung excitedly ran into the ocean, leaving Mio behind before the lapping waves. He didn't notice someone watching him from afar. Seeing the long ears, it must be a forest elf. The refreshing ocean made Hung feel like a carefree child, playfully frolicking with Mio at the green lands. A bully was harassing new players. They looked at him fearfully. Are you crazy? Why dump iron here in the newbie area? That was a newbie's last words before Agiz killed him back to the city. This guy and his friends enjoyed bullying weaker players. They thought it was natural. Since being punched, they didn't dare go to high-level areas anymore. Seeing them, new players fled and reported them. The scums were about to leave when they spotted Mio. Don't know why Mio wasn't following his owner, instead running out here to watch the commotion. Those ill-intended guys, upon seeing Mio, also couldn't resist the allure of a species about to dominate the world. Suddenly Agiz remembered Riss also had a similar cat. Thinking so, he went berserk, swinging his mace to kill Mio. But it's not that easy, darling. Mio swiftly dodged and attacked, knocking him off balance, causing him to fall flat on his face. Furious at being humiliated by a cat, he roared, "Everyone get ready to fight. It must be nearby," and surely Hung appeared. Tone slightly annoyed. Agiz, you still plan to do these nasty things? Over there Mio was overwhelming his cronies. They're weaker than a cat yet still follow this scumbag. The one left was restrained by Mio. When he could move, Electron was already behind him. The girl was terrified seeing Electron. Then boom, both got zapped with strong electricity, forced to rest a while. The fight between Hung and Agiz was quite fierce. This guy still held a grudge from before. Though he picked fights first, he blamed others instead. But Hung was much stronger now compared to before. He easily dealt with him. Flames made him struggle to dodge. Still, he seemed to have improved quite a bit. He still dodged Hayoung's moves. Out of fire, Hung switched to ice. Agiz violently spun his spiked mace, blocking the incoming ice bullets. He laughed creepily, hee surprised. Now I won't just take hits anymore. To be able to fight back, I worked very hard. You'll never catch me. Before he finished talking, Hung used poison bag skill, shooting straight at his forehead. This skill made him freeze and let Hung easily tie them all together. He's so merciful. I'd make them streak naked around the forest. Who caught this guy was still unrepentant, yelling, "You bastard, you think you can live comfortably after this? Do you know how many are in our guild? You're on the blacklist now. Just wait, you won't have another chance." Hung didn't care about the threats. You've caused too much noise in this peaceful game. Really unrepentant everyone. Let's go back to Simon, leave them be. System notified, capturing criminals successful. Reputation up 30 points after the fun ocean trip. Hung returned to Baron to meet Simon and complete the quest. Today Simon wasn't fishing but waiting for Hung on a grassy hill. Meeting Simon, Hung excitedly shared, "It's truly a breathtaking ocean. I caught so many fish. Before returning I cooked them to preserve the freshness. Here, I'll show you now." Hung took out a beautifully prepared sashimi platter of carp. The juicy fish slices, evenly thinly cut, were arranged like a vibrant flower, glowing under the sunlight. Simon looked at the sashimi, not believing his eyes. "You really caught fish this big?" "That's right, this is the giant carp I just caught. Come Simon, let's eat." Without Hung inviting much, Simon picked up the first slice. The fish looked even more beautiful in the evening sunlight. The fish meat was red glossy. Simon eagerly wanted to taste it. Hung added more sauce to enhance the flavor. Simon lightly dipped then put it in his mouth. The fresh carp flavor burst forth. It was incredibly delicious yet still so lively. It made Simon feel comforted by ocean waves. The relaxing feeling was irresistible. Carp goes great with sea urchin and abalone. Carp is very hard to catch. It's not just tasty but a worldly delicacy. The tender fatty meat sesame oil in the sauce gives a steak tartare taste. The rich flavor surpasses the modest amount of meat. Eaten with quata sauce the taste is even livelier. Simon felt the vast ocean right in his mouth. Hard to believe this is sashimi from the fish we caught. After eating, Simon's face showed pure satisfaction. This is truly a seafood dish one must taste at least once in life. Quest to cook seafood for Simon complete. Reward received secret quest. Simon happily laughed rise. I enjoyed amazing sashimi. Thanks to it forgotten memories returned. Seeing Simon happy, Hung also smiled. I am glad it suited your taste. Suddenly a voice said delicious indeed. This time it was truly the best sashimi. Thank you for cooking such a delicious dish. Wow, Lee Chun, when did you get here? This guy appears and disappears like a ghost. Lee Chun laughed. It's because you were too absorbed eating to notice me. Hung shyly. So this time I succeeded, huh? That's right, a huge and amazing success. Lee Chun replied. He kept picking fish until it was all gone before stopping. Hung reflected, strange indeed that he can enjoy deliciously like this in-game. He must really like sashimi. Lee Chun smiled blissfully. That's right. I love sashimi. Actually I am already 90 years old. Thanks to you I got to fulfill my dying wish. This time Lee Chun actively friended Hung to thank him. Despite Ha Young's refusal, he still said he hoped Hung would find him in real life. He introduced his real name, Park Lee Chun. He bowed thanking Hung then logged off. Before leaving he cheerfully smiled. Young chef, I'll await the day you find me. Hung also gently smiled. Yes sir. I'll meet you after recovering his memories. Simon wanted Hung to go with him somewhere. Hung happily agreed. He led Hung to a log cabin in the forest. Standing at the door he murmured, I hope it's not too late. Simon knocked. The door opened. An excited voice, Father, is it really you? Inside was the boy who had asked Hung to cook. The father and son emotionally embraced each other. After so many days apart the boy sobbed in his father's arms. Where did you go that you're only back now? I waited so long. I am sorry son. I am sorry Terry. The boy asked where's mother? Simon gently, shall be back soon. Hung was very surprised. He didn't expect his quest to be so intricately connected. While hugging a woman's voice called Simon. The one who came was the forest elf who watched Hung at the beach, Simon's lost wife Luna. Thanks to Ha Young's quest she recovered her memories and returned. The three embraced happily. Seeing the family reunited Hung was happy too. He didn't expect his quest to have such a wonderful outcome. To celebrate the reunion Hung decided to cook them a celebratory meal. System notified Terry's secret quest complete. Reward a high-level magic bow. 120 attack up learned archery skill. To repay Hung, Terry revealed a secret to him, which was also a clue to unlock a hidden quest. He pointed to the mountain ahead. Mr. Chef, I'll tell you a secret. Do you see that mountain over there? It's called Cuba. That's where the demons take orders from the demon Lord Ridden. He's targeting Louboutin and harassing them. Simon warned that place is very dangerous. You must be careful. Hung replied, I understand. This is just as I thought. Before a monster appeared when Hung was fishing. Though it looks peaceful, this place is actually very dangerous. System assigns quest to save the Gale condition. Defeat the dark minion at Cuba. Reward can ride Gale. Get the dark sword. Hung was intrigued receiving the quest. Let's go. Well, head to Cuba together. Arriving there a severely wounded player collapsed before another. His tired voice, damn it. Thought this time it would end already. Coward fighting while riding a horse. The bloodthirsty crimson eyes looked down. You call me a coward? I only serve Lord Raiden. Surely he's a minion of the demon lord. He rode a majestic white horse. Perhaps he's the one Hung has to defeat this quest. While he was still smug, Hung aimed his magic bow from afar and shot an arrow at the minion. An explosion sounded but the arrow just grazed his face. He jerked in shock, roaring, who's that? Come out here. Hung drew his bow again, saying aha. So the reward was the magic bow. To deal with someone on horseback, first knock him down, then fight one-on-one. Let's try again. Activating weak point skill. Hung aimed at him, getting ready to shoot. Seeing that he became more aggressive, yelling loudly for Lord Raiden and charged at Hung with his blade. Hung still focused on the arrow to shoot him down. When the distance was right he released. The arrow shot out lightning fast, making him unable to dodge, hitting him squarely and knocking him off the horse. Hung shouted, he's down. Let's go, attack with all you've got. But though struck by the arrow he was unharmed. He quickly went near Mio and Electron and smacked them down. He slapped each one across the face. But that was just Ha Young's feint. Focusing on Mio and Electron, He became careless. Hung readied his bow again, this time closer so the arrow's power was much greater. Still he looked down on it the same move. Ill fall a second time after being pushed back. Mio and Electron attacked again. The three coordinated their assault, leaving him no time to react. Electron attacked from above, Mio from below, knocking him down again. Only now did he realize he had underestimated his foe. A powerful flame enveloped him. Hung from above, fire Bongan sword in hand, stabbed through his body, killing the minion before dying. He remained loyal to Lord Honorable until that day. Yes, ridden, a blinding light shined from his corpse, illuminating the forest corner. System notified, congratulations on completing the Gale rescue quest. Reward Dark Sword. Mount Gale. Once again Hung defeated Ridden's minion. This attracted the attention of other minions. System, the minions are gathering info about you. Gale rescue quest added to main storyline. Thank you Riss, your actions brought peace to Cuba. The people will no longer suffer the Demon King's rule. Thanks to Riss they regained happy memories. Quest completed successfully. Hung happily said to his pets, haha, I am glad all is well, right? System notified, you obtained the Dark Divine Sword, a cold sharp blade, forged from dark energy. 80 attack up, and the white horse Gale now belongs to you. Going to Gale, Hung gently stroked him. The system said, I can ride Gale. That's really interesting, but I've never ridden a horse before. Seeing Gale nod confidently, Hung got on without hesitation. Alright, let's go Gale. After a long journey, one person, two pets and one horse found new land. Before them was a mysterious big city. System notified, congratulations on finding BTSS Fortress. Heard NPCs mention it after completing Marina. It's bustling with vendors and people looking for parties. Everyone looks so busy, right Mio? Suddenly a yell caught Hayoung's attention. A girl was scolding a guy kneeling on the ground. How dare you vomit like that? He covered his face, annoyed. I swear, I really can't swallow this thing. He refused, but she still forced him to eat something. She held up a horrifying looking dish. When shoved in his face, the guy's face turned green, only able to weakly resist seeing the dish. Hung was reminded of Jayan's terrifying food in Doraemon. Feeling it was a bit much, Hung asked, what quest are you doing? The girl replied, increasing this NPC's favor. I cooked and made him eat it. Seeing the guy covering his mouth with both hands, Hung said, you're making him eat that? Suddenly the girl widened her eyes. Could you be Riss? That's right, you know me. The NPC guy still retched after eating that purple thing, as if exposed to radiation. Knowing he was Riss, the girl immediately acted cute. Oh, I am your fan, my name's Eliza. A chemist. Her overreaction reminded Hung of youngest king. Hung suggested, Eliza, can I join your quest? Of course she agreed since she was Riss fan. Luckily for the NPC guy, Hung appeared. Otherwise he'd have prayed to not be created in this game. Hung immediately prepared the food. Eggs scrambled with salt and sugar. Pork fried golden over a mild fire to reduce the fat. Finally seasoned it with fire mage. Done here as Riss lunch. Scrambled eggs with fried pork and bread. Excellent. Scrambled eggs, 20 strength and 3 speed up for 40 minutes. Let's eat. Elisa yelled. Ill eat first. I've only heard of Riss cooking before. But Hung coldly snatched the plate, giving it to the NPC guy, making Eliza disappointed. After just one bite he cried, moved. Oh heavens. Can't believe it's this delicious. Seems my taste has returned. System notified, secret quest triggered, Starling's return. Guide Starling with one or more recipes to heal him. Reward upgrade to excellent chef. Only in secret quests. Over there the NPC guy kept enjoying. While sad, Elisa retreated. Looking like a snail, Hung spoke up. Elisa, you like cooking too, right? Blushing, Elisa gently replied, of course. After tasting your dish, cooking became my hobby. I've tried many recipes. Don't know what she used that made Mio hate it so much. Thanks to researching recipes, I became a chemist. Suddenly Hung spoke up. Eliza, let's try making a new dish I created together. I'll guide you. Eliza excitedly agreed. Alright, I really want to learn more. The scene changes to a dungeon. Inside was a treasure trove full of valuables, the one with great merit. Finding it was Kwang Ho, and he was being praised by his team members, making him smugly snort, ha ha hoo hoo. Yes yes, praise me more. Just as he was about to take the treasure, suddenly the system notified safety time limit exceeded. Auto logging out, and so he was forcefully returned to the real world. He jerked up with a shocked expression, then yelled furiously. His shout worried his younger brother, who rushed in. Crap, you didn't save and the damn game shut down. Oh no, but the others will take his treasure share. The younger brother seemed annoyed. I thought something big happened. Just stay calm and keep playing. I am going out to eat. Really don't like noodles. I just want to go to my usual restaurant. Their barbecue corn is the best. And so the two brothers argued, stubbornly insisting on going where they wanted, not knowing that the places they wanted to go were the same. The scene changes to Yung Myung restaurant, which was still bustling as usual. Dishes made by Hung were praised non-stop by customers. Even first-timers were very impressed. Everyone at the restaurant was always busy, but it was Meyer's enthusiastic, cheerful and energetic attitude that kept customers from feeling annoyed despite the wait. Customers kept ordering, making the owner at the front desk also constantly busy. Working alone in the kitchen, Hung had to try his best so customers wouldn't have to wait too long. After leaving, Naray was also invited to work here. Though busy, the work made them happy. The more customers, the more they enjoyed living and working at their beloved job. After arguing, the two brothers also realized they both wanted to go to the same place. Dark Jaeon was very familiar now, since he was Hayoung's student. Sitting down, Dark Hung ordered 2 hot and cold buckwheat noodle bowls. Very quickly a cold buckwheat noodle bowl was brought out. The two enjoyed the noodles with satisfied expressions. Mira smiled. Delicious, right? Cold buckwheat noodles are super popular these days. Lucky you guys came at break time, else you'd be out of seats. Haekon replied, that's right. Today is really crowded. This place got super popular lately. Ha ha, yes. Meyer laughed happily. That's thanks to our amazing chef skills. Oh, the one with you is, let me introduce. This is my brother. Since he only plays games without eating, I had to drag him here. Meyer realized he was the famous singer Yung Ju. Free Hung came out from the kitchen to chat. Incidentally, Yung Ju said he played Rio. Hung curiously asked, you play Rio? At a high level? Yung Ju replied, that's right. I have a high rank in Rio. You may have heard of me before. My ID is Kwang Ho. You may have heard of me. Hung was shocked. What, Kwang Ho? Yung Ju is Kwang Ho. Yung Ju was surprised. Ah, your voice sounds familiar. Great cook knows me in-game. Could you be Riss? He was happy realizing the other was Riss. After a while, turned out they all knew each other. After work, Hung returned to the fun virtual world. Petting Mio, Hung said. Lee Chun said to find him. Mio, wait a bit, I'll go find him then come back to play with you. Hung opened the search tool and looked up Park Lee Chun. He was shocked seeing the 90-year-old was the chairman of a top entertainment company. Lost in thought, he saw the old man smiling. Something that looked like a flying bus was coming. That was Arthur steering a helicopter-like flying bicycle. Hung admired. Cool. Arthur can fly now too. Praised. Arthur excitedly said, ha ha. Next I'll make a submarine. I am called the inventor, you know. By the way, I brought this to give you. Blended with white snake blood, this is a sword I forged. Arthur took out a snowy white sword from his bag and gave it to Hung. Gleaming armored sword, white sheath. Weapon blended with white snake blood. Sheath can transform into armor for 30 minutes once a day. 120 attack up, 100 defense up when armored. Amazing, you made this yourself. Hung happily said, it's truly a great sword. Looking at its brilliance under sunlight, Arthur smiled brightly. All thanks to you and your items that helped me level up. Consider this as my repayment to you. Hung awkwardly didn't know how to transform the sword into armor. He asked, you said it can turn into armor, right? Arthur guided. Now you just need to think equip. Hung thought those 2 words and the sheath transformed into beautiful white armor. Hung now looked like a majestic white knight. Equipped successfully, 100 defense up for 30 minutes. Arthur also admired. What perfect compatibility. It was made for you. Hung was surprised by this transformation. Arthur continued instructing, moreover this sword is one-handed, so you can draw another sword to fight with. Hung excitedly, with this sword, I have 3 ultimate swords now, like a sailor with 3 swords. After that, Arthur bid farewell to continue his work. Keep winning. Have fun playing. Bye. Watching Arthur leave, Hung thought of earlier dual swords. Huh. I didn't think of that. Surely it'd be much more effective. I should try right away. Hung immediately returned to the city, looking for a party, needing more for a quest. He excitedly said, any tough quests? Let me join. Seeing Riss, everyone was happy. Riss wants to help. Very welcome. With Riss, the boss will be defeated quickly. Hung smiled. Let me make my entrance then. Please enjoy the meal. Seeing the food, everyone's mouths watered as they rushed to eat. While enjoying, a panicked NPC ran over, with a monster chasing behind. A player appeared, defeating the monster with 1 punch. He coldly looked at Hung. I've been looking for you. Chris, it was the gourmet, surely looking for Hung long to get something tasty. Hung was startled, preparing to fight, but realized it was someone familiar, so stopped. Why were you looking for me? He looked at Hung. Why didn't you check my DM? You didn't join my server. Hung was confused. DM, what's that? Chatting in-game with this guy is so confusing. He continued, anyway, I found you in the end. Listen to my quest. Before his serious attitude, Hung also worried. What quest? He put his hand on Hayoung's shoulder and leaned in close. Cook for me. What you were looking for me just for that. Suddenly a female voice spoke from above, sounding very annoyed. Don't bother Riss. If you want to eat then buy from Riss store. Why follow and bother him? It was Eliza. She felt annoyed that Riss was being monopolized. She yelled and jumped down from the building. Let go. You dare touch Riss? I'd rather a crazy fan than this quiet guy. Elisa took out a tube of blue liquid, then chanted Zn hydrogen sulfate zinc sulfate H2, HClNaOH sodium chloride H2O. She landed perfectly, parallel to the ground. Hung asked worriedly, but Eliza still said, my mind's still out in the universe. As an alchemist I must remember skill activation spells. You just got lucky. The gourmet looked at her coldly. Unbelievable. He continued, my job as gourmet. What's wrong with looking for a good chef? I prepared ingredients already. Saying so he took out a pile of delicious ingredients stockpiled waiting to meet Hung. Hung was surprised. What's this? This is resin weed. How'd you get this too? Hearing resin weed, Hung had a good idea. It can produce resin to make containers to transport ingredients. He asked Elisa, Elisa, maybe it can make items. Elisa happily replied, sure, if your shaping skill is crank. Hung continued, then if you help me make it, I'll teach you cooking. Okay. Hearing that, Elisa was overjoyed, not thinking anymore, and immediately went to do it. Looking back, only a boy was picking up things from the fallen ingredients. The gourmet grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. The boy pleaded, spare me this time. I am so hungry, haven't eaten in days. Hung asked concernedly. The crying boy apologized, thinking Hung was an outsider. Would give lots of money. The gourmet asked Riss, will you do this quest? The people here are poor, often hungry. Seeing the pitiful boy, Hung agreed, all right, I'll cook something for you. System assigned quest, our family is hungry, make food for Arrow and family. The gourmet suggested, can you help them with me? I'll cook most of the ingredients you brought. In return you can directly teach me cooking. What do you think? The gourmet replied, all right, I did this quest already but it didn't seem to help. Let's start then. With his help and the ingredients brought, Hung quickly completed a wonderful buffet with many delicious colorful dishes. Please enjoy Riss Buffett, pick whatever you like. The poor villagers present were very excited for the feast Hung brought. The gourmet sighed, he's too kind. Everyone was eager with the table full of delicious food. It had been so long since they enjoyed such a worthy meal. The crispy fried pork with amazing sauce, fresh tasty flatfish sushi sounding like ocean waves, grilled bulgogi with mushrooms was the best, crispy pa jun with amazing shrimp and fish. The gourmet also joined the feast. The boy fearfully ate opposite him. Seeing the warm reception, Hung was happy to do good for the poor. Before the feast the gourmet kept enjoying heartily, eating so much like he had a bottomless stomach. The gourmet's stern face clearly showed satisfaction. That's right, every delicious meal absorbs lots of character points. The two pets also happily joined the feast. Thanks to making a place where everyone could eat their fill, Hung achieved the new title Kind Heart. Indeed, Hung always wanted to see happy images. Along with his dream to open a restaurant, system notified unlocked achievement Warm Hands reached poor villagers affection limit. Reward title Light Against Hunger. New skill Satisfy rank F while enjoying a loud voice shouted Goblin Legion is attacking. Notification Goblin Legion has surrounded BTSS with 1000 monsters. In 1 hour the Defend Louboutin event will happen. Players can form 6-people parties at the city gates. The party with the most damage will get rare rewards. Everyone was excited, especially the gourmet. He chuckled, finally a real battle. Defend Louboutin event time left 5958. Right as the countdown started, players quickly formed parties to join the event. Look, everyone is frantically finding a party. Everyone is going crazy finding a party. Hung said. The gourmet asked Riss, are you participating? Hung replied, I am still thinking. Do you plan to join then? The gourmet immediately said, of course. I am about to join, form a party with me. But you're the only one on my friends list. Can I? He held out a fist to Hung. Awaiting an answer without thinking much, Hung lightly bumped his fist. The two became a party. Ready for the event now, they needed 4 more. Do you have other friends? Hung opened his friends list and contacted Arter, Marina, Twin Kings and Ma Zhang King. They all immediately agreed. The gourmet said, you have a lot of friends. Soon everyone had gathered. The 6-people party was ready. Leader was the gourmet. Members were Chef Riss, Inventor Arter, Singer Twin Kings, Waiter Marina and Farmer Ma Zhang. This was quite a strong team. Meeting everyone again, Marina happily said, it's been so long since we met like this. Hung asked, how is everyone recently? Youngest King awkwardly said, bro, who are these people? I am so scared. Twin Kings sighed, sorry. Who are you? Hung introduced this as Ma Zhang King. His job as farmer. Oh, so you guys are real-life friends. Then who's that scary one, bro? He's the leader named IB Crab. While everyone was was happily greeting each other. Other players were busy buying items to increase strength. Seeing that, Hung whispered to them, "Gear is just gear, but I have some better things to prepare. Wait for me." Everyone hearing Hung say he had something to make them stronger, they eagerly awaited. Young's secret weapon was nothing but food. Eating his food is like taking stimulants. Now let's gain points with curry. Please enjoy unbelievable curry. 30 satisfaction up for 30 minutes. 7 attack up, 5 defense up. Moreover, Hung used his new chef's sharp eyes skill for ingredient advice. Advice: curry combined with premium rice and eggs will make premium curry rice. Hung quickly applied the advice and completed premium curry rice. 90 satisfaction up for 40 minutes. 10 attack and defense up. Everyone eagerly enjoyed this wonderful delicious dish. Truly it was not just delicious but heavenly flavor. The curry's aroma blended with the rice and meat, creating wonderful taste. Thanks to this dish, everyone's fighting power increased 200. Everyone was fired up. Stepping onto the battlefield, everyone, "Let's go," Hung said. Outside the city gates many people had gathered. Mio charged into battle, using his speed like a gust of wind, blowing away all the goblins. Elsewhere, the gourmet was also fighting passionately. Each of his punches took down a goblin. Seeing that, the goblins swarmed to overwhelm him with numbers, but they didn't know they were bringing death upon themselves. The gourmet coldly, "The more the merrier." He put more strength into each punch, killing them in droves. However, some weak players were still in danger. Some were saved by a sweeping red flame clearing the ferocious goblins. It was Marina with her fire-breathing serving tray. Dozens of goblins were burnt to ashes. Sea King from behind was using music to raise everyone's fighting spirit. War Song gives 70 attack up, 50 defense up, 10 agility up for 30 minutes. The song played, everyone felt energized. Each strike carried tremendous might. Ma Zhong King charged into the goblins, continuously scoring feats. Seeing that, Mira happily praised him, but she was sneak attacked by a goblin and fell. The monster leapt to finish her off. Marina swung her tray, batting it away, but another attacked from behind. Luckily, Arter stepped in to help. A crab claw rose from the ground, locking its hands. Arter flung it away with a spring-loaded table. Helping Marina up, Arter reminded the goal isn't highest rank but surviving to the end. Notification: enemy numbers dropping. They're starting to lose fighting spirit. Elsewhere, Hung and his 2 pets were also fighting hard. The gourmet asked, "Hey Riss, do you have corn?" Hung suddenly remembered, "Yes, of course." Food gives 10 base stat up. As stimulants, the whole team fought more vigorously. The goblins in front couldn't escape, especially not the gourmet's terrifying punches. Each of his blows brought down dozens of goblins. From above, Electron's million-volt lightning bolt struck down, turning them into pitiful remains. Other players watching Young's team fight couldn't help but praise, "Wow, that team's destructive power is insane." While still excited, huge black shadows started approaching. Half the time had passed, the battle entered stage 2. Huge gigantic wooden golems started moving. With that size, they made many players lose spirit and retreat. Seeing the golems, Hung remembered the stone golem fragments he collected per Simon's advice. If pieced together, it'd be an unbelievable sight. Hung took out a stone golem. Chuckled Simon, "I hope what you said is true." While the battle raged intensely below, atop the wall, a female chef leisurely enjoyed food and watched the tense battle below. "I don't like fighting. Just want to sit and watch. Ha ha, nothing's better than dinner and a war movie." Everyone froze for 5 seconds. "What's that?" "A gigantic stone monster. It's on our side." "Wow, where did it come from?" Not just Young's team, all were shocked seeing a gigantic stone thing suddenly appear. Hung didn't realize he had become a stone golem. "Why is the view so high?" "No way, wait, I turned into a golem." Amazing. The stone golem's appearance further raised morale. "Whatever it is, let's focus our attacks while Riss holds the golems." Due to the sudden transformation, Hung didn't know what to do. He approached a wooden golem, hugged it tightly, lifted it and slammed it down. Seeing the golem fall, everyone cheered, "This is our chance. Charge and take them down." Everyone fiercely attacked. Towards the end, the battle intensified. Not a few players had fallen before the gigantic wooden golem's might. At the control center, the staff were also very excited. The golem's appearance made things more interesting. No fantasy movie could be stranger than this. They felt it was an exciting event, like watching a fantasy war movie. Harang seemed to have expended much effort to ensure the event went smoothly. Her assistant worriedly told her to rest, but Harang insisted no. I have to make sure there are no mistakes until the end. Report the team with highest damage. The assistant read the stats currently leading with 80,000 points as the Wizard Guild. After them is IB Crab's team with 69,000 points. Harang was a bit surprised despite having a gourmet their damage is still low. The assistant explained because besides the gourmet, the rest of the team are non-combat jobs. Back on the battlefield the strong players were still very into the battle. Not at all tired, a wizard of the Wizard Guild still continuously used magic to take down enemies. He glanced at the gourmet with competitive eyes. IB Crab, your skills may be number 1 but as long as I don't lose to you it's fine. On the other side Hung in stone golem form kept fighting intensely, charging and punching monsters without thinking. Suddenly a notification transformation limit of 10 minutes expired. Golem transformation ended. Hung immediately returned to normal and fell onto the wooden golem. In the dangerous situation, he summoned Snow Sword and Dark Sword, wore white armor looking like a true knight. Forward max gallop. Hung charged the last golem and easily sliced it into pieces with dual swords. As the last golem fell, the Defend Louboutin battle ended. Quest successfully completed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally the fierce battle ended. All players rejoiced excitedly. Notification: all participating players get Defender of Louboutin title. 20 defense up permanently. That made everyone even more excited. Hayoung's team also regrouped. Everyone happy that the whole team was safe. Riz golem transformation was amazing. Thanks to it our damage skyrocketed and we got a high ranking. Here is the damage ranking for the event. First place team EPI Crab 100000, 462 points. Second place Wizard Guild 100000, 460 points. After the announcement of players' shocked cry could be heard, impossible. I lost by 2 points. The first place team gets a special reward. Yeah, our team got first place. Hung happily said everyone survived and got first place. Amazing new achievement. Honor crest of the BTS clan. Not just the players, the staff were also very pleased with the event's success. Harang, I am increasingly impressed with Hayoung's Riss character. Riss is so interesting. This time you made a new impression again. For the weakest team to get first place is really shocking. The more I observe you the more I want to meet you directly. Logging off, Harang returned to reality. To her room now. She could finally relax after Rio's first big event. Luckily there were no mistakes. Everything went smoothly. 3,000 people participated in Defend Louboutin and Riss team was really fun. It'd be great to play together with him. Should I try using an alt to befriend him? Had Shirley agree right away. Thinking of him, she suddenly realized she hadn't eaten. The kimchi jaeon in-game was so good. Instead of that crispy dish, should I eat something soft and tender? Turns out the girl in chef outfit, sitting eating and watching the battle from above was Harang. The food delivery has arrived. I should go get it and start eating. The kimchi tofu looks so good. It must be very soft and tender now. Then let's eat. Harang, don't force yourself to finish, just eating a bit is enough. She picked up a piece of leafy kimchi and placed it on the white tofu, then slowly brought it to her mouth. She started chewing and tasting it. Tofu smooth and tender, kimchi spicy and sour. Delicious. I swallowed it. If I keep this up I will. But then painful memories flooded back, making her chest hurt. She couldn't eat anymore. She coughed continuously, her throat feeling burnt. Fear still tormented her every day. Unable to banish it, it prevented her from enjoying food. She could only cry at her fate. Please, I want to be healthier. I don't want to be sick anymore. Lost in sorrow from psychological trauma, a voice from the game suddenly spoke, making Harang come to. Oh, Riss, what's this? Looking again, Riss was just preparing a buffet feast for members after a tiring day of fighting. Seeing his bright smile and delicious food, Harang's mood also felt better. She reached for the kimchi dish. Her spirit was much improved. How can you eat so happily, Riss? I want to feel that happiness too. Like in the past, I want happiness. I will overcome this illness. It'll get better. Harang, be strong. Back in-game, Hung was still at the victory feast. The second place team's wizard came to befriend them. Despite the bright smile, he still regretted losing by 2 points. Hung happily befriended him. Your fighting skills are impressive. Next time I'll definitely win. After the feast everyone said goodbye. The gourmet said he'd go challenge new monster eating. Sea King also had to log off. Everyone was happy after fighting together. Back in real life, Young Woo was still very excited after the in-game event. So fun grouping with Riss is so amusing. Right, today Tiki's new song is released. Dung Gyun searched and was a bit disappointed to see it ranked so low. Hearing the song made him even more annoyed. Why would he sing it like that? Why change the original cheerful song to rap and rock ballad? He angrily threw the earphones down. frustratedly said if you want to do that then do it properly. He skipped the climax and screamed high notes. Sorry but your skills aren't good enough yet. Jungwoo sat deflated sad. Is this why you stole my song? At home after waking up from the massage chair, Dong Gyun took his phone. Today Yuki releases his new song. But after listening his attitude completely changed. What is this? Is this Yuki? His younger brother had a similar reaction. What is this song? Is this Tiki? Right, this is the song released today. Dong Yu was confused. Why is he singing the song you composed? His brother was surprised. What, you worked with Yuki? Dong Gyun affirmed, no, I only work with capable people. How could this happen? I must be given it to a rookie for a demo. What happened with that guy? It seems Dong Gyun's work was stolen by famous singer Tiki at Yeongmyeong restaurant. As usual, Hung was focused cooking in the kitchen. Mireille's voice outside caught his attention. Yeongyu has arrived. The Yeongyu brothers have become regulars at Yeongmyeong. Every day right on time they'd come. The two planned to order cold noodles with sesame oil, but Mireille introduced that Hung was preparing a special lunch. The brothers immediately forgot the noodles, eagerly wondering what the special menu was. Mireille happily asked in the kitchen, brother Lee Jim will join too, right? Of course, Hung replied, especially when the special menu is a tasty dish. Finally lunch was completed. The main dish was soybean pate sauce with sliced octopus and pork belly. The aromatic appealing dish made everyone eager. The Yeongyu brothers liked it most. Planning to eat noodles, they now got to enjoy free lunch. The pate sauce combined with the octopus chewiness created a rich flavorful delicacy. Thank you chef for the meal. Scooping the pate sauce with octopus, mixing rice then wrapping in lettuce will make it explode in your mouth, making you exclaim from the spiciness. Seems the chef put in too much chili, making it quite spicy, but it's still very delicious. While eating, Tiki's song played over the speaker. Yeongyu was very annoyed. He asked Mireille, can you please change the song? I really can't stand it. Mireille was surprised but agreed to change it. Mireille was surprised. You don't like Yuki? Yeongyu bluntly replied, more than just dislike. Afterwards he shared why he was annoyed hearing that song. I wrote a song because I liked it and it got better. I thought I should find a suitable vocal. As you know, I don't let anyone sing my music. A TV director introduced me to a new vocalist, so I gifted that song to him as encouragement. But somehow it was taken by Tiki's company. Hearing the story, his brother also felt annoyed. Bro, this is a copyright issue. Eating a bite of food. Yeongyu replied, yes, it's a copyright issue, but since it was a gift I can't claim copyright. Hung felt the story seemed familiar. He recalled Jungwoo saying when they met offline that another singer stole his song. Hung seriously asked, do you remember that singer's name? I once heard a friend talk about this case. Sorry, I only remember his voice, not the name, Yeongyu replied. Hung continued, that's a friend of mine. He also talked about having his song stolen, forcing him to cancel his debut and return home. Hearing that, Jungwoo felt annoyed. I see. Lee Jim at home. Jungwoo started thinking about exposing the thieving singer. He recalled hearing the new vocalist and immediately liking him, so gifted him the song. But the song was stolen, angering Jungwoo. HMPH. Dare mock my goodwill. I just play games so people forget. Some trouble, but I'll remind them I am not someone to be trifled with. I'll show them. Scene changes to Oh Awoo's house. Seems she just finished dinner. This time she made progress, finishing the meal without nausea. It's been a while since she had a full meal, perhaps since the meal after the previous Defend Louboutin event. She recalled her painful orphaned childhood after her parents died in an accident. She once thought of death as liberation and bluntly told her uncle after losing mom and dad, sleeping alone in the dark cold room made me lonely and scared. Now I have no one. I don't want to live alone. If I die, I'll be happier than now, right? Before that negative thought, her uncle only asked, do you know the phrase let's eat later? To her uncle that phrase felt so warm as it conveys hope of meeting again. Harang, let's eat later. I'll always wait for you, so don't think you're alone. Live bravely. I am just the owner of the restaurant you often visit, but I'll wait to see you again. Meals together are always better. For now, eat to gain strength first. Her uncle picked up a piece of kimchi on white rice. The future may be harder, but don't think you're left behind alone. Harang, I hope you live for yourself. Don't give up. Those gentle yet meaningful words gave Harang motivation to overcome her lonely days until now. Back at Yeongmyeong, everyone finished work and left. Only the owner sat alone, looking at the white rice and kimchi. He smiled happily one morning. At a filming set, the crew was preparing to film when a guy lay leisurely on a chair by the pool resting. It was JKA famous star, also the one who stole Jungwoo's song. A man ran up to him, with a worried face. There's trouble. Did you check the entertainment important news today. JK was still relaxed. Why should I? You know I am busy. Other than praises for my new song, what else is there? The man said I already sent you the news. I think you should check it yourself. Reluctantly, JK opened his phone to watch in the video. Jungwoo talked about the collaboration project with a new vocalist and affirmed that compared to this new song his previous works were just like practice. Though the words were normal, the man sensed Jungwoo's intention aimed at JK. He worriedly said, no matter how I misunderstand, it seems Jungwoo is truly angry now. I'll contact the company to take the song down now. After watching the video, JK finally sensed the threat from Jungwoo. He shook with anger, smashed a glass and yelled, Jungwoo, who do you think you are to do this? I'll make sure you regret looking down on me. That night at Jun Tryon, Hung was waiting for someone when he heard Lee Jim. Long wait, sorry I am late. Turns out Hung had plans with Jungwoo. It seems about the song issue. Though only acquainted in-game and met offline once, the two had become close friends. What's the urgent matter you called me for? Jungwoo asked. Hung smiled. Let's talk later. Should we eat something first? You haven't had dinner either. Let's eat together. The two went to a nearby snack bar. Oh, chicken feet, it's been so long since I last ate them. Jungwoo said. Hung replied, I didn't know you liked them, so I didn't order many. Ha ha, I love this dish. When I was 20 I ate it every day. Jungwoo's eyes dimmed slightly. Truth is, because of lacking money it's been long since I last ate it. I also thought of meeting you. But in this difficult life, just moments like this are enough. Hung poured some alcohol. I am glad you like this dish. Let's drink a toast together. Just like the saying in a busy life, having a friend by your side is happiness already. Thank you. Hung asked, last time you told me about your stolen song. Can you tell me what happened? Sipping some alcohol, holding a chicken foot. Jungwoo hesitated. That thing. It's nowhere to be found. I focused on that song for a whole year. I couldn't even do part-time jobs because of it. At this age I can't ask my parents for money anymore. So I struggled a lot. I thought things would go smoothly though. Ha ha, maybe I am just not suited for it. Sipping more alcohol, he continued, heaven is so mischievous. No matter how hard I try, it seems nothing goes smoothly. Speaking of debuting, I guess it's fate. Oh, Jungwoo smiled. Hung could feel the bitterness within. He asked, can you tell me in more detail? After 2 bottles Jungwoo had told everything. So the song was basically stolen. Does JK's manager know about this? Hung asked. Jungwoo resignedly replied, of course he knows. Who else could have taken my song? Hung could only sympathize with his circumstances. He asked, do you plan on leaving the company? But Jungwoo was drunk. He slumped on the table mumbling, if you're going to steal you should at least sing better than me. His version is even worse than the original. He could sing better. Then he fell asleep but kept mumbling the song lyrics. Jungwoo's singing immediately attracted the guests' attention as this JK's song. Ha ha, this guy must be mistaken. But his voice is so good. Could he be a singer? He sings way better than JK. That's right, it should be said much better. Seeing Jungwoo sleeping while singing, Hung also felt sad for him. Good people often encounter obstacles while bad ones live freely. Scene changes to Jungwoo's apartment. He just finished work and cheered. Finally the song is done. Firstly, it's already better than JK's songs. But now I don't know who to give it to. Even if I listen, there's no one else I really like. Browsing YouTube, he caught a video with 700,000 views. In 1 hour titled Street Vendor Sings Better Than JK. He recognized it was Hung. And the singing voice was the one he gifted the song. He also recalled Hung mentioning a friend who lost a song and cancelled his debut. Jungwoo smiled. Hee, finally I found my vocalist. The next day Hung invited Jungwoo to Choksi's seafood restaurant at 6 p.m. to meet a friend. Though agreeing, Jungwoo worried seeing the expensive menu. Oh no, I feel so bad, but should I ask to split the bill? Never mind, just close your eyes and pay. Jungwoo. I've received and eaten too much of Lee Jim's stuff already. If I ask for more it'd be too shameless. Never mind being poor, yet inviting someone to an expensive restaurant like this is cruel. Ha ha. That night Jungwoo arrived early but didn't dare enter the restaurant yet. Voice calling startled him. Are you Ha Jungwoo? Yes, that's me. Turning around, he was extremely surprised that the one Hung introduced was the most famous composer, Jungwoo. The two entered the restaurant and ordered a very tempting seafood meal. Just looking makes one's mouth water already. I can't believe I get to eat with Jungwoo. This isn't a dream, right? Jungwoo thought. Jungwoo, let's enjoy this together. It's my first time here too. I heard this place is very famous. Then feel free to enjoy. Thank you, Jungwoo. Let's try this fermented octopus first. It looks quite normal. It's spicy and salty, so interesting. Adding some sesame oil makes the dish richer. Truly delicious, a real ocean flavor. Makes you feel like you're surfing offshore waves. On the other side, Jungwoo also just finished the octopus. Octopus isn't all. Speaking of fermented seafood, one can't miss Thai bin salted fish eggs. Each bursting fish egg in the mouth is just amazing. Just eating makes me feel like I am about to go Super Saiyan and fight. I want to try both too much, then let's enjoy them together. The eggs and octopus blend together. Simply amazing, guys. The sesame oil smell is too strong, please let me faint for a moment. Come on, let's keep enjoying, brothers. First, take a fresh perilla leaf. Put in a spoonful of rice and top with a piece of fermented seafood, then shove the whole thing in your mouth. This is the East Sea indeed. Truly the East Sea. It's so delicious it makes you feel like you're under the seabed, gazing upon the natural wonders. Jungwoo cut through Youngwoo's overflowing emotions. I heard you're Lee Jim's friend. Hurriedly swallowing the seafood, Youngwoo replied, yes. How did you know? Jungwoo went straight to the point. Lee Jim is the reason we're meeting today. I heard from him about your stolen song leading to your cancelled debut. Youngwoo sadly replied, yes. So you already knew? Jungwoo continued, I know you recorded the song JK is now singing. Because I composed it. Honestly, I highly rated your skills and plan to give you my future songs. If you're okay with it, I want to give you another song. What do you think? Hearing that, Youngwoo was extremely happy and excited. He couldn't believe this. He bowed deeply, sincerely grateful. I am really very thankful you've given me this chance. Don't thank me yet until release. The journey ahead will be very difficult. Thank me then. Youngwoo excitedly yelled, even if I have to sing 1,000 times. I am ready. Then let's go to the studio right now. Back in the game world, Elisa came up with another horrifying food recipe. Seeing Elisa cook, Hung was also speechless. This is unbelievable. Her recipes are so horrifying. Though the dish looked very scary, Hung still encouraged her not to give up. While talking, there was a video call from Ma King. He said he just found a very interesting place and wanted Hung to come right away. Hung invited Eliza to come, but she wanted to stay and experiment. Bidding Elisa goodbye, Hung teleported to Ma King. Just up the towering mountain ahead, Ma King introduced Hung a quest many players gave up, but he found a way up. This place is really high. I was going to do it myself, but something came up, so I want you to have it. Riss, Hung asked excitedly. Haha. Sounds good, so what should I do now? Ma King gave a bean called the Giant's Bean. Immediately this chef thought of eating the bean right away. But Ma King said this isn't for eating but for climbing the mountain. He buried the seed, used a skill to make it grow rapidly. Ma King yelled, Riss, grab onto it quickly. The tree grew at a terrifying speed. In just a moment it reached the mountain peak. From atop the tree, Hung saw a cave. He jumped down while Mail was lowered by Electron. The three landed safely, looking around. This place seemed very quiet, uninhabited. As they approached the stone door, a voice suddenly called from behind, wait, who permitted you all to come here? This is the final resting place of our master. If you wander around unguided, you'll surely get lost and run into trouble. Hung asked in surprise, really? But who are you? This person was petite, with blue hair and big round eyes. He introduced himself as Tom, guardian of this tomb. After meeting at the mountaintop tomb, Hung used a portal back to Beatty's city. It was time to log off and rest, so he reluctantly bid Mail goodbye. When Hung logged off, a beautiful blue butterfly flew and landed on Mio's nose. Attracted by its beauty, Mio immediately chased after it tirelessly. Mio kept following the butterfly, not knowing how far he went, but eventually left Beatty's city into the deep forest. When the butterfly finally stopped on a rock, Mio jumped to catch it with Mio punch, but it dodged and flew away. Mio didn't chase but sat watching it fly away. Behind him were the two stuffed animals Mio met during Witch Marina's quest. No longer under the spell's influence, they became small and docile. To apologize, the teddy gifted Mio a flower. Thinking it was food, Mio immediately ate it but spat it out since it was inedible. The bunny asked, are you hungry? Mio nodded repeatedly. The animals led Mio to find food. They led Mio to an apple tree. The bunny used its strength to jump up and kick the apples down, hitting Mio's head, and knocking him out after waking up. They brought Mio to a cucumber farm. Mio really liked these cucumbers. Somehow the stuffed animals could peel and slice the cucumbers. The bunny took out a huge plate from somewhere, under the excuse of finding food for Mio, but the bunny ate first. Instantly it felt the delicious taste. Oh my, it's so sweet and cool. Just one bite already felt crispy, tender too. I am addicted to these cucumbers. Seeing the bunny eat alone, the angry Mio bit it several times. The whole day the three wandered the forest looking for tasty fruits. Mio put them in his pouch to bring back for for Hung. At a mine, Mio saw a tree with clusters of red fruit, so he climbed up to pick them. Suddenly 2 players came to test out skills. One guy focused his strength then punched hard at the cliff. The terrifying punch made the cliff shake. Though it didn't break through, it created a huge dent. The shock almost made Mio fall off the tree. He still tried clinging to the trunk and climbed up. The 2 stuffed animals watched worriedly. But when Mio climbed out, he was blocked by an invisible wall, unable to move forward anymore. Suddenly a system notice appeared. Notice from developer: terrain conflict occurring. Characters in the map are being adjusted. Receiving the notice, Mio panicked to the max. It feared being trapped here, unable to return to Hung. Scene changes to the spirit forest outside Orion Village. At this time Electron was resting while Hung was away, napping away, when another spirit called Electron. "You've been home frequently lately, huh?" Electron yawningly replied, "What is it, sis? I am at my own home, so what's wrong? Oh, didn't you form a pact with a human and go to the human world? Why are you just loafing around here?" Electron still yawned. My master isn't here, so I am taking a break. When he gets back, I'll return immediately." His sister acted annoyed. "Others with pacts are working, not slacking like you. Why are you just lying here?" Just then a voice called up from below Electron. "You're Electron who's with the chef, right? There's trouble. The chef's cat is in danger." Unable to save Mio, the stuffed animals ran to get help. Mio gave them directions here. Surprised, Electron asked, "Who are you two and how did you get here?" The bunny replied, "We're created by magic, so can come to the spirit world. Please go save the chef's cat." His sister chuckled, "Haha. Break time's over, huh? Ms. Electron, oh, so you're female? I thought you were male from the start." Electron sighed annoyedly, "I never get any rest." Then she transformed into a cute form, adorable, and followed the animals. "Hey, take me to that lazy cat quickly." Though following Electron was still cautious, "I left in a hurry but don't know if this is a trap." The bunny assured, "We're free from the witch's magic now." Electron warned, "Still, I'll be watching. Best not to try anything." Before she finished speaking, Electron yelled, "Oh my. Why is that shameless cat so old?" From too much worry, Mio had suddenly aged. Electron immediately tried to save him but still couldn't pass the invisible wall. She couldn't sense any magic creating it either. Electron suddenly cheerfully said, "In short, I can't do anything." This line scared Mio to death, but Electron assured, "Just kidding. I know who can help." She then went to find Master Chef and the Red Queen Spider. They were happy since it was Riss' friend. Arriving, Master Chef inspected carefully. He understood what was happening. After explaining for a while without anyone understanding, Master Chef simply said, "That's a barrier wall created by the game system." His words made everyone very shocked. Electron couldn't joke around anymore. Sadly, she said, "How could this happen? Does this mean Mio has to live like a tree branch forever?" Master Chef consoled, "Don't worry too much. We can still destroy the surrounding area, making the branch fall. However, it's quite dangerous. Mio could fall from the height." The Red Queen said, "Leave that to me." With the help offered, Master Chef felt assured to act. "Thank you, Queen Spider. Now I'll destroy it right away." Before acting, Master Chef encouraged Mio, "Don't worry. I'll save you." Outside, Electron was also worried. Frowning, Master Chef channeled energy into the hoe, then smashed down hard. The terrifying power shattered the rocks, flinging the tree and Mio out, freed from the enclosed space. The Queen Spider was ready with her soul spider web to catch Mio. Mio fell safely into the web but dropped his pouch. Recalling bringing items for Hung before, he leapt out of the web, chasing after the pouch. Luckily, Electron sacrificed herself to catch Mio. "Oh my, this cat is so heavy." Everyone was happy Mio was saved. These two friends often bicker but actually care for each other a lot, reuniting safely. Both were overjoyed with tears. "Mio, let's go home. It's almost time for the master to return." As expected, when they returned to Beatty's, Hung had come back with a bright smile. Seeing his master, Mio excitedly ran up and gave him a pouch of delicious fruits. Holding Mio in his arms, Hung gently said, "Thank you, Mio. Dear Mio, you worked so hard. Wait a bit, I'll make something tasty right away." Master and pet embraced happily. Dear friends, you see, you may not have a lover but you should get a pet. Back in the game, Hung continued the unfinished quest. Once more he climbed the mountaintop via the giant bean. The guardian here still welcomed him with a slightly annoyed attitude. Hung introduced himself as Chef Riss. He wondered, how does a chef try climbing the giant's land? "If you seek my master's tomb, just give up," he threatened. "Within the maze, only one path leads to the real tomb. If you take the wrong path, you'll die. If you want the right way, try bribing me." Hung felt the NPCs in this game were so strange. Mio didn't care he was playing with something on the ground. Hung recognized it was ramen noodles. He tasted them and got the idea to cook using this ingredient. Seeing Hung pay attention to something else, the annoyed guardian yelled, "Hey chef, look here, did you forget you have to beat me?" Hung laughed, "Of course not. Now I'll cook a dish you'll surely like. First slice some bok choy red chili and green onions. Next add rice cake sausage and spam to simmer. Finally when the water boils add in the ramen. Just that simple to have a pot of tasty ramen." Seeing the boiling ramen pot, the guardian got angry. "What's this? I said to make me happy, but this is a stew I hate most." Hung awkwardly smiled. "Oh, so you hate stew, huh? I already cooked it, try just a bit." Meanwhile Mio already drooled a river. He grumbled more, "Why add noodles? I want to eat it." Hung patiently coaxed, "Ramen combined with this flavor will be much tastier." He offered the ramen bowl, but the guardian looked at it like an enemy. "No, I don't want it." Meanwhile Mio finished his portion in a flash and eagerly wanted seconds. Done. Hung started enjoying his food too. He took a deep breath to savor the wonderful aroma. "I really missed the spicy aroma of buzzajiga. Alright, let's eat." He scooped up some sauce, then mixed it with rice and ate together. Oh my, I immediately felt the amazing harmony between buzzajiga's spiciness and the fatty ramen. I really looked forward to the perfect combination of buzzajiga's spiciness and the ramen's fat in this stew. But the meal got interrupted by the guardian's grumbling. He complained with a dissatisfied face while eating, "Why are the noodles so long?" Hung was still patient. "If too long, then cut them to eat piece by piece. Don't yank wildly, flying into my face." The whole meal he kept yelling noisily, "Ah, too hot. Why is the soup so hot? Blow on it." "Never mind him. Let's just eat." "Ow, burned my tongue. Eating with him is so annoying." Even Mio felt tired, like a child learning to eat. But after finishing he smiled brightly and praised it as delicious. "So puzzling," he said, "as promised, I'll show you the way down to my master's place." Does he truly want to guide Hung as he said? Meanwhile at Jungwoo's studio, they started practicing for the new song. Under his attentive guidance, Jungwoo tried his best to create a perfect product. During the break Jungwoo asked, "How's your first recording session?" "A bit hard but very fun. Working with you is like a dream to me." "That's right to me now. It's like a sweet dream, sweeter than milk cream. I've never felt such happiness before. The meat buns Jungwoo bought are so tasty. If this keeps up I can record hundreds of times no problem." Seeing Jungwoo so happy, Jungwoo also felt relieved. It had been long since he met someone who enjoyed music so sincerely. After break the two diligently worked, full of passion again. "Haha, we already have 100 takes. For a perfectionist like you this number must be too little, huh?" Jungwoo laughed, "A bit tiring but very fun. No matter how tired I feel happy. This is the chance I've awaited for so long. It's been so long since I got to feel this tiredness." Jungwoo said, "Jungkook, you did very well. If you become my exclusive partner your health needs to be even better." Jungwoo excitedly asked, "Exclusive partner? I am very honored. Life is so unexpected. I once thought I couldn't become a singer. But thanks to the game and friends I got an opportunity. This time I will definitely succeed." Back to Riss, he was being led through the maze by the guardian to the master's resting place. The outside of the tomb looked ordinary but the inside was spacious, surely also filled with traps. To avoid accidents the guardian warned, "Careful not to touch the walls. Just follow right behind me." Riss could imagine getting lost if going alone. Thanks to the guardian's guidance, in just moments they arrived before a huge door. Stopping, the guardian solemnly said, "This is the master's resting place." He slowly pushed open the door. A cold mist escaped out. Inside there was a gigantic iron armor suit decorated formally. Riss asked, "Tom, may I go inside?" "Yes, but respect the departed." The guardian replied. Riss nodded, then slowly stepped up. As he got closer to the armor, a deep voice boomed, "Finally someone came to my resting place." The armor started moving, energy burst out, cracking the walls and armor. The voice echoed more, "O seeker, face my will." The walls collapsed, rocks flying in the dusty air. The voice still echoed in the mist, "I don't remember who I am, but it seems I don't belong here." When the mist cleared, a gigantic noble skeleton appeared. Facing it, Riss asked, "If you don't belong here, why are you here?" "They killed and sealed my soul in many places. They murdered and sealed my soul in many places." The man replied. Riss asked again, "Do you know where you were sealed then?" He shook his head. "I don't know. That's why I had to wait for someone to come. Thanks to meeting you some of my binding chains have been broken. Now the sealed soul fragments can be found. I thank you for finding me." Done speaking, his remains dissipated into light, then disappeared. Only his clothes remained on the ground. The system announced, "Quest complete. Reward exploration skill rank F." Seeing this, the guardian seemed a bit sad. Riss comforted Hope he can find his remaining soul fragments. As Riss was leaving, Tom said, a part of the master has found peace. After losing my memory, I wandered here and met him. He told me to stay and wait for the determined. Now my true memories have returned. Done speaking, Tom's body glowed brightly. His appearance changed completely, becoming a beautiful boy with heterochromatic blue and red eyes. He introduced himself. My real name is Pepish. Can I go with you? System announced, becoming a party. Help Pepish grow up. Reward Peppy's CHS loyalty. Failure 100 stat points. Oh, the failure penalty is quite heavy. Anyway, I can't leave a child here at the graveyard like this, so he agreed to take in Pepish. He also reminded the boy from now on no more food complaints. Though reluctant, Pepish had to obey since Riss was his master. Finished with the tomb quest, the party left together. Outside, Riss stopped by a cliff corner, seeming to have discovered something. He used his new skill to reveal a hidden stone path floating midair. This was the way up and down the mountain. Pepish pulled Riss' hand softly. Sorry. Can I call you master? No need, just call me by name. Riss replied, looking at the secret path. Pepish said, then let's go down together. Mr. Riss. Before he finished, Riss already jumped down, his coat becoming a parachute. Mio sat on Alex's back. Riss called back to Pepish, step on that path and go down. The boy was still surprised. How can you fly? I can fly too. Bat wings sprouted from Peppy's CHS back. As he chased after Riss, now Riss knew the boy he recruited was a little devil. Meanwhile, at Jungmyeong restaurant in the real world, the drunk young men were still drinking, breaking another glass. Their actions slightly annoyed Sunyeon. It's almost closing time. They should drink in moderation. Mireille noticed her sister's annoyance, so said, sis, you go first. I'll clean up after they left. Suneo said loudly, those people should know when to wrap up and leave. But her words made one girl in the group feel offended. She yelled loudly, hey part-timer, are you trying to rush us? Mireille tried explaining, but the girl kept attacking. Drunk, she got more aggressive. How dare you spout nonsense while I am paying here? Is this how you do business? She approached, rudely pointing her finger at Mira. Feeling insulted, Mira pushed the girl's hand away and firmly said, please don't do that. This angered the girl even more. She shoved Mira, making her stumble back. Seeing this, a dining customer slammed his hand down, stopping her stop instead of enjoying. What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed? The girl turned aggressively. Who are you to tell us what to do? Clearly a buffalo who hasn't seen a coffin yet. Facing such rudeness, the man dropped courtesy. He glared coldly at her and warned sternly, sorry. Apologize to the employee you just pushed right now. If you want trouble, go ahead. The young man yelled back, old man, what did you just say? The blonde girl still approached aggressively, with an annoyed face, gritting her teeth, threatening, old man, I think you're mistaken. Keep that cold face, and best not to interfere with others' business. Seeing the tense situation, Sunyeon told Mireille to call the police. On the other side, the girl still used vulgar language with the elder, but he calmly replied, you're not only harassing the staff but also disturbing others around. Keep yelling until when? While you caused it all with your rudeness. The young man grabbed a bottle, cursing as he charged, you dickless bastard. Just because I sat quietly you think you're someone. He swung the bottle to smash his head but was swiftly chopped hard on the neck. The man struck very quickly. Not simple at all, just one chop floored the aggressive punk, who held his neck in pain. His friends hurried to check on him. Seeing things settled, Mireille didn't call the cops anymore. The man stood up, making the kids unconsciously back away. Their faces frowning fearfully, he stared straight at them, sternly. Anything else to say? Say it, knowing they're no match. They left. Still, they tried saving face with some curses. Screw this, well, let it go this time. I'll never come to this shitty restaurant again. Mireille called after guests should pay before leaving. The man stopped her, I'll pay that bill. In the end, everything was smoothly resolved. Just then owner Yung returned. He asked Mireille, why did those guests look so angry leaving? Did something happen? Mireille happily recounted, those guests were very difficult, sir. Luckily this guest helped, so everything's fine. Mr. Yung approached to thank him, but he suddenly recognized something familiar about the man. Mr. Ilkwon looked like young Mr. Yung. He also eyed Mr. Yung suspiciously. After he politely declined the business card, saying perhaps this incident may happen again. If it's fate, well, meet again. Watching him leave, Mr. Yung found him very interesting. Back in the game, Riss and friends returned to Beatty City. Seeing Riss, Eliza happily welcomed Riss, you're back. This place is bustling sizzling now. Eliza pointed to the line of people. Look, you did it, she loudly told Riss. You succeeded. Riss froze for 5 seconds. He didn't remember any unfinished quests. Just then Starling came out from the NPC salon with 2 plates of food. Seeing Riss, he happily said, thanks to you I became a successful chef. Riss then remembered the hidden quest upon first meeting Eliza. System announced completed Starling's fate change quest. Reward upgraded cooking toolkit. Riss ran up to coax Starling, hey, let me teach you 2 more dishes. Riss taught 2 more dishes: stir-fried pork with mung bean sprouts and pork meatball sour soup. To sell faster, Riss had Eliza make takeaway boxes. Thanks to this the food sold very well and Starling's quest quickly completed. Only now did Eliza notice Riss had another boy. The 2 were not very friendly with each other. Riss remembered he was on the quest to help Pepish mature. He said, you 2 stop fighting. To celebrate our safe return, let's have a small party. Riss started cooking enthusiastically. First heat the pan, add olive oil, then the marinated beef. When frying, ensure even browning on all sides, creating an appetizing golden brown layer. Just hearing the sizzling makes one drool already. After the beef is done, next add butter and thyme to the pan. Place the beef in, slowly pouring butter sauce over the meat. This way the sauce absorbs into the meat, enhancing the flavor. Then turn off heat and let rest for 7 minutes. While waiting, make the side dishes. The best beefsteak is done. Enjoy your meal. Elisa's plate has well done meat, with tomatoes, asparagus and grilled eggplant. My plate has medium meat, with tomatoes, mushrooms and lettuce. Pepe's CHS plate also has medium meat, with tomatoes, mushrooms and broccoli. Receiving the plates, both are delighted by the juicy, glossy beef. There's more, I made dipping sauce. It'll bring the flavor to new heights. Elisa declined, I don't need it. Maybe the little boy does. The 2 sisters bicker like cats and dogs. Pepish reacted, I don't eat like a kid anymore. To prevent fighting, Riss mediated, telling them to eat, obeying his master. Pepish silently enjoyed the food. He sliced the ruby red meat, put it in his mouth. Oh my, what flavor is this? Though simply seared, the meat is tender and sweet, fresh yet aromatic. Chewy, gently sweet meat with spices enhances the richness. Wait, the exquisite red isn't just blood but delicious myogo mushrooms. It's so delicious, I can't believe the meat is brimming with myogo mushrooms like this. Can only describe it in 2 words: magnificent work. Pepish, satisfied, said, this is really the most delicious dish. Mr. Riss, thanks to the food satisfaction, Pepish grew a little, his wings turning into feathered angel wings. The wings bothered Elisa, but she enjoyed the food enthusiastically. As the meat touched her tongue, a whirlwind of flavor exploded. Oh my, the aromatic thyme in my mouth. The cooked meat flavor bursts like fireworks. In my mouth is a whirlwind of pink juice when I bite the meat. Since becoming an alchemist, I've found the perfect recipe for well done steak. It's so delicious. Elisa forgets table manners. She eats ravenously, licking the plate clean. Riss and Mio also start eating. Riss eats it with rice too. Oh my, how perfectly the beefsteak blends with rice. Though I made it, it's still too wonderful. Done eating, Elisa said, I can't just eat 1 serving of something so delicious. This is the treasure map I got. Consider it a thank you gift. Riss was hesitant to accept such a precious gift, but Eliza casually insisted he take it. Just then an elegant man approached. He said, you're the hero of Louboutin, right? I finally found you. To thank you for stopping the Gabon army, the Countess granted you honorary citizenship. Riss was quite surprised by this prestigious title. Eliza explained it meant he could buy a building in-game to open his own guild. Immediately Riss thought of opening an in-game restaurant. Though his real-life restaurant dream was on hold, he could test ideas right in the game. Amazing, he happily accepted the title, then bought a building for 10 million won to open a snack bar called Ricenuck. The restaurant immediately attracted many players to enjoy the food. After returning to the city, Mao Tensai was also drawn in by the name Ricenuck since last logging in. There's a new snack bar here, huh? Just then the mystery chef also appeared. Both were curious if this was Riss restaurant, so decided to go in and explore together. And who's the hostess here? The adorable Mio. With that cute face no one can resist. Stepping into the restaurant, head chef Mao Tensai was immediately impressed by the lively atmosphere, cleanliness and professional service. He said, this place is even more packed than restaurants I've consulted for. I am certain this Riss player is a truly professional chef. Everyone in the restaurant also recognized Mao Tensai, a famous chef in Rio. With no empty tables left, the two had to share one. From the kitchen, Riss also saw the bustle outside. Pepish reported a celebrity at the restaurant. Riss looked out and recognized Mao Tensai, but not the girl with him, seeing veteran chefs at his new restaurant. Riss also felt pressured. He told Pepish to bring menus, but Mao Tensai requested Riss' most confident dish. Riss understood it was a way to evaluate the chef's skills. He thought, then decided, tell them wait 10 minutes. I'll bring out my most confident dish. 10 minutes later, Alek brought out Riss' specials, ramen tteokbokki and shrimp tempura. This is a special treat from the owner. Please enjoy your meal. They were both surprised and delighted with the dishes. Mao Tensai was amazed. This is shrimp. First time seeing shrimp in Rio. Ramen too. I am curious how he made ramen. It looks very appealing. I really want to try ramen in Rio. The girl said, let's start the meal. I am very excited to try Riss' famous cooking. Seeing the firm noodles and evenly sliced green onions shows his skill. Look at the thinly sliced rice cakes. He seems to have done that intentionally for better sauce absorption. He really focuses on flavor. I can't wait anymore and have to try it now. In the kitchen, Riss was a bit worried if he satisfied them. Pepish reported they closed their eyes after eating. Riss explained they were focused on judging the taste, not sleeping. Indeed, Mao Tensai was chewing and analyzing the flavors. Aha, 35 spoons of sugar. The spicy sweetness has perfect balance. The corn's moisture and sweetness are also well adjusted. Now to try the egg. They both aimed at the egg, then switched plates. The girl bit into a shrimp tempura. The crisp sound rang out. The frying temperature and salty flavor are perfectly rich. Didn't expect a fried seaweed to have such complex flavor. The attention to detail in your skills shows us chefs sometimes overlook tiny things. When experiencing simple flavors in new ways, it rekindles our professional passion. Riss, we can only learn more from you. Pepish ran in saying they want to meet you. Though a bit shy, Riss still went out to greet them. They both praised Riss' talent. Your talent exceeded my expectations. Perhaps in real life you also own a restaurant. Riss replied, I am a head chef at a Korean restaurant. Receiving praise from veteran chefs, Riss felt very honored. He recalled winning first place at the Miro contest, surpassing even Chef Kong Sanhya. Mr. Kong was very friendly and encouraged him to open his own restaurant. Recalling this, Riss felt a bit sad. It's been 15 years, but I still haven't opened my own restaurant. Hearing this, Mao Tensai became curious about Riss' restaurant, but he said, I'll wait to be able to enjoy your real dishes at your real restaurant. One day you'll have your own restaurant, right, Riss? Riss hesitantly replied, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Mao Tensai smiled brightly. Good. From today we're friends. When you open your real restaurant, we'll meet in real life. It's surely like that, Riss replied, his face beaming brightly. When I open my restaurant, I surely will do that. I'll even bet my real name. Remember that, don't forget. In the control room, seeing the smile on her face shows she's very happy. It's impressive. He not only went to the Giant's Land but also opened a restaurant in Bichis. Haeyang said it seems he's more hardworking after meeting Pepish. He's been enjoying more since leveling up, but fame also comes at a price. That's right. After defeating evil cultists many times, Riss is now chased by two riding galas. With the gala's power, the evil cultists only eat dust. While running, Riss unknowingly entered the Pyron region. He continued running deeper. The two still chasing behind the female cultist called out, Riss, you want stop, I just want to talk. Riss looked back, not noticing the shadow closing in. It coiled around the gala's legs, causing horse and rider to crash down. Riss couldn't get up immediately. The dark tentacles turned to attack Riss, tightly wrapping his limbs before lifting him up. Riss woke up asking, why do you keep chasing me? But they didn't bother responding. As evil cultists, they only enjoy slaughter. Suddenly a familiar voice called from behind, I thought you freely wandered Pyron unafraid. You think you're strong enough? The newcomer stunned Riss. It was the pervert Agiz, but now in the form of a demon. An evil cultist, perhaps after being beaten into depression. He sold his soul for power from the devils. Agiz looked at Riss arrogantly, laughing loudly. It's great becoming an evil cultist after meeting you. Let me tell you, the only way to be a killer without punishment is becoming an evil cultist. I can slaughter other players if I want, without consequences. What do you think? To satisfy his evil nature, he accepted being the devil's pawn. Riss used observe weakness skill. Though stronger than before, Agiz was still at a level Riss could beat. But now there were three very difficult for Riss alone unless he got help. In his mind, Riss called for Pepe's CHS aid. Pepish immediately used blood sacrifice rage skill to buff Riss' power. This skill increased 50 attack, defense and agility for 10 seconds. Agiz noticed Riss' power suddenly spiked. Thanks to the power boost, Riss easily broke free of the chains with a little effort. Seeing this, the female cultist panicked. How did he break free with just strength? You said those were indestructible. Agiz was no longer smiling. His face worried. Freed from the chains, Riss needed no courtesy. He wore white armor, dual swords charging at them. The dual sword slashed down at Agiz, but he blocked it. Riss realized he had gotten much stronger. To avoid being surrounded, Riss called Mio and Alek for help. Obstructing the other two cultists, the little opponents fiercely joined the fight. Agiz now utilized the devil's power, a black-red aura appearing around him. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, need a worthy opponent like this to be fun. Attack with all you've got. Riss focused on taking him down before Pepe's CHS buff ended. Riss targeted Agiz's weakness to strike, but the blow wasn't strong enough. Agiz easily blocked it and countered, pushing Riss back. Grasping the advantage, he unleashed a storm of attacks, putting Riss in a bad spot. Agiz became more arrogant. You feel different now, right? That's because I've obtained so much power from the darkness. The more we fight, the stronger I get. Meanwhile, Riss was increasingly exhausted, barely defending against his blows. On the other side, Mio and Alek's battle had also ended, losing to the two evil cultists. In the fight with Riss, Agiz now completely dominated. He laughed loudly. Now nothing can save you. Receive my finishing blow. He used dark spear towards Riss. Exhausted Riss could only close his eyes awaiting death, but the attack was blocked by a tray. Agiz was surprised. A tray? Where did it come from? Just then Ardor had floored Agiz's limbs. Facing a truly strong opponent, they're just ants. That's right. Riss' saviors were Milana and Ardor. Riss was surprised. What are you two doing here? Milana smiled. Ardor and I were just hunting nearby. Milana said we were hunting nearby, then coincidentally saw you attacked, so came to help. Suddenly Agiz acted strange, black smoke rising from him. He gritted his teeth, seeming unhappy. Damn it. Time's up, Riss sternly warned. If you keep overdoing it, I won't let it go. Do you know you can get permanently banned if kept being reported? In fact, Riss was too merciful. He should have beaten this guy up. Knowing he's at a disadvantage, he took on a forced tone. That was just a quest. If you become a cultist, the devil directly assigns quests. Hearing this, Riss asked back, really? Getting quests directly from the devil? He still acted resigned. That's right. The devil assigns private quests. It's not my fault you were just the target. But in fact he was scheming, holding a thorny branch to ambush when Riss was off guard. He continued talking to distract Riss. Many others will come and be threats. Mio seemed to detect his ill intention, slowly approaching. Suddenly Mio's eyes became terrified. Indeed, Agiz had shown his true colors. He yelled, in fact, I'll still kill you, whether it's a quest or not. As he spoke, he swung and threw the dark vine at Riss. The attack was too quick for Riss to react. Luckily Mio noticed his malicious intent, but it only managed to throw itself before the lethal blow to its master. The dark energy pierced Mio's body, making Riss look on in horror, yelling Mio. But it was too late. Mio had sacrificed itself to save Riss. The system notified Mio couldn't be summoned for 24 hours. Riss froze, eyes wide, watching Mio disappear. Seeing his plot failed, Agiz was furious that Trashcat dared block the way. Death serves it right. Marina was also unforgiving. He's so despicable. He feels happy about this, becoming a minion and killing others. We've lost patience. But he still taunted. So what? What will happen if you all lose patience? Before he could finish, a lightning-fast sword slashed across him. He collapsed, only cursing before being burnt to ashes by Fiamma. A fitting end for the Wicked One. After defeating him, Riss still stood silently, perhaps grieving for Mio. Seeing this, Marina worried. Ardor gave Riss some recovery items, thinking he was exhausted, but Riss showed no reaction to their care. In his mind was only Mio's image. Riss burst into tears, collapsing. Wa Mio, I am sorry for letting you die. Wawa, Ardor and Marina hurriedly comforted. Calm down, Riss. Mio will be back after one day. Just wait, don't be sad. Thanks to their encouragement, Riss gradually regained his spirit. The three explored the eerie, dreadful town of Pyron. Far away was an NPC resembling the Grim Reaper roaming. Looking very scary, Riss took out the map. Accordingly, the first thing to do was find the biggest tree in town, but the map didn't specify what the treasure was. Ardor and Marina laughed, saying, what kind of strange map is this? I think Riss got a fake map. Hearing this, Riss spoke, making the two embarrassed. You two don't stand so close together. Really awesome. awkward the two shyly ran off, saying they'll meet again later. Watching them leave, Riss sighed. Now I really feel Mio's absence. Riss told himself alright, focus on finding the treasure. You see, you definitely need a lover to avoid loneliness when going out with couples. After searching a while, Riss found the tree on the map. Like the tree in the deserted town, this was a lone thick-trunked tree. Looking at the map, Riss still didn't fully understand. Right, this is the big central tree. But what is this X mark? Suddenly Pepish appeared in the tree, asking what Riss was doing. Riss explained he found the tree on Elise's treasure map. Though he found the tree, he didn't know what to do next. Pepish pointed behind the tree. There's something there. From behind the tree a figure appeared, but Pepish said it wasn't human, but an immortal monster. It spoke the language of the dead. Thanks to understanding it, Pepish translated for Riss. It said, I can't leave. I must bring the soul fruit tree spirit below the basement. Hearing this, Riss stood pondering what the soul fruit tree was. He wanted to find the secret basement it mentioned. Checking the quest, Riss saw a hint to talk to Tom, a bored guard outside the graveyard. Tom sighed. Everyone already fled because of the basement monster. So why am I here alone? I am hungry. I need to eat something. Saying so, he took out a chocolate bar made by his wife. About to put it in his mouth, a voice called, Excuse me, Mr. Tom. He turned around, startled by Riss' greedy, drooling face staring at the chocolate bar. Riss introduced himself, then directly asked, how does one get to Pyron's basement? Tom said, you seem more interested in my chocolate bar. Indeed, only the chocolate bar was on Riss' mind. Tom said he could show the way to the basement and asked if Riss wanted the chocolate bar. Hearing this, Riss was overjoyed, just waiting for that line. But Tom said if he gave it to his wife, she'd make more chocolate bars. Riss rushed to Tom's wife's bakery. Where's the bakery? If patient 1 can become 10, today I'll eat all the sweets I've long been missing. Only sweets were on Riss' mind. After running a while, he saw the Megaric bakery appear. Riss dashed to the bakery entrance and rambled his order. Hello miss. I heard about this place from Mr. Tom and came. I want to buy chocolate bread, cookies, cake, ice cream. But the cold owner cut him off. I don't sell to outsiders. Riss felt like he fell from heaven to hell. She said there weren't enough ingredients. She couldn't sell to the likes of him. Riss presented the chocolate bar and mentioned Mr. Tom, but she was still cold. She said she may reconsider if Riss gave a baking recipe. Riss accepted the Magaret exam quest and felt disheartened. Suddenly a cat shadow appeared, making Riss happy, but it wasn't Mio. Missing Mio, Riss felt lonely. 24 hours without Mio felt like a whole year. Riss was determined. I will bring the recipe to her. Until Mio returns, I'll make lots of delicious food to save for it. Seeing the bread, Riss had an idea for a simple yet tasty popular dish. Riss asked, may I use these loaves of bread? She happily replied, yes thank you. I can also give you some milk. Receiving the milk, Riss cheerfully said, of course, thank you ma'am. Riss decided to save some milk for Mio. He started preparing his dessert. First pour milk into a bowl, add 2 eggs, sugar and salt, then mix well. Seeing this, she curiously asked what Riss was doing. Riss revealed, have you heard of French toast? Well, soak the bread in this mixture. Now add butter and oil to a pan and heat it up. Fry until both sides are nicely golden brown. The fragrance impressed her. Riss carefully fried since it burns easily. When the toast is done, put on a plate and add syrup. Finally, sprinkle sugar on top. The French toast is complete. Please try it. She tasted it and was satisfied, praising it was delicious. Quest complete. Riss happily replied, very glad you like this dish. The system notified you received advanced chocolate. Michelin interest increased by 5. You can now purchase items at Megaric bakery. After completing the quest, Riss went back to see Tom. Hello sir. I brought some things from her bakery. Tom laughed, asking, ha ha, did she give you chocolate? Riss replied, yes sir, I gave her a new recipe. Tom turned serious. Now I'll answer your question about the basement. He pointed behind. A secret door opened. Riss exclaimed, ah, so it was a mechanism. Tom reminded Riss to beware of the dangerous monster below. Riss was ready to explore. Let's go find the soul fruit tree spirit. The deeper he went, the more amazed Riss was by the realistic scenery. The rotten smell made him cover his nose. After walking a while, he heard sounds ahead. Looking in, he saw a pig-like monster. It glanced at Riss, then turned away to keep sleeping. Riss tried talking, but it suddenly charged aggressively. Riss was very alert, drawing his weapon ready to turn it into a tasty dish. Indeed, soon Riss was slowly grilling meat, which was Korean samgyeopsal pork. Riss said, first shake excess water off the lettuce leaves. Put meat on top, add some nice scallions, grilled garlic and chili paste, wrap everything, then stuff in mouth for one big bite. Aha, this perfectly captures the texture and flavor. It's delicious, fantastically delicious. This is the best samgyeopsal ever. Basic points increased by so tasty. Should I wrap some more? Engrossed in the meal, Riss didn't notice the soul orb floating from the pig corpse onto to his hand. Riss was shocked seeing the glowing gem. The system notified you obtained the soul fruit tree's soul. Riss rejoiced found it. Now I can eat freely. Unexpected it was inside the pig. Could it have been a real pig? Business done. Riss headed back seeing Riss return safely. Mr. Tom was very relieved. Riss said he defeated the monster. Tom replied, oh, so you caught the pig. That was tough for you. Riss confirmed catching it. Now he could leave. Quest complete. Rewards 100,000 won and 5 magic stones. Back at the ancient tree, Riss wondered if it would really revive with the gem. He took out the soul stone and pondered how to use it. Riss thought maybe just taking it near the tree will work. Oh well, no overthinking. Let's just try it. He held the gem close to the tree trunk. A miracle happened. The gem suddenly glowed brightly. The tree also reacted. The gem was slowly absorbed into the tree until fully disappearing. Immediately the tree emitted a blinding light. As the light faded, the tree had turned into a lush, thriving tree, with a broad canopy and heavy with fruit. Riss shouted excitedly, look, it's bearing fruit. It looks strange. What taste could it have? Suddenly Mr. Tom's astonished voice called out, what is this? You revived the soul fruit tree. I saw the light from the graveyard, so rushed over. He still couldn't believe his eyes. The long dead tree was now lush as if never parted. Before Tom's shock, Riss calmly explained everything. Tom excitedly praised, you're amazing. Suddenly Riss discovered a wooden object on the ground. This was the map's treasure, so the tree had to be revived in order to find the treasure. He picked up the wooden chest. Wonder what's inside? Riss eagerly opened the chest. Inside was a wooden toy soldier and a letter. The system hinted this is Marin's handcrafted doll for his son. Ignoring the doll, Riss picked up the letter. The system notified a quest to return the treasure to Marin. Rewards are 70,000 gold, 4 low-level magic stones and 2 intermediate ones. Not seeing clear instructions, Riss opened and read the letter Marin wrote. He put his most precious things in the chest, hoping his father would soon return to find the treasure together. He missed and loved his father. The boy had placed hope in the chest, wishing for his safe return, but the wish didn't become reality. His father had perished on the journey, so the chest was forgotten until Riss found it. It was a sad story. Marin never reunited with his son who had died before coming home. Even in death he still wanted to reclaim memories of his child, so he couldn't leave. That's why the chest became his treasure. Riss closed his eyes gently, saying, now you can rest in peace. Suddenly Mr. Tom shrieked, seeing the ghostly figure by the tree. Wait, is that the immortal ghost? Riss replied, yes, he has found peace. The Pyran people also noticed the change. Wow, the soul fruit tree has revived. That's Riss, right? He's so amazing. Top of the Louboutin rankings. As expected, famous people always do something different. Mr. Tom plucked a fruit and was moved. It revived and immediately bore fruit. Father, it's been so long. He gave Riss a fruit. Please, since you revived it, taste the wonderful flavor first. Everyone wanted to try the legendary fruit. Riss took a sweet, juicy bite. The bursting flavor enthralled him. My God, it has a ripe mango base, blended with other fruits. It tastes like all the world's fruits in one. The continuously changing flavors make me unable to stop experiencing it. Orange, strawberry, banana, lemon, kiwi. So many I can't count them all. This can't be a real-world flavor. The system notified gold fruit plus 200 satisfaction, plus 10 earth attribute points. One-time use red fruit plus 200 satisfaction, plus 10 fire attribute points. One-time use green fruit plus 200 satisfaction, plus 10 water attribute points. One-time use the tantalizing fresh flavors of hundreds of fruits kept spreading. The sublime taste made Riss feel true happiness, experiencing the world's greatest delicacy. Just then the 24-hour period had passed. Mio returned with a joyful face. Riss' happiness increased exponentially. Unable to restrain himself, Riss hugged Mio tightly, shouting joyfully, Mio is back. I missed you so much. Suddenly a group of masked men in black appeared. Seemingly looking for Riss, they rudely asked, you revived this tree? Sensing their hostility, Riss asked back, who are you? One said, this tree is ours. You interfered with it, so you must come with us. He reached to abduct but was resisted. The system notified a hidden quest about the soul fruit tree. Failing deducts 50 points from all stats. One brandished a dagger, threatening, best you come with us, or you'll have no other choice. Of course Riss didn't agree. They accepted the quest to survive 3 minutes against Riss. Riss was battle ready, activating armor and drawing dual swords. Seeing Riss' lack of cooperation, they charged weapons drawn. Riss and Mio coordinated attacks amidst the dark gentleman's encirclement. Mio skillfully fought, moving lightning fast, forcing them to focus attacks on it. Riss panicked seeing Mio endangered, shouting, then rushing to protect it. Can't lose Mio again. Mio retreated as Riss raged from behind. A tornado swept in, Pushing back the assassins, a familiar voice rang out. How can the one who bested me struggle here? Truly shameful. It was the mage who lost to Riss team in the Defend Louboutin event. He said let's swiftly end this. Riss happily said thanks for the help, but I am busy now so can't cook for you. Hearing Riss misunderstanding the mage yelled I need nothing from you. The assassins still charged, kill them both. The mage paid no mind, conjuring flames arrogantly. A bunch of trash dares hinder me. Let's see about that. He unleashed a gigantic flame, instantly flooring them. On the other side Riss charged, dual swords drawn. The mage shouted Riss attack from afar as the flames erupt. Riss understood, summoning his bow, shooting a magical arrow rain on the assassins. It's over. A lethal blow floored them all. Survive for 3 minutes. Quest complete. The mage asked. Riss felt too quick to end. Right. Did you get any new quests? Riss replied no, I received the completion notice. But the mage still felt uneasy. I think there will be more waves of attacks. Riss unwillingly responded no way. This is too dangerous, you stay away. As he predicted, a threatening voice came from behind. Who dares revive our tree? Another masked man appeared, wielding a longsword. He exuded a completely different aura. Very powerful. The system notified high-ranking Dark Gentleman member. Quest defeat him. He looked at the two. Threatening, you'll know the eternal despair of darkness. He unleashed Crescent Moon Slash. The mage hurriedly summoned a shield, but it was pierced through. As the blade was about to behead him, a powerful fist punched it away from behind. It was Riss EP. The mage was surprised. Why is your EP here? The glutton coldly replied, I saw Riss fighting in my friends list so came thinking I could help him. The mage asked, who are you? Ha ha. How uncultured. I ranked second in the Defend Louboutin event. Chatting mid-fight enraged the assassin. He roared, charging in, how dare you ignore me? I'll kill you all in one blow. The scene changed to Dungjia's house. His brother brought food but he paid no attention, still focused on work. Seeing his noisy brother, he reprimanded, quiet. I am working, eat first. I'll eat later. Seeing him focused, his brother didn't disturb him further. He took out attractive food boxes. First enjoying the tasty crispy skin tender meat thigh piece, soaked in salty sauce. Truly amazing, irresistible. Next was Robo grilled ribs. Normally eaten with rice but this time with hot rice. The soft rice grains danced with the ribs in the mouth. Suddenly realizing he ate it all, he asked, when will you eat? What work is keeping you so busy? Jungju still focused on the screen watching GK's interview. The reporter asked GK's thoughts on Jungju, saying it was just practice. The reporter asked, are you upset about working with Jungju before? GK calmly yet arrogantly replied no. A song is the artistic work of composer and singer. Jungjia's song couldn't be complete without me. I am the key piece to perfecting the Bitcoin of me song. The reporter continued with that confidence. GK is dominating the charts. Hearing the interview, Jungju was determined to dethrone GK. You say you perfected the song, I couldn't. How shameless, but I agree the song needs both composer and singer. Like me and Youngwoo. Just you wait. GK at the office. GK grumbled to himself, only I can pull off that difficult song. Does he think anyone can do it? It's at the top of the charts because of my singing. The manager shook his head, sighing. The community will erupt in chaos again. Elsewhere, Mira was on the phone. Yes, father. I've contacted them already. Well, soon have news of Zhang's parents. It was fortunate I got his business card. Hope to find Zhang's parents soon. Mira said, hope nothing else upsets Jean. Where did her parents go? There was a message from Jiwung. Do you want to play royal with me now? Mira smiled. He still loves gaming the most. It seems Arthur and Milana are developing good feelings. It'd be nice for Riss to get with Hang. Back to the fair fight. Our side had to be 3 against 1 assassin. Leading was the gourmet, followed by Riss wielding morning. The mage supported from afar. The 3 coordinated, quickly weakening the assassin. The gourmet said, quick, use your supreme skill. Mage ranked 2. The mage yelled, what rank 2? What do you mean? Riss called, you'll fail if you keep holding it back. Defense is enough, hurry up. Though annoyed, he complied. Damn it. Whatever, the great storm was unleashed, sweeping away the assassin. Finally the battle ended. Our side was victorious. The glutton praised as the number 2 boss. The mage cut him off. Stop calling me that. I am Mage Splendens. Riss said, it seems the quest really ended now. The glutton said, if you're free, cook me a meal with a new menu. Riss replied, sorry, I am out of ingredients now. The mage was annoyed at being called number 2. He said, everything's fine now, you don't need me anymore, right? Riss answered, thank you for your help. Don't repay anything at the next event. The number 1 spot is surely mine. Suddenly Mr. Tom ran over, panting, those guys captured my friend Jerry. Tom and Jerry remember them. New quest: rescue Jerry. Suddenly Mio shone and grew larger. Riss happily hugged it. You finally grew up. The glutton said I'll be going then. Riss suggested I want to party with you. I'll share the quest, gather ingredients and cook a nice meal. Hearing the promise, the glutton immediately agreed. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Arriving they saw Jerry tied up. Riss untied him and reassured Tom, I am here to rescue you. I am Riss. Suddenly Jerry looked behind Riss in horror. An elderly mont's voice warned, who dares make noise in front of my house? Turning around, Riss saw a mage casting a spell. Likely another dark gentleman member. Riss quickly threw Jerry behind him, slamming into the glutton's face. Epi, catch him. Epi was punched in the nose. This was the first time Riss hurt him. Riss faced the mage. He threatened to bring agonizing death. He slammed his staff down. Zombies crawled up. He ordered, devour the trespassers. Riss reminded Mio to be careful. Mio charged, then activated Catloaf, becoming a giant cat flattening the zombies. Riss happily praised, our Mio is so cute. Epi took advantage of the mage's lapse, got close, then punched him, flying with a hook. Jerry screamed, they're fighting the black robes. Thinking it was over, the mage quickly returned, summoning 10 zombies amidst the engulfing dark fog. Epi said, Riss, I can't see anything. Riss replied, I think this is the enemy's magic. Riss said, what should we do? Can't fight when we can't see. Suddenly a familiar voice and light appeared. Riss, why is your IB here? It's unclear how Eliza appeared, but her headlamp would certainly help Riss. Now unblinded, defeating the zombies was easier. Hearing Eliza's voice, Riss called out but still couldn't see her. Eliza suggested, you have an exploration skill, right? Use it to reduce the blindness effect. Riss was surprised, then used his investigation skill. Indeed, vision improved, though still unclear. Thank you, Ms. Eliza. Eliza explained she created the night vision goggles using alchemy. She came to inspect but saw Riss in danger, so came to help. Riss immediately replied, I really need your help. Meanwhile, Epi still fumbled, fighting in the dark. Eliza used a skill to summon a 4-barrel gun, saying, let's fire away. A powerful energy beam shot at the zombies. Eliza laughed excitedly, ha ha. With this weapon the monsters will be destroyed instantly. The huge explosion raised clouds of dust, but the zombies remained still, completely unharmed. Eliza was surprised, how are they still alive? Riss suspected, Eliza, I think they can revive. We need to attack the mage. Eliza panicked, that was my special move. It takes hours to reuse it. Epi asked, what's happening? Riss thought, Eliza, lend me the goggles please, I'll cook a feast after. Eating as agreeing, okay, take them and put them on. Epi put on the goggles, quickly located the mage. He charged, punching the zombies away, and rushed straight at him. The mage panicked at Epi's might, desperately dodged but still got scratched. Angry, he summoned a huge fireball, shooting it at Epi. An explosion sounded, fierce flames erupted. Riss watched in horror. He laughed victoriously, just an insect who dares be arrogant. But when the flames died down, Epi's figure still stood firm. The attack didn't affect him at all. Epi shot towards the mage at blinding speed. This time he wouldn't let him cast. Before finishing the incantation, Epi grabbed his wrist. A crack sounded. The staff-wielding arm flew off, then fell to the ground. Epi had broken his arm. He looked at his severed arm on the ground in horror. Epi glanced at him with one eye. Losing the arm enraged him. Revealing metal claws, he lunged at Epi. I worked so hard for this power. But before he could do anything, Epi's huge hand grabbed his head. Shut your mouth. Too noisy. A powerful left hook finished him. System notified, rescue successful. Mage's death dispelled the darkness. Before Riss was the mage's corpse. System notified, eliminated the darkness pursuing criminal. The mastermind was destroyed. Jerry ran over. Discovering the horrible scene, he sat down shaking. No. My comrades, they were captured and turned into zombies. Riss was filled with unprecedented rage. The bastards dared experiment on people. Cannot forgive this. Seeing Jerry was hungry, Riss asked, you must be very hungry after their long captivity, right? Jerry cried for his comrades yet complained of hunger. My comrades became zombies but my stomach still demands food. Riss came over to pat his shoulder. Glad you're alive. Let me make something first to satisfy your hunger. Yeah, what should we do now? Epi took out some ingredients. Riss, there's still some stuff here. Riss looked and was satisfied with the available ingredients. In the real world, Dongju and Youngwoo went for dinner after work. Youngwoo said, ha ha, I got too focused and forgot about eating time. Dongju replied, I also got absorbed and neglected self-care. You worked hard today, I'll treat you to dinner. Youngwoo smiled, the song is so good I didn't feel tired. Dongju happily said, of course. I composed it, now we just need the company to promote it well. Let's talk business later. For now, what should we eat? Dongju asked about Riss. Have you checked Riss community recently? Youngwoo replied, not yet, I just focused on recording so didn't play. Dongju said, Riss completed the bakery quest and the soulfruit tree revived. Riss really excels in the game. They arrived at a fried chicken place. Dungju said, I heard this place is really good. Do you want chicken and beer? Youngwoo said, aha, my favorites. Sitting down, Dungju said, about Riss, I want to enjoy the fried chicken and beer Riss makes in-game. Riss said he lacks an important ingredient. Wonder what that component is. In-game Riss was elated getting fried chicken flour. Aha. This is fried chicken seasoning, with this I can. But Jerry cut in, thanks, but I am not hungry. My comrades sacrificed themselves. Even if hungry, I don't want to eat. Don't waste your efforts still. Riss kept trying to comfort, you still need food to regain strength. Just wait a bit. OK, system notified. Riss reputation spread through Paris. Contributed to Paris development. Reputation increased by 20 points. Riss said, finally eliminated the black robes. Pyron will soon become more lively. Now let's make the chicken first. Clean the chicken. Chop into large pieces, then mix with milk, eggs, salt and pepper to marinate. Hang chicken on bamboo racks. Evenly coat with flour and spices. This makes the skin thin yet crispy. Let soak for 30 minutes to absorb seasoning. Time passed quickly. Frying oil is ready. Now for the cooking. First quick fry, then remove to drain oil. Next make small slits on the chicken. This helps it cook evenly, less oily and enhances flavor. Fry again to get that crispy golden skin. Seeing Riss busy in the kitchen amidst mouthwatering aromas, Epi and Eliza sat outside, salivating intensely. Epi said, Riss, is it done yet? I can't take it anymore. Riss replied, almost done now. Mixing ionium sauce over half the chicken for an even better flavor. Riss' special fried chicken was complete. Golden fried chicken and chicken with ionium sauce. It looked very tempting. Epi cheered Riss, you're the best. I love the chicken with ionium sauce. Riss brought a plate to Jerry. He still sat there depressed. Riss patiently encouraged Jerry, please enjoy it, sometimes strength comes from food. Eliza also gently said, hard times demand we find strength from food. Think about Riss' kindness. Encouraged. Jerry reluctantly took the plate. Thank you for your kindness. I'll have a bite. He bit into the chicken. The crispy skin burst. He felt awe. This warmth. Jerry sensed the image of loved ones. Comrades smiling, encouraging him. Mom, you're well right. Why so down? Cheer up, my friend. Those images made him sob heavily. He was like a comforted, warm child. It'd be great to eat this meal with everyone. It's so delicious. Seeing Jerry regain spirit, Riss smiled blissfully. It's been long since I had fried chicken. The taste revived nostalgia. Let's see if it's tasty. Riss bit into a large chicken piece. A crispy sound rang out. Wow. The crispy skin, tender, juicy meat. Finally had real fried chicken in Rio. So delicious, can't resist it. Now to try the ionium chicken with beer. After the meat he took a big gulp of beer. The sensation was amazing, a perfect pairing. Mio also ate his fill, sprawling on the ground. After the meal Jerry revealed the Red Sun group was formed to oppose the Dark Gentleman controlling Pyron. Tom is also a member, but the society's power keeps growing. Nowhere in Pyron is free of their control. Jerry sadly told Red Sun members were secretly captured. My comrades were turned into zombies. I never thought that would happen. Riss asked, how did you know they were comrades? Jerry rolled up his sleeve, a sun tattoo on his arm. I recognized these tattoos on them. It only appears once trustworthiness is proven. Riss continued, the leader uses magic. Jerry shook his head, sorry. I can't tell outsiders. Riss thought I have to investigate myself. Didn't expect the quest to be this big. Riss said, it's late, I'll take you back to town then log off. Eliza would go hunting while Epi said, I'll go first. See you later. Riss brought Jerry back to Paris. Seeing his friend return, Tom emotionally hugged him. Wow. You're safe, I am so relieved. The quest to reunite Tom and Jerry was complete. After the two met, a new quest icon appeared above Tom's head. But Riss needed to log off and rest, so didn't accept it yet. Tom thanked Riss, I am really grateful. I owe you a great debt. Riss smiled back, it's nothing. I am glad Jerry is safe. Jerry further asked, but Tom, you said something earlier. Did something happen? Tom replied, oh. A memory was stirred, thanks to that I escaped the Lich King. But I forgot what exactly. Tom awkwardly said, anyway, we'll discuss it later. Riss thought they have much to tell each other. Curious about the next part, but I'll stop here today. Riss logged off, still sitting there pondering his in-game experiences. What an engaging storyline. This linked quest will be quite long. Alright, time to check Rio Cafe. The top story was about Chairman Park Lee-chun being in critical condition. Lee Jim couldn't meet him before he became critical. The next day the restaurant owner was surprised to see Lee Jim arrive early. Why are you here so early today? Lee Jim smiled, I woke up a bit early today, sir. He happily said, it's reassuring to have such a diligent chef. Still long before opening. Relax, okay. Mr. Dung read the news mentioning a critical CEO of an entertainment company. This disheartened Lee Jim. He stood pondering, then said, "Excuse me, sir. May I take a day off today? I am sorry for the abruptness." Mr. Dung asked, "Why are you suddenly asking for leave?" Lee Jim explained, "To be honest, I know that chairman. I promised I'd meet him, but now he's on his deathbed. I want to see him right now." Hearing Lee Jim's sincere story, Mr. Dung immediately agreed, closing one day is fine. Today's Jungyung's special holiday. He put his hand on Lee Jim's shoulder. "Go meet him while you still can. I'll go eat nicely with Jaeang." Mr. Dung's care deeply moved Lee Jim. Leaving the restaurant, Lee Jim went to the hospital. He was trying to get to Chairman Chun's room when someone called Mr. Lee Jim. A beautiful girl in office attire. "Thank you for coming." She said, "The chairman's condition keeps worsening. We have no choice but to meet him. I am Yunella, the chairman's secretary. Please follow me before the elevator." Lee Jim asked, "Sorry, is the chairman's health very bad now?" Yunella sadly replied curtly, "Yes, that's right." Her answer made him feel worse. If only he had known earlier to meet him. Yunella said the chairman wanted to repay him for the meal. Lee Jim was surprised. "Repay? What does that mean?" Yunella said he could receive 50 million won cash or equivalent gift. Lee Jim was shocked. "What, 50 million won?" Yunella added that later they would help him 3 times unconditionally. Lee Jim awkwardly said it was just a sashimi plate in-game. Yunella gently said that sashimi plate was the chairman's dying wish. It's worth 50 million won to him. In the elevator, Lee Jim was pensive. A sashimi plate brought this unbelievable thing, but he was happy to have fulfilled someone's wish. Yunella gave her card. "When you need help, contact me through this number." Lee Jim awkwardly took the card. "Thank you, but I am not sure I should accept." Yunella's attitude suddenly turned stern, threatening. "As I said, this is the chairman's wish and I'll refuse your refusal." Faced with that aggression, Lee Jim had no choice but to accept the card. The elevator stopped on the 11th floor. They entered the room. Inside was a young man and doctor caring for Chairman Chun. Yunella asked about his condition, but the doctor just shook his head. "He's not well. You should prepare mentally." Hearing that, they could only sigh heavily. The young man asked Yunella about Lee Jim. Yunella introduced him. The young man introduced himself. "I am Park Bo-gyun, the chairman's son. Sorry I didn't welcome you properly." Lee Jim also felt saddened. Though he only met Chairman Chun twice in-game, now he understood why Chairman Chun couldn't eat sashimi in real life. Still, at least he ate it in-game and was very happy. "I am glad about that." Lee Jim stood there, watching Chairman Chun with mixed emotions in-game. "I cooked for joy, but it let me meet people and send them off in their final moments." Bo-gyun asked the secretary. "Secretary Ung, how is the little girl?" Secretary replied, "I contacted her, but she's very busy. Not sure if she can make it in time." Bo-gyun said, "Hope it's not too late. Father wants to see the girl one last time." Aside from the doctor and us, I am only allowing Mr. Lee Jim and the girl in. Lee Jim was curious who this child they mentioned was. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. A girl ran into the room, face covered in tears. "Chairman, I am here." It was the girl managing Rio game. Flashback to before Hang came to meet Chairman Chun for the last time. At a Luzon company, her colleague rushed in. "Hang, have you heard anything?" Hang was focused on work later. "I am very busy," he urgently said, "but this news is very important. Don't be too shocked, but Chairman Chun is dying." Hang was startled, frantically asked, "You said the chairman is dying?" He replied, "Yes, I just got news from Oteland. His health suddenly deteriorated 2 days ago. The doctor said his condition is very critical." He added, "You'll take leave from tomorrow, right? Take it earlier from today. I'll finish the remaining work." Hearing this, Hang fell into a panic. She feared having to once more see her loved one leave her. She recalled her college days when her family was still happy. On the way home from school, she got a casting call from Chairman Chun's company. She agreed and met Chairman Chun, who she later cherished like family. During a practice, Chairman Chun suddenly appeared, but she didn't notice. "Oh, the chairman is here. I didn't notice." "Sorry." Chairman Chun said, "It's okay. I just dropped by. Don't mind me." The manager explained to Chairman Chun, "That's Hang. She just auditioned recently. She's very diligent, cheerful and sociable." Chairman Chun looked at Hang approvingly. "A talented trainee has finally arrived. After a long time, I really look forward to her future. Life isn't always as idyllic as dreams." Hang went from a hopeful girl to tragedy when her parents suddenly passed away. From a cheerful girl, now she was gloomy, losing all vitality at her parents' funeral. Chairman Chun put his hand on her shoulder. comforting her even through hardship. Take good care of yourself. You can do wonderful things. Be strong, you can always come to me. After the tragedy, Hang overcame hardship, becoming a successful game designer. Though unable to be a singer, she was always grateful for the chairman's care during her intern days. Now he was dying. Chairman can't leave me. Hang ran to the bedside. As she passed Lee Jim, he suddenly sensed a refreshing fruity scent from her. No, his nose probably wasn't fully recovered yet and just imagined it. Hang sat by the bed, placing her hand on Chairman Chun, crying heavily. Why are you lying here? You always smiled. I am sorry. I should have come to you sooner. Her loving words stirred him awake. He placed his hand on Hang's head, looking at her affectionately. He smiled happiness amidst the weary face. Seeing him awake, Hang called the doctor. But he stroked her cheek and asked her, Hang, are you eating better? Then he gently closed his eyes. Hang sobbed, I am sorry. I'll eat better, so you have to stay with me. That was his final heartbeat. Meeting Hang was his dying wish, and he was fulfilled. He left in happiness. Hang held his hand tightly. Tears streaming, his words still echoed even through hardship. Remember to eat well, our Hang. The departed are gone, those remaining must live well. Also live the missing ones share. At the hospital cafeteria, Hang sat alone with deep grief. Hang had lost her parents, now also her loved one. Secretary Bella brought coffee over, feeling better. You've lost a lot of weight, work has kept you too busy, right? Hang was silent, eyes sad. She said, sis, work helps me forget the pain. Bella drank some coffee. I understand that feeling. But you have to care for yourself and eat properly like the chairman instructed. Hang still couldn't let go of the grief. She was about to say something but stopped. Hang realized despite the calm exterior, Bella was equally pained by the chairman's passing. Their talk ended with a text from the chairman's son calling Bella to prepare the funeral. You have to go, let's talk later. Yes, thank you sis. Not far from Hang, Lee Jim was also talking. He noticed Hang sitting alone. That's the girl I met in the sick room. His gaze at Hang showed familiarity. Lee Jim's gaze made him recall her scent as she passed him. Was that just an illusion? Lee Jim was so lost in thought he didn't hear what Bogyan said. Until he heard money, he was startled. Oh, here money and I am awake. Bogyan added that Lee Jim could contact him or Secretary Un anytime if help was needed. They parted to return to work. Now Lee Jim sensed a sweet scent behind him. Turning back, Hang approached him. We met in the ICU. You must have been close with Chairman Park. I am Hang. I was a trainee. Lee Jim shook her hand. I am Lee Jim. I only met him in-game. Hang was surprised. In-game? Do you know Rio? Hearing that, Hang's eyes teared up, but she smiled happily. So the chairman played Rio. Perhaps this is fate. Well, meet again if there's a chance. Yes, this is fate now. It seemed Rio brought them together. Although his smell wasn't recovered, Lee Jim clearly sensed Hang's soothing fragrance. Destiny seemed to be guiding Lee Jim and Hang together. On the way home, Lee Jim sat in the car lost in thought. I witnessed someone's final moments. We only briefly met in-game. I am not sad like the others present in the room, but despite that my emotions were genuinely stirred, and her scent, I clearly sensed it. At home, he immediately logged into the game. Mio and Pepish were waiting, happy to see him. Mio jumped into his arms. There's a message from Eliza for you. The message said she went hunting at Lake Tun cabin and sent the reward to his inventory. Checking his inventory, there really was a headscarf inside. The system popped up hinting it's part of a gear set. Wearing the full set increases abilities. Riss wondered, a gear set? What are the other parts? Let's try it first. Saying so, he immediately wrapped the scarf around his head. The scarf gave a huge stat boost: defense up 100 points, agility up 30 points, guild attribute up 100 points. Importantly, the boost was permanent. Truly great gear. How do I look, everyone? Of course Pepish didn't say anything. To him, Riss was always number one. Only Epi looked at him with displeasure. Riss really liked this scarf. It permanently boosted basic stats and no more hair in his face when cooking. Now let's go harvest soul fruits. Many people had gathered under the tree. After driving out the black robes, the town became more bustling. Riss was glad to see Tom still sitting guarding the tree. He cheerfully said, that's right, people gather to enjoy soul fruits. Riss laughed, this is surely the tastiest fruit. It fruits endlessly. Truly an amazing tree, it makes everyone happy. Suddenly Riss asked Tom, by the way, do you like eating soul fruits? Tom awkwardly said, I don't. He started telling in the past Pyron was called the city of beggars. Soul fruits could be picked and eaten by anyone, so people called it the blessing tree. But as it never ran out, no one needed to work for it. Thus the streets gradually filled with beggars. Tom continued, that's why Pyron became a town full of lazy beggars. I fear Pyron will once more become the city of beggars. so I am not completely happy about the soul fruit tree's revival. Tom's words were right. When people are too provided for without needing to do anything, the consequence is laziness arises. With no worries about food and clothes, they lose motivation to progress. Hearing this, Riss also pondered, I thought reviving the soul fruit tree was good, but there are still many unforeseen complexities. Once again the mysterious man appeared under the tree. Riss said, you're John, right? John spoke in the devil language. Luckily the PET-powered translator helped translate. He said Riss was strong enough to fight the Black Robes. Riss was surprised. Black Robes. System notified. New quest. Reveal the truth. Find John and reveal the truth. Riss excitedly said, as expected. This is a new quest. John held out his hand. Something shining in his palm. He said, destroy the Black Robes to save Paris. Seeing the shining object, Riss was shocked. Riss reached to take the item from John's hand, but it was just a coat button, though very fancy. After receiving it, the system prompted, deliver this coat button to John Ali. Pet translated, more if you give the button to John Ali, he can identify my killer. Riss asked again, you were killed. If I give the button to John, hell reveal your killer. But who is John Ali? Riss looked up info on John Ali online. The results showed he's the underground overlord of Pyron, while Bram Rune is the official governing earl. These two big figures lived in the most luxurious exclusive area of Pyron. Seemed there would be many quests involving them, but no one had accepted quests about these mysterious figures yet. Finally Riss decided to ask Tom. Hearing the question, Tom casually replied, John Ali. Here everyone knows him. Have you seen John Ali's mansion? Tom said, that's the most luxurious mansion in Pyron. Riss asked again, you mean the red-roofed mansion, right? Tom shook his head, no, John Ali's mansion has a green roof. The red-roofed one belongs to Earl Ronan, head of the knights protecting the town. Riss further asked for details. Tom grumbled, Earl Ronan tried resisting the underworld but Nick Good, the knight leader, only held useless parades. If not for his incompetence, would have repelled them completely already. Riss joked, Tom seems to really dislike Nick Good, huh? Anyway, after talking to Tom, Riss still didn't know how to meet John Ali, so he decided to go to John Ali's mansion himself. On the way he pondered how to meet him. Finally Riss stopped before a grand gate guarded heavily. Two soldiers asked, who are you and what business here? Please state your name for address. Riss frankly replied, I am Riss. I wish to meet Mr. John Ali. Hearing the name Riss, the soldiers were startled, their gazes shifting from suspicion to excitement. Oh Riss, you're the Riss. Riss is here. Their attitude also made Riss feel awkward. He was immediately led inside. A genteel man with a goatee welcomed him. Greetings Riss. Very nice meeting you. I am Sun, the mansion's butler. Please follow me. Riss was led into a lavish parlor and asked to wait. Sitting there he still couldn't believe meeting John Ali was this easy. Earlier he worried about how to meet the man. Riss wondered why Marin requested giving the button to John Ali. How was it related to Marin's death? Suddenly a voice rang out, thank you for coming. Turning back, a middle-aged man introduced himself as John Ali. He said, you're Riss who revived the soul fruit tree. I am sorry I didn't welcome you sooner. Riss politely replied. John Ali solemnly said, I heard you wanted to meet me. What's the matter? Riss directly asked, do you know someone named Marin? Hearing Marin, John Ali's expression soured. Why do you ask that? Riss replied, I received a request from Marin. He wants you to find his killer. John Ali clenched his fist, asking, Marin said I was the one who killed him, right? Riss calmly replied, yes, that's what he said. John Ali quickly explained, sorry if I caused a misunderstanding, but I have no intention of harming anyone. There must be some mistake. Please give me a chance to explain. Riss felt there were too many mysteries here. Marin certainly had a close tie with John Ali to elicit such a strong reaction. Seeing his master unwell, butler's son tactfully suggested, Mr. Riss, let's stop here today, the master needs rest. We'll talk later. Riss understood the situation wasn't good either. Intended to leave but still wanted to say something. John Ali signaled for him to speak. Riss said, Marin's soul resides under the soul fruit tree. He wants you to stop the killer and uncover the culprit. Marin's soul? John Ali asked again. Riss took out the coat button. Yes. Trust me, this is what Marin asked me to give you. Riss held out his hand, a fancy coat button in his palm. John Ali was also surprised. I don't know why Marin asked you to give me this button, but it seems to hold special meaning or relate to Marin. We need to investigate to understand Marin's intention and uncover his killer. but when Jonali touched the button, a strange phenomenon occurred. The button suddenly lit up and projected an image. System notified Jonali family coat button. It holds power from the soulfruit tree. When passed to Jonali, a special effect is activated. In the image, Marin recounted, I am being chased for knowing the plot to seize the soulfruit tree. I know they won't let this rest. He would never do these things. I must tell Jonali, but I am not sure I can wait. The image showed before collapsing. Marin had tried taking a coat button from the butler's coat. Riss coldly looked at the butler. You killed Marin. Most shocking was the killer was Jonali's most trusted man. The truth was clear, the murderer was Butler's son. Flashback to when Marin was gravely wounded. On his face was shock. He couldn't believe his pursuer was Sun. Why Sun? Why did you betray us? Sun coldly approached with a bloodied sword. I didn't want to kill you, but you discovered my secret. So there's no other way. Back to present. Jonali looked at Sun, shocked. Sun, you killed Marin. Sun didn't let him finish, revealing his truly evil face. Haha. Just a bit more and I'll have Pyron for the black robes. His words enraged both Riss and Jonali. Black robes? Sun, you're really one of them. Sun laughed loudly, revealing he's there too. The codename Second Night. Haha. I am originally of the black robes. Hearing this, Jonali flew into a rage, drawing his sword attacking Sun, but Sun easily deflected Jonali's reckless blows. Jonali yelled, I'll kill you. Sun coldly replied, with your ability. That's impossible. Saying so, he smiled creepily and counterattacked. With extreme speed, Jonali couldn't react and took a sword slash to the abdomen. He spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Sun arrogantly looked at the trembling Jonali. Dying by my sword is your honor. Saying so, he swung his sword down, but Riss appeared, blocking the slash. You won't kill him. Riss had Mio use a healing skill on Jonali. Thanks to that, his wound quickly recovered. Seeing disadvantage, Sun threw a smoke bomb and escaped out the window. Jonali angrily said, I must pursue him. I'll ask Earl Rune for help. Seeing him still weak, Riss stopped him. Don't overexert yourself, stay here. I'll go for you. Thanks to Riss, Jonali calmed down and wrote a letter for Riss to bring Rune. There's no more time. We must pursue them immediately. Receiving the letter, Riss immediately went to Earl Rune's mansion. After reading it, the Earl asked, Sun is of the black robes? Riss replied, yes, he's there too. Very strong, so we need the knight's strength. Seeing the Earl pondering while the knight beside him yawned loudly, Riss thought the Earl was truly dignified, while the other was surely the lazy Captain Tom mentioned. The Earl asked him, what do you think? Nick? Good. Nick casually replied, it's too late now. Even if I go now, I can't find any traces. I want to rest early. His reply shocked Riss, but the Earl nodded, agreeing, you're right. We need careful consideration. I'll meet Jonali tomorrow and decide. Riss said tomorrow will be too late, but the Earl remained calm. If Sun is really of the black robes, it's already too late since he fled. Riss insisted, if we mobilize tomorrow. The Earl firmly refused, it'll be even later. If we act rashly, we'll face consequences. The Earl continued, destroying the black robes is important, but protecting Paris people is equally important. Riss admitted that was right, but his quest had a time limit. The longer the delay, the closer he got to failure. Then the system prompted using available items. Riss took out the BTS honorary badge from his bag. System hinted, use this badge. You'll have an Earl's authority. Without hesitation, Riss immediately used it. Seeing that the Earl and Knight Nickwood were also surprised, Riss commanded, summon the troops and knights immediately. I need everyone here to execute the plan. With this badge, lower Earls must obey. Earl Rune's face soured, but he had to agree. I understand. He'll summon the knights right away. Riss was happy to see the order accepted. Just then the butler brought tea over. The Earl suggested, let's chat while enjoying tea. Riss took the teacup, a fragrant aroma wafted up. He enjoyed it. Oh, this scent. This is jasmine tea, my favorite. Saying so, Riss took a big sip of tea. Just as he swallowed, Riss suddenly stiffened. His body was paralyzed, unable to move. The teacup slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. System notified, you are paralyzed. Movement limited for 5 minutes. Indeed, Riss had been poisoned. Only now did the Earl reveal his true face. The anesthetic works fast indeed. I prepared a magic prison spell in case you didn't cooperate. Luckily, there was no need for that. Riss struggled to call Mio and Electron for help, but suddenly iron shackles flew over, restraining Mio. The Earl warned, don't summon reinforcements. This room has summoning prevention measures. Turned out he had prepared to restrain Riss from the start. Surely he had some scheme. Riss asked, you're also a Black Robes member? The Earl admitted, that's right. He approached violently, pulling Riss' hair back, and revealed himself as First Knight. Riss angrily looked at him. I didn't expect a Paris leader to be a Black Robe senior, but now I am poisoned. Can't resist. The Earl laughed loudly. I didn't expect my identity to be exposed, but the Pyron takeover plan is nearly done. Now say goodbye. Saying so he drew his sword, pressing it against Riss' neck, unable to move. This time Riss would certainly die. Riss could only close his eyes awaiting death. But when the Earl's sword slashed down, there was a loud clang. Riss opened his eyes to see the Earl's sword had fallen, blood dripping down. The one who blocked the slash was Knight Nick Good. Opposite him was the Earl nursing his wounded arm, both surprised and angry. Nick Good, you dare obstruct me, Nick stated. I won't obey a Black Robes member. The Earl hissed, you dare defy your lord. Nick shouted, I don't serve the Black Robes. We the Red Sun oppose you all. I will destroy you first. Knight. Riss was shocked by the surprises unfolding. He didn't expect the Earl to be a Black Robes senior and the Knight to be the Red Sun leader. Turned out he pretended to be lazy to conceal his true identity. Even the Earl was unaware. Nick said, for 15 years I hid my identity to gather evidence about your Black Robes. Then he turned to Riss, smiling, didn't expect it to end so easily. Saying so, Nick decisively slashed his sharp sword. Nick slashed straight at the Earl, ending his evil life. As he collapsed, the restraints on Riss and Mio also vanished. Not only that, the soldiers were also freed from his mind control spell. They panicked seeing the Earl motionless in a pool of blood. One asked, Chief, what happened? Nick replied, the Earl was a Black Robes member. I'll explain later, but first. He knelt before Riss. If that was the Earl's order, I shall obey, please command me. As Riss was about to speak, a voice called from the window, I heard you wanna catch me. It was Sun appearing. He held his head regretfully, my identity is exposed. Now the Earl is gone too, quite a loss. Then he smiled sinisterly, instead of dragging this out, I should seize Pyron and destroy it. That would be an exciting all-out battle. Though the plan was foiled, Sun wasn't afraid at all, but challenged them to war. Nick looked at him furiously. Fine. Let's end this all. Sun pointed at Riss. I invite you to the battle too. You've obstructed me too much. Well, await you at the Windy Plains. Saying so, Sun vanished without a trace. Only Riss and Nick remained in the room. Nick said sorry for feigning ignorance earlier for the greater cause. A hidden quest mark appeared above Nick's head. He greeted Riss, I am the leader of the Knights and Red Sun. In the upcoming battle to protect Paris, can you aid our societies? System notified. Hidden quest, decisive battle with the Black Robes. Condition, achieve victory. Reward 1 million won. Basic stats plus 20 points without hesitation. Riss immediately shook Nick's hand, accepting the quest. System notified, max 7 members. Share quest with friends. Refusal counts as failure. Riss understood this quest was hard alone. Nick said the Red Sun alone can't directly confront the Black Robes. Please invite more skilled friends. Riss replied, you're right, this quest is difficult alone. A few having trustworthy friends would be great. Nick laughed loudly, hard to believe a skilled cook like you can do this. Nick said, let's defeat the Black Robes together. Do you want to invite more friends to join? Riss happily replied, of course. Let me see. He opened his friend list to call everyone. But looking at it, Riss broke into cold sweat. The round number 0 appeared. No one online with no one to invite. Riss fell into difficulty. Seeing the list, his face paled. He stammered, no one's online. What to do now? Can it be done without teammates? Riss' mind was chaotic. He needed help, but no one was online. Who could he look for now? Riss, teary-eyed, looked at Nick. What to do now? Nick was surprised. What's the matter? Riss cried, no one on my friend list is online. Hearing that, Nick was nonchalant, no problem. You go gather friends, then we'll go to Windy Hill together. Only then did Riss realize, that's right. We don't have to fight immediately. Nick laughed loudly, must prepare before fighting the Black Robes. Riss scratched his head, embarrassed. You're right. The battle hasn't started yet. Nick instructed, I'll go first when you're ready. Come to me, Riss replied, then I'll log out and rest. Saying so, Riss logged out of the game. Returning to the real world, he then realized it was already dawn. Everyone had gone to sleep, that's why no one was online. He suddenly understood he had been too engrossed in the game and lost track of time. This adventure was so exciting he forgot the hour. After a while, feeling hungry, Riss thought he'd eat then rest. Just then he received a message that Jiang had a fever. Probably a cold, worried about him. Tomorrow the boss will close the shop and told Riss to take the day off too. Knowing Jiang was sick, Riss was also worried. When Jiang gets better, he'll cook him a delicious meal. Today was Saturday, a day off. He decided to contact everyone to see who could join the quest. After Riss sent messages, all enthusiastically agreed to participate. Arter, it's this afternoon, right? I can join. Mira, awesome. The restaurant is also closed today. Hope Jiang is okay. I'll go early to prepare. Foodie I am in. Gina, this is a big quest, one must participate. Emma, just call and I'll be right there. So Riss succeeded in assembling his best teammates. Riss relogged into the game and waited for everyone at the plains outside Paris. After a while people started gathering. Meeting his close comrades again, Riss happily welcomed everyone. Thank you for coming. Arthur excitedly said, no problem, doing hidden quests is fun too. We're very excited. This is truly an amazing team quest. Thought there were no notable quests in Paris. Who knew we had to progress step by step like this? The group walked while eagerly discussing the quest. Ahead, Nickwood waited and thanked everyone for gathering to help. Riss replied, I'll try my best. You're truly serious about defeating the Black Robes? Riss was fired up like a blazing torch. I definitely won't let Paris fall into the Black Robes' hands. Receiving the immense energy from Riss, Nick also became spirited. All right, let's go then, but Riss raised his hand to stop. Wait. First we need to fully prepare. Then he summoned the kitchen and said to Arthur and Ma, you two are ready for this adventure, right? They replied, of course. Immediately Arthur summoned a giant pan that can cook for 100 people. Ma used his skill to make delicious ramen noodles. Seeing the three diligently preparing, the other teammates were both amazed and excited. Jin exclaimed, didn't expect you guys to make ramen noodles. That's awesome. Mango happily laughed, haha. Didn't think I'd get to eat ramen in-game. Marina curiously asked, has everyone prepared the seasonings yet? Ramen Mio was also happily waiting to enjoy it. We're so cute and smart. Mio and Electron with the two uncles Jin and Mango were excitedly opening a dance club. At the stove, Riss was happily focused on making the ramen. To make ramen, when water boils, add noodles and seasoning. Then finely chop green onions and add in. When noodles are cooked, scoop into bowl, break an egg in to add fat. Finally sprinkle some chili powder on top. Alright, delicious ramen is ready. Food is prepared, time to serve. Marina took a deep breath, then used her loudspeaker skill. Everyone, before fighting we need full stomachs. Quickly line up for ramen. Seeing Riss teamwork so smoothly, the cavalry were also amazed. Wow, look at them, so united and hardworking. The delicious aroma made their hungry stomachs growl. Ramen is ready, let's eat heartily. The soldiers, seeing ramen for the first time, were curious and chatting. Wow, these curly long strands are called noodles. They curiously asked, what's this red vegetable? Beside Mango yelled, there's kimchi too. Riss, you're amazing to make kimchi in-game. Riss happily replied, of course. Kimchi is essential for ramen. The knights started enjoying this strange ramen dish. Constant praises rang out, delicious. Chewy noodles broth seeps into every strand. Eating with kimchi makes it even better. Even the broth itself is incredibly tasty. Everyone finished every last drop. After serving, Riss sat down with Mio to enjoy. It's great seeing everyone eat heartily. Riss slowly picked up noodles, closing his eyes to savor. Truly wonderful flavor. Chilled broth, scallions, fragrance bursts. Spicy green chilies, heat combined with egg. Creamy richness spreads. This comfortable feeling is like bathing under a waterfall. So amazing, that's right. What I wish for isn't anything grand. Just to feel the subtle flavors and distinguish the tastes in food. And it doesn't need to be overly subtle either. That's right, I only need to feel the tiny joy from this bowl of noodles. For Paris, for the future, for everyone gathered to protect this world, which gave me joy and regained meaning to my life. I will give my all to aid my comrades. Thanks to Riss power-up noodles, the eater's attack and defense will increase 10 for 40 minutes. Everyone felt the power spreading, greatly boosting their morale. That strength encouraged courage and determination, ready to face any challenge. Morale is most important in battle. The army shouted, utilize this power to end the battle swiftly. Everyone, let's go. Riss tightly gripped his fist, leading the army into the battlefield where the Black Robes awaited. Stepping into a large-scale battlefield for the first time, Riss also felt uneasy amidst the gloomy atmosphere. Tom and Nick's hands patted his shoulders, encouraging Riss. We're here, don't worry. Thanks for the delicious meal. Nick also praised, really didn't expect the food to make me feel much stronger. We will certainly win. Don't worry at all, we will never fail. On the other side of the battlefield, the Black Robes' mighty army also appeared, sensing the gloomy evil aura from afar. In just a moment, the fierce battle between good and evil will erupt. Under the frigid night sky on Windy Hill, the unprecedented great battle between good and evil. The final struggle has come. One side fights to protect the people, while the other seeks to expand power, disregarding thousands of lives. The Red Sun and friends confront the Black Robes. Some nearby players also noticed the crowd gathering on the hill. Thinking it was an in-game event, they approached but were blocked. System warned only those on the quest may enter the battlefield. One said, "Wow, there's a battlefield inside." Inside, the atmosphere was tense. "Just one command and both sides will clash." Jin said, "Looks like only we can enter this battlefield." Ma Jing is very excited for this experience, seeing only Sun leading the black robes. Nick asked, "Where is your master?" "Why are you alone?" Sun calmly replied, "Killing chicken needs no OX cleaver." Nick looked at him bitterly, "Seems you underestimate us. Be careful or I'll punch your big nose in." Despite Nick's warning, Sun still calmly replied, "How feisty. We shall see. Hope this battle isn't an overestimation of you all." Then the system showed the quest completion conditions: completely eliminate the black robes. Failure condition: all of Red Sun eliminated or Nick dies. The team was unhappy with the unfair conditions: we must eliminate 3 times more, while they only need to kill Nick to win. Riss reminded, most important is protecting Nick's life. Though fewer, my friend's strength can't be underestimated. After some verbal sparring, the battle erupted. The black robes attacked first. Sun ordered eliminate them all. The Red Sun also cheered spiritedly. Riss team charged forward. Nick encouraged, "Fight with all you've got." Suddenly Nick froze. He felt a stab of pain from behind. Nick was backstabbed. The backstabber was the most unexpected person, Tom. It was Tom, the kind old soldier, friendly with everyone, who was the backstabber. Could there be a plot twist that made him do this? Seeing his friend's bizarre actions, Jerry was stunned. He snapped, "Tom, what are you doing?" You're unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Mango rushed over to help. "Now's not the time to be shocked. If he betrayed us, must deal with him immediately." Mango fiercely swung at Tom and yelled, "Who are you really?" But Tom easily blocked it with his sword and pushed back. Though he didn't harm Tom, Mango managed to save Nick. Nick was gravely injured, blood gushing out non-stop. Life was in grave danger. Everyone frantically rushed over to heal. "Quick, save Nick. He lost too much blood." Sun laughed loudly, "Haha. Long time no see, Tom." Jerry still couldn't accept the truth. He yelled, "Tom, you're their spy. How could you do this?" Sun sinisterly laughed. "Jerry, are you qualified to say that? Haven't you also betrayed us and sold information?" Hearing that, Jerry was speechless. The betrayers, one after another. These incidents confused the soldiers. They didn't know who was friend or foe. Sun continued, "I am not done yet. Seems you misunderstood. Tom isn't a spy, but the Black Robes leader, Lord First Knight." Truly surprising, the kind old soldier was the criminal leader. System updated: eliminate the Black Robes or force Tom to retreat. The continuous surprises left everyone confused too. Jin mumbled, "What's going on?" Riss tensely replied, "Clearly we're in grave danger." As Riss said, with the 2 strongest revealed as traitors, they had the upper hand. Sun flew up, summoning 10 lightning bolts to strike down, but Mango used his spear to block them, then counterattacked by throwing his spear at Sun. The soldiers also threw spears but couldn't hit Sun. Alana and Arthur, annoyed, looked at Sun too high up. He must be a mage on Nickwood's side. The situation still wasn't good. Riss still stood guard for Mio to use his powers to heal Nick. After being exposed by Sun, Jerry accepted being tied up without resisting. Realizing his mistake on the other battlefield, it was still tense. Despite the events, fighting spirit wasn't diminished. The soldiers shouted, "Sun's too high, can't attack him. Catch Tom first." But Tom's title, Lord First Knight, wasn't just for show. Tom licked his sword, adopting a stance, then swung it. He unleashed countless sharp sword energies, attacking the charging soldiers. Tom's sword energies were too wide, not just hitting those near but even far away had to desperately block. Tom continued, lowering his center, swinging his sword, creating a gigantic slash piercing through all. In just a moment, dozens of soldiers fell to one of Tom's strikes. Most Red Sun members were casualties. The survivors also lost fighting strength. Tom arrogantly looked to the sky, feeling everything was too easy. But things weren't over yet. Tom wanted to completely eliminate them while exhausted. He gathered energy into his sword. The pressure made the soldiers scream, "Danger, quick retreat." But it was too late. Tom slashed down with tremendous sword power, causing a huge explosion, sending rocks flying. This time it seemed certain death, but suddenly Tom sensed something blocked his fierce attack. From the thick dust, a gigantic black figure appeared. Riss had transformed into a stone golem to block Tom's strike. Seeing the golem, Mango cheered, "It's Riss for sure. Now it's time for a counterattack." Thanks to the golem's appearance, the army's morale gradually returned. The all-out battle had only just begun. Riss controlled the golem to smash its gigantic fist down on Tom with maximum force. Despite his small size, Tom calmly used his sword to block the golem's destructive punch. Riss continuously punched, churning up the ground in a cloud of dust. The knights hurriedly retreated back to avoid danger. Riss controlled the golem to clasp its hands into a giant hammer. hammer, smashing down to cause tremendous shockwaves. Gale winds blowing away many black-robed soldiers. Riss utilized the golem's brief 10-minute duration, continuously attacking without pause to swiftly end the battle. From above, Sun could only watch the golem's excessive power. Riss not only overwhelmed Tom but also occasionally blew away their soldiers. He was annoyed how troublesome. Then he summoned 10 energy spheres, fiercely bombarding the golem, but they didn't leave a single scratch. Seeing Riss alone facing the enemy army, the knights excitedly praised him. Thanks to Riss, their fighting spirit blazed again. Mango cheered, "Great job Riss brothers, charge. Don't lose." On the other side, Foodie tirelessly punched and kicked black-robe soldiers ruthlessly. Mango was no less, charging in like a tidal wave, breaking the encirclement. Milana happily said, "Thanks to the food I am full of energy now." Jin used his guitar to power up allies. Everyone was fighting spiritedly. Arthur used his crafting skill to shoot at the enemies. Milana threw fire discs at the soldiers. Electron zapped them with lightning. Ma Jing summoned a giant tree, flinging soldiers 10 meters into the air. On the battlefield, everyone coordinated smoothly with each other. Despite only 7, their strength wasn't negligible. At the rear, Jin was immersed in his music and didn't notice a backstabber. When he sensed the killing intent, it was too late. A thud rang out, but the one falling was the backstabber. Nick had saved Jin in time after being healed by Mio. Nick had recovered. He said, "Leave Tom to me." Then Nick charged like the wind, aiming straight for Tom, though fast and strong. Nick's sword still couldn't trouble Tom. While attacking, Nick asked, "Why did you destroy the Wanxian tree?" Tom calmly replied, "That tree ruined Paris. It didn't bring wealth, only consequences. Bai Rain used to be a nest for the poor." Nick retorted, "You mean it's good that Bai Rain is dying along with the tree?" Tom remained firm, "Yes, it's better than when the poor lay sprawled in the streets." Nick angrily snapped, "Your words are truly laughable." On Riss' side, 10 minutes had passed. The golem vanished. Riss fell freely. Everyone rushed to catch him happily. Mango said, "Looks like we're about to win." Riss also excitedly replied, "That's right. The Black Robes' forces have dropped significantly." Beside Tom, Sun also realized they were at a disadvantage. His face was cold. "We need to wipe them out in one blow." He created a red energy sphere. Ready to unleash his final move, a loud boom rang out. Dozens nearby were affected, blown skyward, but it wasn't aimed at the knights. Sun had destroyed his own allies. Milana was shocked. He killed his comrades. He raised a magic barrier, lifting Tom up too. He unwillingly said, "Retreat for now." In this situation, seeing the enemy retreat easily, Riss was also annoyed but couldn't do anything. Suddenly Jerry yelled, "Tom, was it all a lie, Tom?" Tom coldly looked down. "The man she loved was foolish, Tom. He's long dead." Here his reply showed Tom regretted but still chose his own path. With no turning back, kind soldier, Tom was dead. Tom vanished into the night, leaving the bitter Jerry yelling, "Damn you, Tom." System announced, "Hidden quest complete." Everyone received the notification and the difficult quest successfully ended. While checking the notice, Riss overheard 2 soldiers talking about a child. He seemed to realize something and asked Jerry, "What's the matter, Jerry?" Before Riss could finish, a voice cut in, "The reason he betrayed is just for money." Jerry still had his head down. Perhaps he had a difficult reason that made him become like this. Riss asked, "I saved you from being kidnapped. If you were a spy, why did they try to catch you?" Only then did Jerry stammer, "It's because." Saying that, he paused, then said, "I tried to abandon my spy role since I had no face to see my comrades. I couldn't meet them anymore because I had become useless, so they wanted to kill me." Nick tossed Jerry a dagger and yelled, "Is that why? Why didn't you just betray from the start? Maybe you needed money for your mother's treatment. I understand your circumstances, but your wrong decision caused many comrades to sacrifice. You chose to betray, so you must take responsibility." Jerry knew his sins were unforgivable. He picked up the dagger and said, "Captain, I will use death to atone for my sins. Please help me apologize to everyone." Then Jerry stabbed his own neck. He wanted to sacrifice himself to atone for the comrades who died because of him. The sound of clashing weapons rang out. Nick had stopped Jerry from committing suicide. Nick sternly said, "Don't try to escape your sins through death." Nick said, "You must live to repent for the sins you've committed. You must live to compensate for their sacrifices. Death is indeed too easy." Jerry had to live to redeem his mistakes. Jerry trembled, covering his face, crying heavily. Tears of late remorse. Perhaps for the rest of his life he would live in torment, but he had to live. Had to live to make amends. System announced, "Quest against the Black Robes complete. Additional rewards will be given to Riss. Check your inventory." Mango eagerly said, "Riss, check what we got." Not to keep everyone waiting, Riss opened the chest. He was also very excited to see what he would get. First was frost armor, increasing defense, health and frost attributes. Next were frost gloves, increasing defense defense agility and frost attributes. Riss now had 3 parts of the frost set. He was elated. Wow, amazing. Now I have 3 parts already. Milana asked in surprise. No cooking ingredients. Ma Jing praised Sir Riss as truly amazing. Foodie replied to Milana, I already gathered them. Hearing that, Arthur said, great. I have a suitable item we'll give to Riss as a gift. As the protagonist he had everyone's full support. Of course he had to be powerful. Without hesitation Riss immediately wore the new equipment he received. Indeed they enhanced his cool and handsome look. Riss happily said, thanks Arthur. Your skills are amazing. This equipment is perfect. Arthur replied, ha ha, looks great on you. Use them well. Victory made everyone happy. Despite the many surprises, the most surprising thing was Tom being the Black Robes leader. Though with much sacrifice, in the end the battle concluded thanks to everyone's valiant fighting. The knights announced, we and Red Sun have defeated the Black Robes occupying Piran. In battle many experienced loss and grief over friends. Some had to face the pain of betrayal. But once Piran escapes the darkness, they will soon regain strength and rise up. System announced, hidden quest complete. A divine fruit appeared. Holding it, Riss was amazed by its shimmering rainbow-like beauty. It was the divine fruit containing energy from the Wanxian tree. It had the power to turn the impossible into possible. Riss and Mio were very curious about the divine fruit's miraculous ability to turn the impossible into possible. Not waiting any longer, Riss immediately took a big bite. Just one bite made him extremely excited. His elated expression showed it was wonderful. Riss couldn't help but yell awe. So refreshing from inside. Fruit juice gushed into his mouth. Riss said, must eat another bite. Seeing that Mio also craved it, it kept rubbing Riss' cheek with its paws. Begging to eat it, Riss said, Mio wants some too. Let's eat together then. Even Mio couldn't resist the delicious taste. Riss said, this euphoric feeling is truly hard to find in any other fruit. The fragrant sweet aroma the fruit's refreshing juice fills the mouth. Could this be the flavor that the gods eat? The taste overwhelms the mind, making one feel dreamy, as if enjoying heavenly bliss. That's right, I ate the divine fruit, and felt it. Riss' friends cheered. Look. Riss received the divine power. From Riss' body a beam of golden light shot up into the sky. Next fireworks exploded celebrating the victory. The YouTube icon appeared in the sky, making everyone stir. Oh my. What's that? Everyone buzzed. Isn't that the YouTube icon? The voice announced, that's right. The dimensional barrier power is gone. Riss used the divine power from now on. Anyone can publicly post in-game videos on YouTube. Introduce the Angelan continent to the real world. A notice appeared. Do you want to link YouTube and upload videos? Riss immediately agreed. The voice announced, Riss has unlocked Rios video sharing. From now all videos can be posted. Previously only circulated within Rio but now fully public. This event helped make Rio known through media. Articles and comments were continuously posted. Everyone buzzed about Riss. Articles about him received millions of views. Rio's forums also had threads compiling Riss achievements. Readers knew he wasn't joking around. In just one event Riss became the most famous person. Reading the comments about himself also overwhelmed Riss. Didn't expect to become famous so quickly. Oh well, might as well dive into showbiz. It could be said Riss' name now held power not just anyone could touch. Despite being a bit surprised at the pace, Riss was still happy to have done something for the community. Completing the quest Piran had brought many interesting things. Aside from equipment, the other rewards also surprised Riss, receiving items. Gold magic stones, reputation points. System announced, Michelin's interest in you has increased. You have received a second farm. Receiving another farm delighted Riss, since there were pigs and cows inside. Anytime he could enjoy delicious meat. That night in an alley a car stopped by a house. The man who had helped Meyer stepped out, holding documents seeming to have important business. He left the documents in the car, then made a call. At Mr. Deng's house he was taking care of Jiang. The boy was better though still had a runny nose and headache. Mr. Deng gently said, eat porridge then take medicine and you'll get well. Despite tired, Jiang still smiled. Yes sir. The porridge is very delicious. Mr. Deng smiled at the boy. Just then he got a call. He went outside to take it. With a grave expression on the other end was Kong, the man who had given his card. He said he had found the person Mr. Deng had asked for. Last time Mr. Deng had asked him to find Jiang's parents. It seemed there were results. Mr. Deng asked back happily, you really found them? The other end replied, that's right. Completely accurate. When you're ready, contact me again. I am always willing to help. Hanging up, Mr. Deng felt regretful again. He had grown so fond of the boy. If he found the parents, would he have to part with him? It was a tough decision, but the best thing was still reuniting the boy's family. Next morning at the restaurant, Mr. Dung said there was news of Jiang's father. Lee Jim was startled, asking loudly, "You found him?" Mr. Yung immediately hushed him. To avoid the boy hearing, Mr. Dung confirmed CEO Kong did very good work. Looking at Jiang, Mr. Dung seemed regretful. "I understand your concern, but can't keep the boy forever, not letting him long for his family daily." Lee Jim asked, "So where is the boy's father? Why did he abandon his child?" Mr. Yung shook his head. "I am not sure yet. When there's more details, I'll let you know." He worriedly expressed, though happy to find the father. "I am concerned since I don't know what kind of person he is." Seeing Mr. Dung's conflicted mood, Lee Jim could only empathize. The scene changed to the house the agent Kong found. He got out of the car, standing at the door with a grim expression. Looking in through the window, he saw a couple affectionately watching TV. According to the information gathered, the man inside was Du Son De, 32 years old, living with a girl named Immi Jaeon. He was a gambling addict, so he had abandoned his son and ran away. He seemed to be a common lowlife. Without hesitation, Agent Kong knocked on the door. Interrupted, he opened it in an annoyed mood, yelling, "Who are you coming here this late?" Agent Kong politely said, "Please help me move your car a bit. That car isn't yours." Realizing it was his, he reluctantly went out and got punched away. Holding his aching face, he heard Kong sternly ask, "Your Du Son De right?" Frightened by his attitude, he nodded, confirming it. Kong clenched his fist. "I'll take you to see your son." Hearing son, his face turned pale, shakily answering, "What really?" The girl also saw his true face and yelled, "What? You were divorced and had a child but didn't tell me?" She worriedly asked, "While you were here, who took care of your child?" Agent Kong replied, "I heard because he was too hungry." The boy wandered around. Then the owner of a restaurant in the area rescued and raised him. Hearing that the girl was truly angry at the scumbag for abandoning his child, Agent Kong didn't wait. Grabbing his collar, dragging him away, she seemed to understand the situation. "I'll take him now. Is that okay? You won't report this, right?" But she stopped him. "Wait. You taking him doesn't involve me, but he deceived me out of a lot of money. I want to report him, not let him get away." Agent Kong, "No problem. After this, I'll help you resolve it." Saying so, he dragged him away. He was scared stiff. Unable to resist, he begged, but the girl refused. She went back inside before closing the door, coldly glared at him. "Don't appear before me again. You trash on the road." Agent Kong sternly said, "Do you know you're not qualified to be a father? If you don't take care of your child, why fight for custody?" He could only bow his head, mumbling, "I thought I couldn't afford to raise a child." Right after the irresponsible answer, he received a harsh punch from Agent Kong. He demanded, "So where is your ex-wife now?" But he just held his head, moaning, avoiding the question. Agent Kong didn't hold back, brandishing his fist, threatening, "Speak or get punched." Frightened by the aggression, he stammered, "Shepist away in an accident." Agent Kong sternly said, "Seems the boy doesn't know at all." He fearfully replied, "You decide what's best." I was also surprised to hear that. "If someone wants to adopt the boy, then I can give up paternal rights." Before he finished, he got punched again by Agent Kong. He angrily said something like, "You wants to be a father." Getting hit repeatedly, he was very annoyed. He decided to undo his seatbelt to escape when the car stopped, but Agent Kong had anticipated his intention. He glared, threatening, "Buckle up tight, or I'll choke you with it." Next morning at the restaurant, everyone arrived early in high spirits. Jiang had recovered and was in a great mood. Seeing him cheerful, Lee Jim and Mr. Dung also felt at ease. Mr. Dung asked, "No one's had breakfast yet, right?" Lee Jim eagerly replied, "Yes, I came early to eat breakfast together. I'll go prepare now." Mr. Dung turned, saying to Jiang, "Let's arrange the dishes and utensils for breakfast." Jiang happily replied, "Yes, sir," then went in to prepare things for breakfast. Though young, the boy was very smart and mature. Kids who understand life early are often pitiful. Just as Jiang went inside, there was a greeting at the door. It was Agent Kong arriving with Jiang's father. Under threat, he could only bow his head going in, not daring to escape anymore. In the kitchen, Jiang was still innocently preparing food, not knowing his father was present. Lee Jim went out to greet them and was surprised seeing the man behind Agent Kong. He asked, "Who is he?" before he finished. The sound of falling dishes came from behind. Looking back, Jiang was standing still, staring at his father. His voice trembled, "Father, father." The father didn't dare look at his son, only awkwardly scratching his head, responding, "Eating his son yet showing no affection." That showed he was truly terrible. If Jiang returned with him, the boy's life would be ruined. Shocked seeing his father again, Jiang fearfully dropped the dishes. Though called, the boy still stood frozen. Unresponsive, he frantically ran, hugging Lee Jim tightly. His whole body trembled in fear. Or rather terror beyond limits. Don't know what the boy went through to fear his own father like that, but just from his reaction to make a child fear relatives, he must have endured horrific things. Lee Jim worried, why is Jaeang so scared? What did this father do to make the boy so terrified? The father reached out calling Jaeang, talk to your father, but the boy only hugged Lee Jim tighter, his eyes as if falling into an abyss. In his mind Jaeang only wanted to flee, but his limbs wouldn't obey. He could only cling to Lee Jim tightly. Shivering with eyes shut, Mr. Yung couldn't stand it. Stopping the father's hand. Stop. Jaeang is scared and doesn't want you to touch him. Obstructed, he was annoyed. He's my son, so why can't I touch him? Mr. Dung angrily yelled. Stop. If you keep being stubborn I won't let this go. But he yanked his hand yelling, Jing, come here now, then rushed at the boy. But that action came at a price. Agent Kong punched him hard, knocking him down. Even now he still didn't understand his own actions. Agent Kong was also fed up with this scumbag. Mr. Dung clenched his fist, thinking punching him was the right thing. Should have punched his face instead of his gut to properly punish him. The terrible father could only hold his aching stomach, writhing as if wanting sympathy. But Agent Kong had other thoughts. He stared at Mr. Dung intently. He realized they were both figures in the underworld with Lee Quebec. Mr. Dung must have once been an influential and powerful man in Chun Chul. Perhaps he had retreated into seclusion for some personal reason. Agent Kong asked Lee Jim the child's name as Jaeang, right? Lee Jim confirmed yes sir, receiving the definite answer. Agent Kong asked the boy child, just answer honestly, do you love your father more, or this brother and grandfather? Receiving the sudden question, Jaeang hesitated. He fearfully looked at his father too. Lee Jim stroked his head, reassuring, just answer honestly. Your brother and grandpa will protect you. Despite the encouragement, Jaeang was still afraid. Lee Jim repeated, Jaeang, don't be scared. Answer honestly who you like more. The father glared. Of course it has to be your father. But Jaeang yelled, I like grandpa. I hate dad. Dad is a bad person. The father choked up, crying, Dad is sorry. The father choked up, Dad is sorry. Dad beat mom every day. And even beat me too. It's because of dad that mom escaped that hell house. Dad abandoned me, leaving me so hungry I almost died. I really almost died of starvation. The more he spoke, the more Jaeang couldn't hold back his tears. Tears kept flowing as if to wash away all the pent-up bitterness. Lee Jim hugged him tightly and said coldly, this child is so little yet had to go through such difficulties, feel such terror. Giving birth doesn't qualify one to be a parent. Being parents means having the responsibility to provide for, raise and educate the children. A man like you has no right to be a father. Hearing Lee Jim's harsh words, Agent Kong and Mr. Dung also agreed. Lee Jim stared straight at that despicable face, sternly saying, from now on never see Jaeang again. Lee Jim's words affirmed Jaeang would be family in his life. The father could only bow his head, hiding his vileness. Agent Kong sat down beside Jaeang, saying gently, I brought your father here per the owner's wishes but scared you. I will respect your decision and take your father away. Do you mind? Jaeang was still afraid. Not saying anything but shaking his head showed he didn't blame him and also didn't want to return to the terrible father. Agent Kong approached him, grasped his shoulder, saying, you heard everything right. Now come with me. Agent Kong turned, instructing Mr. Dung, I'll handle the rest. Please don't worry sir, if any documents are needed, I'll bother you after. Mr. Dung calmly replied, yes, I understand, thank you sir. Watching them leave, Mr. Dung's heart was also stirred but also relieved now that the difficult matter was resolved. Jaeang still clung to Lee Jim tightly. Lee Jim thought now was the time to live happily. No need to worry anymore. A while after they left, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Just then Jaeang's stomach rumbled loudly. Mr. Dung cheerfully said, you cried a lot. Are you hungry now? I am hungry too. Jaeang regained his spirit. Yes, I am hungry too grandpa. Lee Jim eagerly said, okay, wait a bit, I'll make you something delicious. Lee Jim went into the kitchen to prepare squid, stir-fried kimchi and meat. In just a moment, a plate of fragrant food was ready. The two looked at the aromatic dish excitedly. Oh, this sambungogi, Jaeang has never eaten it before, right? It looks so delicious. Jaeang eagerly replied, no sir, but it looks very tasty. Lee Jim smiled. I made it less spicy for Jaeang to eat easily. Jaeang happily said, no problem sir. Even if spicy I really like it. Mr. Dung reminded, you can't. Spicy food hurts the stomach. Now let's all eat together. Jaeang had quickly regained his spirit. Looking at the boy you could see his happiness. The affection from his brother and grandfather was greater than blood relations. After the hardships now Jaeang had found a real home. Seeing the two happily together, Mr. Dung smiled happily. His lonely life had changed since meeting these grandsons. Despite no blood relations they had become family. This happiness was the dream he had always wished for. Currently everything was very good. It was time to do more fun things in life. It was time he enjoyed a warm, happy life. At home after showering, Lee Jim received a Rio notice. YouTube was full of Mio videos. Videos of Mio and Riss were trending. Lee Jim was shocked seeing the video's insane view growth. Just after 2 days it reached 700,000 views. Thanks to that he earned a lot of money. Lee Jim couldn't believe that since Rio went public, he and Mio had become youth idols. At the same time, Lee Jim received a video of his early days in Rio. It was the video of Lee Jim defeating the one-horned boss chicken the first time. In the message, Dung Gyun happily wrote, "Lee Jim, I watched the video from start to finish. It's amazing we started playing together so early, huh? Looks like I am becoming a supporting character. Ha ha." Dung Gyun also shared his music work was progressing very well. "Thanks to you, Lee Jim, all because of you. I could pursue my passion. Now just need to decide on a management company, then can release soon. I really love this song. I won't give up if successful. Let's go celebrate, see you again." Receiving Dung Gyun's good news also made Lee Jim very happy. After much adversity, fortune had come to him. It would be great if Dung Gyun debuted successfully. Life is wonderful and amazing when you meet good friends. Lee Jim immediately took out the business card and sent a very mysterious message. Back in Rio, the first place Riss went was his farm. This was the place NPC Macbeth managed. After the Paris quest, Riss was rewarded a farm in another dimensional space, with a portal for easy access. With a fully stocked farm, now Riss could freely use the ingredients. Even when logged off, NPC Macbeth automatically managed everything. Checking storage, thanks to the farm, Riss had gathered a lot of ingredients. Suddenly Mio's group came running from somewhere, holding baskets of eggs, calling excitedly, "Master Riss." The two happily held up freshly harvested chicken eggs. Seeing their enthusiasm, Riss also felt very happy. He was glad they enjoyed farm life. With full ingredients here, Mio's group no longer had to risk seeking food. Suddenly NPC Macbeth asked Riss, "You're a chef, right?" Riss quickly replied, "Yes, that's right, sir." Macbeth continued, "Oh, there's currently a cooking contest at BTS. Will you participate?" Riss asked back, surprised. "There's a cooking contest?" Macbeth explained, "That's right. It's a contest hosted by Count BTS, currently happening at Louboutin Coliseum." As a chef, Riss was very interested in this contest. He immediately bid farewell to go to the competition venue. The contest reminded Riss of his young chef days. That was also the first contest he participated in and luckily won. Though worried, it was an interesting experience, giving Riss confidence and experience. Arriving, this was indeed a huge contest. Outside the Coliseum, NPC guards strictly stood watch. Thousands lined up waiting to go in, lively discussing the tournament. The NPC guards were very vigilant, continuously scanning around. Suddenly an NPC jerked, eyes wide when seeing Riss to the left. He waved, calling Riss. Riss went to greet him, not knowing he was receiving thousands of looks from the crowd. Everyone buzzed, wondering who he was that the NPC paid attention to. Suddenly someone excitedly yelled, "That's Riss. It's him!" Recognizing it was Riss, the frenzied fans rushed like a tidal wave. Everyone wanted to take pictures and get Riss' autograph. The scene was exactly like crazy Blackpink fans in Vietnam. The security team had to work hard holding back the crowd for Riss to enter safely. 2 guards fended off the crowd while wishing Riss good luck. Riss stepped inside the Coliseum, leaving behind the cheers of fans outside. Stepping inside, Riss was very excited. This place was huge and magnificent. After the initial amazement, Riss strolled around observing. A voice guided contestants to a stage with cooking stoves prepared. Riss recognized a familiar face focused on cooking. It was the red-haired girl who had dined at his restaurant. Seeing Riss, she happily welcomed him. Curious about her dish, Riss went to greet her. Currently the contest hadn't started yet, so only 2 were in the huge Coliseum. The girl was making appetizers to kill time while waiting. Riss curiously asked what she was making. It looked very appealing. She said, "Just making snacks 'cause I got bored waiting. Wait a bit and I'll let you try it." The invitation made Riss very eager to taste her cooking. The pot seemed to contain golden caramel melting together. When the caramel thickened, she poured it out, then used a round object to flatten it into thin round candies. They looked very appealing. She gave some to Riss. "Please try it." Riss warmly said, "Thank you. It looks amazing." Riss took a bite. The crisp candy shattered instantly, quickly melting. It spread sweetness throughout his mouth. Riss exclaimed, "Oh, this flavor is full of childhood memories. Light sweetness and crisp melt when chewing. I haven't eaten this in so long. It reminds me of playful childhood games. Thank you so much. I didn't expect to taste it in-game." Seeing Riss' excitement, the girl regretfully said, "Too bad, there's no mold to shape it. If there was it'd be more appealing. Riss replied, oh, I have a friend who's a blacksmith. I'll ask her to make molds for you. We can discuss more later. The girl eagerly said, when little I loved making this candy. Can't remember how many pots I burned. Suddenly soft footsteps came from behind. Riss looked back and was surprised to see Chef Han entering. But this time he had a serene composure. Very different from before. He was calmer and more composed. No longer loud and arrogant. It seemed losing before had completely changed him. If he could lower his ego, get rid of arrogance, he would be a talented chef. Don't know how much he had progressed over time. Han's appearance promised an interesting contest. This was a big event attracting many chefs, so it made sense for him to participate. Noticing Riss, Han approached imposing yet composed. Riss was also a bit afraid, unsure of his intention. But coming before Riss, he bowed, saying sincerely, I am sorry. I was too arrogant and conceited. Thank you for pointing out my mistake. Since then I've reflected and regretted deeply. I am trying to retrain from the start. I know what I did to you was excessive. I don't expect your forgiveness. But if my mistakes bothered you, I truly want to apologize. Han continued, I should have said this directly in the real world, but I didn't have the courage. I really am sorry. Faced with such sincerity, Riss hadn't responded yet. In fact, Riss didn't hold any grudge. Seeing Riss silent, Han thought he wasn't forgiven, so decided to leave. Just then Riss spoke up, thank you, Chef Han. Hearing the thank you, Han was moved to tears. He clenched his fist thinking, thank you, Riss. Still he didn't dare turn back, just thanked him then walked away. Riss smiled, knowing the resentment had dissolved. Not understanding the girl, Chef curiously asked, did he make some huge mistake? Riss laughed, not that serious. The girl called out, Chef Han, do you want to try my candy? Han jerked, how do you know my name? I hid my identity. Turns out contestants' info was public. Since he participated, his identity was revealed. The girl praised the cool name, but Han awkwardly said, I want to change it. Since it's an arrogant name, I chose myself. Perhaps he wanted to change his name to forget his arrogant past. Seeing the two chatting, Riss stood by amused, watching his two friends talk. Riss didn't notice someone approaching behind. It was the BTS official. Riss knew. He came over, patting Riss' shoulder, praising, you're amazing. Your story has reached even here. Riss humbly said, ha ha, just lucky. Really look forward to your performance today. It's time to start below the Coliseum. The chefs stood in neat rows. The official announced, thank you for waiting. Now the contest officially begins. After the announcement, the chefs became excited, eager to compete. They wanted to win the attractive prize. Riss looked around but didn't see Chef Mao. He felt regret not seeing him compete. In the judges area, Riss was surprised to see Epicure. Seeing Riss, Epicure nodded in greeting. The other two judges were unfamiliar faces but surely culinary experts. From above a voice rang out, thank you all for participating in my contest. Among 16 chefs, who will be the best? The one who appeared greatly surprised Riss. It was Count BTS, but he looked exactly like owner Jungmyeon. His appearance made the Coliseum audience extremely excited. Cheering loudly, the official explained the contest had 4 rounds. To ensure fairness, outside aid wasn't allowed during competition. All the fresh ingredients had been prepared. Contestants could only use provided ingredients. Violators would be disqualified. Round 1 used prepared fish ingredients. Ingredients were taken on a first-come first-served basis. The starting call rang out. Chefs hurriedly ran to get ingredients. Everyone wanted the freshest, best fish. With only 2 of each fish, they had to come early to choose easier ones. Everyone tried their best to run fast. Suddenly someone sped by, causing disadvantage to the others. It was Riss with his super gear. His speed was unstoppable. With one leap, Riss shot into the lead. The chefs could only gape in shock. They had tried their best but were still far behind. The girl chef also calmly walked by. She saw Riss chose mackerel, not easy fish like salmon or tuna. Riss chose mackerel, a fish hard to handle with lots of slippery fat and small in size. His choice of a difficult fish excited others since they could pick easier ones. Surprisingly, Chef Han also chose this tough fish. That showed his confidence in his skills. Perhaps after his past failure, he had trained extensively to hone his techniques. When everyone had chosen and stood at their stations, the official announced, I will now announce eliminations from round 1. The announcement caused a stir among everyone. They didn't know who would be eliminated or why. The official read out a list of 8 eliminations. Those named immediately protested. The official explained the purpose of round 1 was to test ingredient observation skills. You chose fish of poor freshness, not meeting food standards. Therefore you are eliminated. The count approved of eliminating the weaker ones. He said ingredient checking is a basic chef skill. Despite the discontent those eliminated had to leave, they only cared about immediate gain without thinking of consequences. Chef Han had to admit Riss was very capable. He had grasped the real purpose in choosing the fish. Ingredient checking was a fundamental chef skill. As chefs preparing food for others, ingredient checking was very important. Ensuring high quality and freshness of ingredients was indispensable in order to provide diners safe, delicious food. Being lax about this work made one unworthy as a chef. Seeing the fish, Riss had noticed they weren't fresh at all. Choosing mackerel, a fish needing meticulous preparation, was intentional. Ingredients too poor cannot be used as food. Most were chefs. If they used their cognitive skills, they would grasp the real purpose of the round. The purpose could be testing ingredient adaptability, creativity, or demonstrating competitive spirit. The key was grasping the deeper meaning and applying skills to achieve the goal. The goal of round 1 was filtering for chefs with real ingredient discernment, not just relying on technique. Some lucky chefs passed by coming later. When the good fish were gone, only difficult remained. Chef Han was one such lucky person. The contest's many surprises made Riss need to be more vigilant. What caught Riss' attention more was Count BTS resembled the owner strangely. Unclear what was happening here now. Round 1 ended with 8 contestants advancing. Round 2 began right after. For organizers, this was a team round. A drawing box was brought out. Advancers would draw to determine their teams. The official explained the box has 8 stones of 2 different colors. 8 people will be divided into 2 teams based on stone colors. The contestants came up one by one to draw. When it was Riss' turn, everyone was eager. Being on the same team as Riss was a huge advantage. All eyes focused on the box, waiting to see what color stone Riss would draw. Finally Riss got white. The girl chef smiled satisfied. Aside from awkward Chef Han, the strongest were all on Riss' team. On the other hand, the other team was quite dejected. They knew their chances of winning were very low. Despite the other team's mood, the official announced round 2's content. Team members must cooperate in assigned order to make a dish. Number 1 is responsible for choosing 10 ingredients from the pantry, so choose very carefully. Riss got position 4 while the important number 1 went to his red jacket friend. Riss planned to discuss ingredient choices and dish, but suddenly an announcement: no talking during the 1-minute ingredient selection. Mute icons were immediately enabled. Truly a harsh contest. Now unable to communicate, could only hope number 1 chose good ingredients. The official told ingredient choosers to quickly go to the pantry. Unable to talk despite trying, the chef friend had to reluctantly go up. Everything depended on his skills. After number 1 brought the ingredients back, the official explained the cooking rules. Each contestant has 8 minutes to cook in order from number 2 to 8. By special rule, number 3 can take 3 more ingredients. In the stands, everyone buzzed, discussing the ingredients brought back without member input, extremely anticipating what dish they would make. The 1-minute no talking period ended. Everyone could communicate again. The ingredients brought back were quite abundant, including pork, beef, mushrooms, onions, garlic, butter, eggs, and herbs. But still unsure what dish to make, the chef friend suggested, why don't we make a grilled dish? Grilled meat is the most delicious. Everyone excitedly discussed whether or not to grill. The opposing team seemed very pumped up, determined to defeat Riss' team. Chef Han said grilling is tasty but a bit plain. To compete, Riss still stood silently, looking at the ingredients on the table, pondering. Han was right, the round needed an appealing menu. Simply grilling meat wouldn't be convincing enough. While discussing an announcement, number 2 please cook in 8 minutes with the ingredients number 1 brought. This was truly a huge challenge. What would they make out of these ingredients? Suddenly Riss' eyes lit up. He thought of the perfect dish using the available ingredients. That's right, it could only be delicious beef and pork hamburgers. Riss told Chef Han, please mince all the meat. Chef Han asked back, surprised, just mince it. But the girl chef immediately understood Riss' idea. The two discussed while Chef Han still didn't get it. Riss wanted to make hamburgers. With the beef and pork we can make premium burgers and win. Understanding Riss' idea, Chef Han eagerly prepped ingredients. However, the other chef still lamented, oh, grilled meat is the most delicious, mincing removes the flavor. There goes the bean sauce. The girl assured, don't worry. If done right the flavor will be amazing. But he still cried, such good ingredients having to be minced. What a waste, he complained. If grilled it'd definitely be delicious. No matter matter what you guys do, if I don't get to eat then I'll still regret it. The girl pointed to the judges. Ha. You're right because the judges taste everything. Come on back to reality. Who's giving you a flying plate back to your planet? Ingredients are ready. 64 beef, 36 pork. No need for too much fat, 13 is enough. Even rice doesn't need cooking. Leave the rest to me. Chef Han asked, will this work? I've never used a rice cooker before. Riss confidently replied, don't worry, I got it. I believe in you. While both teams focused on the match, one young judge observed Riss very closely. Didn't expect I could make such an amazing game. I spent time on consultations and achieved great cooking and food simulation success. I am confident sending cooking contest invites for people to experience our game. I am the famous chef Sugar Shark. He's the #1 chef in this world. I wonder what dish he'll show us. Riss also sensed someone watching him, so he looked up. Sugar smiled friendly at Riss. Riss still stood silently, not understanding anything. Perhaps I should greet him, but who is he? Just then an announcement: 1 minute left. Number 3, get ready. My turn is coming up. Levi said I can take 3 more ingredients. So I'll take more bread and sauce ingredients. Right? Riss smiled, replying, that's right. Looking forward to it. Someone like Levi is truly perceptive. Levi continued, if making beef stew, Worcestershire sauce and veggies for garnish would be great, but without that sauce, tomato sauce and soy sauce could substitute. Lacking scallions, use carrots and turnips. Well done, Levi, go for it. Riss and Levi really clicked regarding dish ideas. It was Lavi's turn to compete. She went to the pantry. Sure enough, no Worcestershire sauce, but she got tomato and soy sauce as planned. On her way back, Levi saw the opponent making sweet walnut pastries. They had lots of good ingredients. We can't be complacent. Though lacking Worcestershire sauce, no other way. Go Levi, we believe in you. Ha, leave it to me. Levi was always spirited and enthusiastic. First she sautéed onions with butter to sweeten them. This mixture would tenderize and sweeten the meat, while also removing odors. With mushrooms, garlic, eggs, bread, salt and pepper ready, Riss called Levi, try adding chopped parsley. The two coordinated seamlessly. Parsley compensated for missing spices. Very creative. Rice was good too. Needed to mix seasonings well into the meat. Then divide into 2 parts, gently pat to remove air. Then shape nicely round, use fingers to gently dent the middle. In grilling, the dent will expand perfectly. Now just need to grill it. Add oil to pan, fry both sides until browned. When crispy golden, add water and cover. Stand by until meat is evenly cooked inside out. Lavi's time was up. Riss turned to compete. Go Riss, make it delicious. Got it. I'll try my best. Riss entered the kitchen fully spirited. First, reduce heat so rice doesn't burn. Check if meat is done. Flip and leave a jar for flavors to absorb. Just the aroma oozing out is enough to intoxicate people. The rich, sweet aroma was amazingly wonderful. When the meat turned a nice brown, it was perfectly done. Placed on a plate, hoped Levi had seasoned the meat excellently. Next, made sauce from the remaining meat broth. Added mushrooms, sliced onions, tomato sauce and soy sauce seasoned for richness. Delicious beef needs a perfect sauce. Put 2 eggs on top of the meat. Poured sauce over rice was done too. Now just needed to beautifully arrange the food. Just then the official announced, time's up. Contestants, please step away from the stoves. Bring dishes to the judges for evaluation. First, judges would evaluate the walnut pastries. Both dishes on the table looked very appealing, immediately stimulating the appetite. Pastries were arranged in an octagon tray, divided into 9 sections with fresh ingredients, each a vivid color. Though using common ingredients, preparation greatly impacted flavor. No special cooking method, but carefully chosen fresh ingredients. Truly surprising to have contrasting dishes side by side. One required refined ingredients, the other just common ingredients. One simple preparation, one requiring superb skills. For the pastries, roll prepared ingredients into the dough, then dip into peanut sauce. Truly delicious. The sauce is amazing. The filling is perfectly seasoned. The dough soft and melting. This is truly an art piece. From the judges' reaction, it's clear they highly appreciated the walnut pastries. Next, please enjoy the beef stew burgers. Looks unremarkable externally but exudes mysterious charm. I can smell the aroma from afar. The look and scent make it irresistible. Must try it immediately. Wow. What is this flavor? It's like an explosion in the mouth. The sauce and creamy egg flavors overwhelm the palate. The meat juices blend together, creating an addictive taste. I can't resist anymore. This dish is like possessing my mind. My hands and mouth move automatically. An indescribable feeling of bliss and rapture. Rice mixed with matsutake mushrooms adds elegance. This subtle combination turns the Colosseum into a fine dining restaurant. truly an astonishing flavor. The delicious taste lingers in the mouth. I want to vote for this burger. After tasting, the judges gave these evaluations. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Now we announce the round 2 winner. No surprise, the winning team is white with the beef burger. The announcement brought joyful cheers. Yeah, he won. Grilled meat still number 1. Can't lose with grilled meat. The chefs tried very hard, but Team White luckily won. Congratulations once again. Next, the official surprised everyone announcing the round 3 results when it hadn't happened yet. When did round 3 happen for results to be out already? Or was part of round 2 also another competition? Everyone buzzed in confusion. Round 3. But round 3 hasn't happened yet. How are results announced? The official explained while you competed in round 2. Round 3 also took place simultaneously. Round 3's theme was team contribution. During round 2, each person's contribution level was the score. Evaluating each member's contribution, the top 2 advance to the final round. The bottom 2 are eliminated. Chef Han worried since he didn't expect this competition format. Beside him, the red-haired guy giggled. Confident he'd get the highest score for ingredient selection. The judges spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now we will announce. Each team has 100 points. Members get points based on contribution. Results: Bright 45 points as the main character. Next, Levi with 36 points. Chef Han got 15 points. Finally, Matt only got 4 points. Matt was shocked since he was most confident yet ranked last. He didn't understand why he only got 4 points. The official announced those eliminated in rounds 2 and 3. Please leave the competition area. The losing team was still happy to lose to Riss. Only Matt still cried. Unbelievable. I was confident since I chose ingredients yet still ranked last. Seeing this, Levi came to comfort the devastated Matt. Suddenly Matt jumped up, face bright as if nothing happened. Then he ran off saying strangely, "That's right. When sad, go eat meat, ill, go eat meat right now." Matt was truly an amusing character. After the eliminations left, only Chef Han remained. He looked at Riss awkwardly, then said encouragingly, "Thank you. Thanks to you I almost made round 3. Go for it, I hope you win." Chef Han still seemed hesitant with Riss due to past events. Accepting the encouragement, Riss also raised his hand showing determination. "Thank you. I'll try my best." The 2 best chefs were set. Next was the final round 4. Back in the real world, Jongwoo was still shaking. Upon receiving Athena Entertainment's business card, Jongwoo still thought he was dreaming. Not only did composer Jung Ji-gong trust him with a song, now the biggest company invited him to sign a contract. All thanks to Lee Jim's introduction. Meeting Lee Jim had truly changed his life positively. Jongwoo met Secretary Unella to discuss. She said signing the contract was certain, but they needed to check his capabilities first. Based on results, the contract would be decided. Jongwoo asked if he could sign right away, but she said this meeting was just a greeting. After signing, he may not have income yet since the company had to invest in him first. Jongwoo asked, "So until the company recoups costs, I want to have profits, right?" The secretary replied, "That's right, do you agree?" Jongwoo answered somewhat hesitantly, "Actually." Before he could finish, a hand touched his shoulder. It was Jung Ji-gong who said firmly, "I agree to any conditions." He explained being stuck in traffic made him late. The secretary was quite surprised Ji-gong knew Jongwoo. Ji-gong got straight to the point. He doesn't know his own value. If the company looks down on him, they may miss a big opportunity. Backed by the famous composer, the secretary was a bit flustered. Ji-gong continued, "He sings so well, he convinced me to collaborate on a new song. You probably know I composed a new song. He is the owner of that song." Hearing this, the secretary realized he was a potential talent the company needed to recruit. Jongwoo was also surprised by Ji-gong's negotiating skills. Both great composing and skillful bargaining. Back to the game. Round 4 officially began. The audience buzzed in anticipation of the winner. Round 4's theme was food sculpting. Hearing the name, both were quite confused. Food sculpting, like watercolor painting on paper, then folding into a symmetrical shape. Competition method: one person chooses ingredients, the other decides the dish. As the top of round 3, Riss chose first. He decided to make a pork dish. No other ingredients needed. V was also excited about this simple ingredient. The official confirmed Riss chose pork. Now the specific dish needed deciding. As the finals, everyone expected an exceptionally wonderful dish. Riss confidently stepped up, all eyes focused on him, hoping Riss would choose something never tried before to surprise everyone. A traditional Japanese dish, tonkatsu, Japanese breaded pork. In the stands, everyone buzzed about this unexpected unexpected choice. They didn't expect Riss to choose simple tonkatsu. One judge commented, "This is a good choice. It seems the player thinks tonkatsu is just simple fried pork. But actually it's not simple at all. Indeed, tonkatsu looks plain but is very difficult to make. Riss is truly interesting." Even Riss was a bit surprised by everyone's reaction. "Anyway, I did want to make something never seen before to surprise the judges. Speaking of pork made me crave tonkatsu. Maybe I should make a bit more. Then hide it in the luggage box to enjoy on the balcony later." Count BTS also observed the two chefs very closely. He seemed to be pondering something. His fist clenched tight. In his mind appeared an image of a red-haired girl. "Please let the dish fulfill my dream." That was his wish. The starting whistle sounded. Riss and Levi quickly entered the kitchen. Round 4's time limit was 40 minutes. Each chef had to complete 3 serving dishes for judging. Checking ingredients. The pork was very high quality. Lean and fat-balanced spices were also plentiful. With limited time, they immediately started prepping. Placed pan on stove, poured in oil to heat up. While waiting, started cleaning the meat. Trimmed excess fat, pounded meat with mallet so when fried, it would be crispy and fluffy on the other side. Levi cut meat into slices without tenderizing like Riss. Different approaches, but the final flavor was key. Whose flavor would conquer the judges? 40 minutes past, time was up. Dishes were plated and brought before the judges. Looking at the delicious tonkatsu plates, the judges were eager to taste them. Riss' dish was thin meat slices, coated in crispy golden breadcrumbs, then placed on a plate and drizzled with sauce. Lavi's was thick meat slices, also fried golden but sauce served separately. Dipping while eating. When the judges were about to try the main dish, Riss spoke up, "Please try the noodle side dish first." Levi was also surprised. "Didn't expect you had time to make this too. I focused too much on the main, I didn't notice you making it." Riss smiled, replying, "It's nothing really. It's simple, just broth from butter and cream." Levi teased, "You're making me fall behind." The judges tried the appetizer. Though Riss said simple, the noodles were very tasty, earning endless praise. After finishing the appetizer, it was time to try the tonkatsu main dish. Watching the judges eat, the audience was also very tempted. Many tonkatsu delivery services around here. The benefit of popular dishes is most people know their taste. But this time was different as the meat melted in the mouth. The judges had indescribable reactions. Each crispy bite was like fireworks exploding in the mouth. Not just amazing sensation. The meat was also very tender, juices bursting with each chew. The deliciousness made me lose self-control. I was like floating in midair. Amazing, transcendent sensation. Just wanted to immerse in it forever. I want you to share the recipe with my restaurant. It would be wonderful to enjoy this dish. It's difficult to choose a winner, since both were excellent, each dish unique yet perfect. 10/10. It's understandable the NPC struggled to decide, since both dishes were worthy of first place. One judge stuffed his mouth with meat, cheeks puffed but still thumbs up, praising Riss. Everyone delighted over the food. Only one young judge hadn't eaten yet, just gazing at the meat slice. His expressionless face hid complex emotions. He told himself, "I will live long to experience many new fascinating things. This food and space aren't real, just a game." The official spoke up, "Time's up. Judges have finished assessing now. Well, announce results. Those choosing Riss' dish raise 1 finger. Choosing Lavi's dish raise 2 fingers. The decisive moment had arrived. The decisive moment had arrived. Everyone anxiously awaited results from the judges. Surprisingly, Riss and Levi both got 4 points. A Thai chef Han was a bit disappointed and secretly cheered Go for the win. Round 4 ended in a tie. Unsure if organizers would hold a tiebreaker round to determine the winner. The story will continue to update next week. Riss and Levi were still tied 44. Everyone anxiously awaited the final decisive votes. 2 hands raised, then slowly another finger. The final decision belonged to Riss. One judge explained both were excellent, but Riss' side dishes compensated what was lacking and created perfect harmony within the time limit. That was the ultimate perfection. Levi happily shook Riss' hand, congratulating him enthusiastically as if she had won. "Thank you all. Now well award the winner Riss and runner-up Levi." The entire Coliseum cheered, chanting the winner's name. The count came down to meet them. Shaking his hand, Riss felt he resembled the owner. Riss wondered if he had any relation to the game, or just coincidence. Levi was thrilled to meet the count. Riss won first place with 1 million won prize. Levi second place with 500,000 won. Additionally, Riss received a winner's medal from the count. The medal takes effect if hung in the restaurant, giving diners random 30-minute buffs and plus 5 Michelin interest points when dining. After the competition ended, as Levi was leaving, Riss suggested adding her as as a friend. Levi happily agreed, giving a thumbs up, and so the cooking competition concluded successfully. Standing behind Riss, the Count sighed, calling sadly, "Riss, may I have a moment? I have a request to make of the winner." His voice was warm yet tinged with sorrow and helplessness. It seemed something bad had happened to him. He summoned a girl named Angeline. Riss was shocked seeing her gaunt and frail, sunken face despite the splendid dress. Looking closely, Riss saw she was far too thin. Surely something was wrong. Just then the suspicious young judge's food from Riss suddenly appeared in the stands. Seeming excited seeing Angeline, the Count hugged Angeline reassuringly and said actually Angeline hasn't been able to eat anything lately, ever since her mother died from terminal illness 6 months ago. Riss realized why the Count held the competition, because of this girl. The Count continued, "That's right, I did this for my daughter. I am sorry for the lack of tact, but please cook a dish to help my daughter rediscover her taste." System notified, you have accepted the Count's worry quest. Completion condition: raise Angeline's appetite to 70. Currently she has 0 appetite. Reward: knighted title. The Count pointed at the fragrant fried meat and said, "Angeline, try a little for mother's sake." But Angeline's psychological haunting was too severe. She panicked, unable to eat, collapsing and covering her mouth to avoid vomiting. The worried Count helped her up. "Don't force yourself. This seems too difficult now." Riss spoke up. "Count, wait a moment." Seeing Angeline's torment unto death, Riss couldn't just stand by. The reward wasn't important, but for a young girl dying, he couldn't ignore it. "Count, please, is there any way?" Riss silently took the tonkatsu plate and sat before Angeline. Rise. Riss began cutting the fragrant delicious meat and putting it in his own mouth. Eating deliciously, the Colosseum buzzed again with comments. "Goodness. So amazing, how can he eat so delightfully?" Each meat piece slowly savored by Riss, enjoying the crispy outside, tender inside sauce blended perfectly. Riss sat eating appreciatively yet couldn't think of a solution for Angeline's eating phobia. "But I can cook a more heartfelt meal than anyone here. This fillet is truly too delicious." Angeline's eyes focused on Riss eating. Her appetite suddenly surged strongly. Just watching raised her appetite to 48. Watching Riss eat happily spread joy to Angeline. It encouraged her that eating isn't scary. Enjoying food is a great human happiness. Angeline stood up, face much brighter. Her appetite had increased to 92. She told the Count, "May I eat this dish again?" Though her voice still shook, it was determined and brave. The overjoyed Count replied, "Of course. First return to your seat." But Angeline insisted, "No need. I want to eat here now." She also took the meat plate, sat on the floor and began enjoying it. Hands shaking, Angeline slowly brought the meat to her mouth. This time she wasn't afraid. The meat was neatly in her mouth. Angeline started chewing slowly, then cried. She had really eaten it. "It's so delicious," Angeline exclaimed. Before passing, her mother had promised if she recovered they'd go eat something delicious together. But she didn't make it. Angeline had focused too much on her own grief, forgetting her father's. Now Angeline had overcome her complex. Father and daughter embraced happily, finding their lost joy again. They both told Riss, "Chef Riss, thank you so much." Contrary to the gloom, Angeline was now radiant like a flower. Happiness had made Angeline more beautiful than ever. System hidden quest: Count's worry completed. Reward: knight title. Back to Levi and an aside. As Salt Road was logging out, Levi ran over calling, "Wait, sir." Salt Road before hundreds. Levi asked a question that made his face go pale. "Aren't you the famous chef Kong Jihan? I heard you have 2 dogs named Salt and Pepper. And you're a Council of Rio member, so became a judge, right?" He silently logged off, but the story spread quickly. The phrase Kong Jihan Salt Road became the top searched keyword. After winning and curing the Count's daughter's eating phobia, Riss was honored with a knighthood. Riss was the first to receive this title. His reward was an extra life. Knight title: you have become a brave and honorable knight. Affect all stats plus 100. The young judge still looked at Riss sadly, unsure what he was thinking. Behind, a person from Miss Oha appeared asking, "Are you okay, sir?" Turns out the young judge was owner Dong's character. Perhaps he was invited since this event held special meaning for him. Oha asked worriedly how he was feeling. If he encountered any difficulties, Mr. Dong smiled gently, "No difficulties at all." Upon entering, was met by a carriage. "Bringing me here, indeed, this is still a game. I am still taken aback now." Oha was overjoyed, he didn't have any obstacles. She explained, "Since you're the game's model character, you were registered with priority status. That's why you became a council judge member. So that's why the Count's image resembled him. And the daughter resembled Oha. Oha's reason for inviting him was so he could see this, making him both moved and happy. The girl before him was the model of the daughter he treasured when still poor. But then she passed away, causing his world to collapse. He drowned himself in alcohol to forget his meaningless meaningless life. Until seeing his daughter's discount ticket, he found motivation to live meaningfully again. He talked with his old friend. When his friend said he'd change names, he was very surprised. Now wanting to open a restaurant. What was he really intending? Mr. Dong replied, as a failed father, unable to protect my daughter, I finally engraved her name in my heart. For the rest of my life I want to live with the name they gave me. I want to be with orphaned children, even if only able to give them small meals. His friend fully supported him, even suggested adding MacBook to the menu. But Mr. Dong wanted a family-style Korean meal. He had told Oh-ha his sad story when she was young and just lost her parents. The empathy was a huge motivation for Oh-ha to continue her lonely life. Oh-ha hoped to someday repay him, and perhaps this event was it. He got to see the count modeled after himself, the daughter embodying his daughter and Oh-ha's tragedy. Oh-ha feared this would aggravate his hidden wound, but seeing the princess' happy smile, he said, I know you didn't intend that. Don't overthink. His eyes for the princess were a father's loving gaze, this feeling he hadn't felt in 15 years. He decided to leave Oh-ha. It's time to rest now, but still looked back at the girl one last time affectionately. She also smiled at him warmly. More tears fell, but it was okay now, having felt long-dormant happiness again. He could leave the game without regrets. Back in reality, as he opened his eyes, he saw Oh-ha worriedly before him. Wake up, sir. What happened? You're crying. Moved, he replied. That's right, it was a beautiful dream. Then why are you crying? Are you okay? Oh-ha asked. Tears of happiness still fell. He hugged Oh-ha lovingly. Now everything is okay. Thank you, my child. He didn't expect to see his daughter again. Perhaps that would help him overcome the grief. Now he had Oh-ha a new loving family. The next day at Jungmyeong, Lee Jim was cleaning when Mr. Yung said an important guest had arrived. Asking her to prepare to welcome them, Lee Jim happily went to the kitchen to cook noodles. Curious who it was outside, the door opened and the guest was Oh-ha. They looked at each other surprised. Ah, we met at the hospital, right? Quite surprising to see you again here. Knowing Oh-ha arrived, Mr. Dong came out to greet her. You're here, child. So sorry to make you come so far. He held Oh-ha's thin hands, feeling pained. You've lost too much weight. Welcome, please eat well then go home. Mr. Dong asked Lee Jim to bring up their famous specialties MacBook and bibimbap. He urged them to eat first then talk. Though the MacBook was delicious, Oh-ha shook trying to pick up the noodles. Her eating phobia wasn't completely gone yet. Seeing Oh-ha looking unwell, Mr. Dong asked worriedly. Oh-ha calmly replied, I am feeling very good today. In her heart she told herself, I must eat this. She closed her eyes, focusing on the refreshing sesame oil scent. Her hands no longer shook. Oh-ha quickly brought the noodles to her mouth and enjoyed them. She exclaimed, it's so delicious, subtle yet rich flavors. I can feel it without discomfort. Wonderful taste, right? I used to fear noodles, but now I don't. I can eat more. Oh-ha smiled happily. She wondered how long it had been since eating so deliciously. Oh-ha looked at Lee Jim, focused on her own noodles. She watched amusedly. Look at Lee Jim. She's so cute, concentrating while eating. Watching her eat so delightfully. Just watching is enough to feel the full flavors already. Such seriousness, maybe I should eat some more too. The more Oh-ha watched Lee Jim eat, the more she resembled Riss. The focused, happy expression was identical. After the meal, Mr. Dong introduced them. This is Oh-ha, who I've had a special relationship with for long. This is the talented chef Lee Jim. The two greeted each other. Lee Jim glanced at Oh-ha's bowl, still quite full. Lee Jim felt awkward, wondering if the food wasn't tasty. It was intentionally made suitable for her. Having heard she was thinner, bitter melon was added for easier digestion. Or maybe the less salty broth was less appetizing. Lee Jim worried the taste didn't suit her, making her unable to finish. Just then Oh-ha spoke up, I didn't know you were the chef here. You're really very skilled. Mr. Dong patted Lee Jim's shoulder, smiling, I guarantee the chef's talent. This noodle dish is the restaurant's best seller. Oh-ha replied, yes, it's truly very delicious. Mr. Dong joked, well, how about compared to my cooking skills? Oh-ha laughed, uncle still has much to learn from the chef's talent. I don't mean to hurt you, but it's hard to compare. But Lee Jim still felt uneasy that the food wasn't fully eaten. Mr. Dong suddenly worried Oh-ha. Your work must be very stressful, right? You're too thin. I am worried. Oh-ha replied, I am thin not because of work. Just a bit tired. I work at a gaming company. Hearing game, Lee Jim asked curiously, do you play Yoma too? Have you met President Park there? Lee Jim recounted, I first met him at the game's fish pond. Connected through the sashimi dish. He said it was his final wish to repay me. Oh-ha revealed, I developed Yoma. Shocking Lee Jim greatly. Lee Jim couldn't believe such a big game was developed and managed by a girl. Thanks to the game his work was always busy. Oh-ha asked if he followed the recent cooking competition, then excitedly talked about it. Lee Jim shyly said he participated in that competition too. Both Oh-ha and Mr. Dong were very surprised. Oh-ha anxiously asked, you joined that competition. What round did you reach? Lee Jim replied, I reached the finals. Making Oh-ha's heart beat rapidly. Gripping her hands in shock, she stammered, then that means you are Riss? Lee Jim blushed, replying shyly, yes, I am Riss. The confirming answer made Oh-ha extremely moved. She felt like finding her other half. Oh-ha still couldn't believe Lee Jim was Riss. Seeing him eat happily and delightfully, she immediately thought of Riss, who knew it really was him. So the dish she ate today was Riss. Perhaps this was fate's arrangement. Mr. Dong was also surprised, asking, so yesterday's winner was really Lee Jim? Lee Jim was also surprised. Oh, so you watched that event too, sir? I thought you didn't know anything about the game. Oh-ha revealed, seems Lee Jim doesn't know. The special judge yesterday was you, sir. Lee Jim was shocked what the owner was a judge. Ever since meeting him in-game, Oh-ha had paid special attention. He gave her motivation to confront eating, and today she had really met him. Lee Jim was very surprised the owner was the competition judge. Oh-ha further revealed the Count and Angeline were based on Mr. Dong and his daughter. He was given a special account to appear in-game as judge. Mr. Dong sadly said, my daughter passed away long ago, when she was only 10. If alive, she'd be around your age. Knowing he had a sad story too, Lee Jim felt pained. Oh-ha said she only knew his daughter from photos but could feel the girl resembled her greatly. Mr. Dong shared more that he had changed his name to Jungmyung, what his daughter called him. That name was like a memento that would be with him for life. Yesterday when seeing his daughter's image in-game, he was deeply moved. It was great consolation to him. He felt like his daughter was telling him, Father, I am all right now. Through that happy smile, he held Oh-ha's hand, moved, thanking her. I am truly grateful. It's all thanks to you, Oh-ha. Oh-ha emotionally replied, it is I who should thank you, uncle. When I was a lost orphan child, I met you. That's a blessing I can never repay. Created the game to heal many people's emotional wounds. If you feel consoled, I am truly happy. Only now did Lee Jim understand the game's true meaning of healing. He too had despaired, losing his taste, but Yoma had saved him from that abyss. Mr. Dong chuckled, seems my story dampened the mood. He promptly changed topics, congratulating Lee Jim's in-game win. He laughed, what a surprise, our chef was the winner. Congratulations, all's well in-game, right? You can feel the flavors. Lee Jim happily replied, yes, I can taste and smell them. Hearing that, Oh-ha was surprised, asking Chef Lee Jim, could it be you? Lee Jim then recounted his tragic story to her. That's right. I lost my taste and smell after an accident. I gave up my dream of opening a restaurant. I confined myself at home, living in loneliness and torment for a long time. However, in the virtual world I could feel flavors again. To me it was more real than the real world. Thanks to it I regained my spirit and worked under the owner's guidance. Thankfully lately my sense of taste and smell has been gradually returning. I've been able to feel it. Oh-ha also felt the despair Lee Jim had endured. Different yet still tragic. Lee Jim had regained his joy. So what about her? The meal ended. Time to part ways. Oh-ha bid them farewell to leave. Oh-ha smiled, really look forward to seeing Lee Jim in-game again. We'll make more special things happen. Lee Jim said, I just play to feel life. The in-game world is truly wonderful. Oh-ha thanked him, thanks to that virtual world I could stand up again. Thank you so much. Oh-ha also smiled, replying, actually it is I who should thank you. Thanks to you I've regained my courage too. Lee Jim still didn't understand her meaning. Oh-ha turned back, smiling brightly. Today's MacBook was truly very delicious. Despite thin, her smile made her so beautiful. Radiant. Lee Jim was also dazzled, feeling clearly again the fresh pleasant scent from Oh-ha. Three people, three separate difficult lives. They had been connected without realizing when. Human relationships are miraculous. After seeing Oh-ha off, Mr. Dong brought Lee Jim to the small house next to the restaurant. This used to be a storage shed. Now Mr. Dong had turned it into a small eatery. Though not big, the interior space and design were excellent. Mr. Yung said this was the surprise for Lee Jim. He wanted to give him the chance to make it his own restaurant. Lee Jim was very surprised by this gift. Voice trembling, he asked, what do you mean, sir? Then what about Jungmyung restaurant? Mr. Dong reassured him, now Oh-ha is very skilled in cooking. If she continues managing the kitchen, I just need to hire one more person for Jungmyung to still succeed. Don't want to waste your talent. If you just work at one restaurant your whole life. The sudden offer left Lee Jim unprepared. He tremblingly replied, I am very grateful for your praise, but honestly I am still afraid. Though my dream is opening a restaurant, I still don't know what to do to run one. Contrary to Lee Jim's worries, Mr. Dong was very calm. Then do what you want to do. Lee Jim still hadn't thought of it and asked what I want to do. Mr. Dong suggested why not do like in-game. Each morning create dishes you want and sell them. Lee Jim thought back to what he did in-game. Back then he was very happy and relaxed. The joy of cooking and happiness from enjoying the food. I thought that wasn't possible, as my senses haven't fully recovered yet. But what if I can cook the dishes practiced in-game, then create and sell them daily in the real world? Lee Jim resolutely said yes. "I'll try it." Mr. Dong held his hand encouraging, "Just do it. You'll surely do great. Why not take a look at the kitchen?" Lee Jim entered with fluttering heart. He ran his hand over the stove, deeply moved. This would be where he freely created, bringing joy to others. Though small, this place was perfect for him to start. He could decorate the counter and kitchen however he wanted. Now this was his own restaurant. Lee Jim was extremely happy. "Thank you so much, sir. This is really an amazing restaurant," he said. Mr. Dong replied, "Now, we need to decide one more important thing. The restaurant's name." A few days later, Lee Jim rechecked his senses at the hospital. The doctor was surprised by his good recovery. If no issues, they would fully recover in a few years. When asked, Lee Jim shared he only played Yoma and it seemed to positively affect his recovery ability. The doctor explained the regular sensory stimulation helps some recovery. Playing Yoma had enhanced the treatment. This was truly good news. Through willpower, a miracle had come to Lee Jim. It seemed after meeting at Jungmyeong, Lee Jim and Oh-ha had grown closer. The first person Lee Jim shared the good news of his recovering taste and smell with was Oh-ha. Oh-ha was also working harder. After much positive feedback, she realized the game's potential for sensory recovery treatment. Though still uncertain, she wanted to develop and test more features to improve the player experience. Their new project was called Zero Therapy. Everyone was very excited for this project. They wanted to use the game to treat people. As for Oh-ha, she was also impacted by the game. Her eating phobia had completely disappeared. At some point she could now enjoy food delightfully. It was like being reborn for her. Back at Lee Jim's restaurant, he was busy preparing for opening day. After the good news from the doctor, Lee Jim was even more excited and cheerful. He even spent nights in-game practicing dishes for opening. Oh-ha said she'd invite a special friend, surprising him. Lee Jim worried who it was and how to react. It made him shy. He had to mentally prepare well. The next day, as soon as he opened, Mr. Dong, Jurang Murray and Yung Jinwoo came very early to congratulate. Everyone eagerly wondered what Lee Jim would serve. The wonderful food aroma made them guess the main was grilled skewers. Everyone settled into seats, just waiting for the food. Oh-ha also came to congratulate Lee Jim. Lee Jim also congratulated Oh-ha for her successful new song, topping the music charts. Yung Jinwoo smiled, pleased the project succeeded, surpassing the competition. Oh-ha also felt shy, with everyone enthusiastically congratulating and listening to her song. Lee Jim asked Yung Jinwoo if she'd be busy with many other music projects. Yung Jinwoo shared about Oh-ha's future plans. Rather than many events, she'd focus on a few big ones, then start composing. He wanted to maintain Oh-ha's fresh, mysterious image. As her producer and manager, he would maximize her appeal. Everyone eagerly awaited the opening ceremony, now just waiting for Oh-ha to arrive. Finally Oh-ha arrived. With the secret friend, she told Lee Jim about a tall, sturdy man with a serious face. At a glance, Lee Jim recognized it was the gourmet. His real-life appearance resembled too much in-game. Everyone had gathered. The shop officially opened. The main dish was grilled skewers with various flavors for people to choose. "Ryong, shall I take this off the skewer for you?" "No, I want to eat directly from the skewer," Ryong obediently replied. The simple yet extremely aromatic dish made everyone eat delightfully. Dung Jurang kept gnawing large bites, while commenting, "I really like this spicy flavor." Even the chicken skewers were very tender. Really delicious. The chicken thighs were amazing, fragrant and extremely tasty, full of fiery flavor. He said everyone ate at fast pace. Soon after, the plates were licked clean. Lee Jim couldn't grill more to serve continuously. Murray asked Chef Lee Jim need help. Lee Jim happily replied, "No need. I enjoy cooking as it's more fun when everyone enjoys." Oh-ha sat nearby attentively watching Lee Jim. She liked seeing him eat and cook. Only joy and happiness showed on his face. When cooking, Lee Jim became even more serious and delighted. Mr. Dong and Dong Jurang wanted orange juice. Murray said she'd get some from Jungmyeong. While everyone ate and chatted happily, the gourmet focused solely on savoring the food. Seeing that Lee Jim was satisfied, "Please come often if you like it. I'll make many delicious delicious dishes after a successful opening ceremony. Everyone was full and blessed Lee Jim. It was time to leave. Oha came to Lee Jim. Thank you. Today I ate very well, thank you so much. Lee Jim replied, you're welcome. It is I who should thank you for coming today. Oha smiled brightly, I am very happy today, not just for the delicious grilled skewers, but that I could enjoy the meal comfortably, also thanks to your help. Lee Jim, I want to repay you by inviting you for an intimate dinner. You agree, right? Well, see each other again, okay. The sweet invitation from the pretty girl made Lee Jim's face flush. How could he refuse? He smiled, replying, of course. Mr. Dong was also happy Lee Jim made good friends. He hugged the sleeping Dong, smiling gently, remembering when we first met at the small shop. Hearing your story, I didn't believe a talented chef was an assistant. I invited you to Jungmyeong. Back then I hoped the freedom to create would help you regain confidence. I thought if you tried one day, your taste and smell would gradually return. Lee Jim, you cooked with full happiness. Congratulate you on opening your own shop. I will always support you. Oh, I still don't know your shop's name yet. Have you thought of a name? Lee Jim replied, I already have a name, sir. The shop will be called Bon Appetit. So Lee Jim's journey to rediscover himself had a perfect ending. On that journey he overcame many difficulties, made good friends, regained his taste, and opened a small restaurant. Thanks to Mr. Dong's help, Bon Appetit restaurant was born, ending Lee Jim's fascinating journey. Thank you for following this interesting story.